Did not let you. Sarah's laugh rings through the night. Such a brute, drunk and silly, thought she'd play. Crazy witch, locked me in just for the day. Life's a bitch. Can't you hear me, Sarah, please? Broke ass bitch. Out of air, my lungs, they squeeze. Let me out, you witch. This is not a funny joke. You put your hands around my throat. Feeling trapped and nearly choke. Gonna croak. Can't you hear me, Sarah, please? Broke ass bitch. Out of air, my lungs, they squeeze. Let me out, you witch. This is not a funny joke. You put your hands around my throat. Feeling trapped and nearly choke. Gonna croak. Sarah, let me out, I'm begging, please. With this stuff, I'm almost begging, please someone, don't leave me here. Lost my hair, in this case I disappear. Are you there? Dark and tight, I curl and wait. Are you passed out? You'd return my fate. You emptied my stash out. The game has turned to cruel. Why are you filming late? Inside I feel the fool. I can't breathe. Wasn't meant to be my night. Hiding in this suitcase tight. Sarah's giggles fade away, leaving me as her castaway. Sarah, let me out, I'm begging, please. Leave this stuff, I'm almost begging, please. Pray someone, don't leave me here. Lost my hair, in this case I disappear. Are you there? Boom! Looking tight, I curl and wait. Are you passed out? Hoping you return my fate. Empty my stash out. Stupid game has turned to cruel. Are you feeling me? Lost it, gotta feel the fool. I can breathe. Wasn't meant to be my night. Hiding in a suitcase tight. Sarah's giggles fade away, leaving me as a castaway. Sarah, let me out. I'm begging, please. Breathing stuff, I'm almost begging, please. Drink some God, don't leave me here. Lost my air in this year. In this case, I disappear. Are you there? Are you there? Sarah. Oh. 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 Sarah. Oh.
Wow. Look at chat. You guys are doing awesome. Qualis! Exactly. She works in the kitchen hospital. Good to see all you fine people. Good to see you, Janice Puddledown, Tammy Bugard. Oh my gosh, we've got a crew in here. Taz, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Be listening, but your eyes are blurred. Loves and hugs. Well, good thing is I am still working on getting the whole video rendered. So with some updates to the audio, but we're gonna play through some of this in the meantime while it's doing that. Hopefully by the time that we get a little bit later on, it'll be done rendered. I can upload it onto the YouTubes so I can pull it off of there, and then I don't have to sit here like this in the very far corner while this thing is playing. So here we go. Let's do this thing and get it going just for the fun of it. Oh boy, this is a crazy one today too. It is going to be just one of the most insane things that you've seen in quite some time. And it says, there we go. Explicit images. Viewers discretion advised. Ah, boy. It'll take me a little bit, and I will be skipping across some of this. Some of the pleadings in the morning are pretty important. So just bear with me while we get this stuff queued up. Thought I had it queued up here. Lots of yammering and talking.
Ma'am, good morning. Can you state your full name and date of birth for the record? A dark blue while the jury panel enters and exits. My understanding is that our panel is here this morning. State, do we have any housekeeping matters we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
Yes, sir.
I love
Three
it.
discovery issues, and then I filed a motion late last night requesting an in-camera inquiry into a potential conflict of interest. I copied your JA.
I did review the motion.
The three discovery issues are these. One, on October 5th or October 4th, I believe the defense was provided with the body-worn camera 911 calls from the prior incidents, and there was a request made to tell us what, if anything, should be redacted from their point of view so that we could either reach an agreement or use the court's resources to decide any conflicts in those issues. Yesterday morning was the first actual response I got from the defense team, and it was incomplete.
Have y'all taken your
About 3 of the
BP
5
meds yet?
I do believe, of the redactions, and we are getting those taken care of. But obviously, just like connecting to the court screen, it takes time, and I'm not the person that's going to be doing it. Somebody else in the office has to do it. The third incident, I think we're still not on the same page as what the state's planning on introduce. So I resent the email with the screenshots of what files the state planned on
Thank you, Puddleton.
introducing again this morning.
Good to see you, Sir Frank Otter.
I have not heard anything
Good
yet.
for the wife.
from,
That's the
defense
way to
team
go.
about the fourth and fifth incident. I was told
It's a
that
good thing to
Beck
do.
was going to handle it. It is now Tuesday, day 7 of trial, and he has not handled it. The second discovery issue is Friday, I was given a hard copy of the 119 pages of the second copy of the Winter Park Advent Health
On
records.
10/18, October 18th, that would have been the preceding Friday.
I was given the hard copy after court at about 5:30, 5:45. I emailed the PDF of those records back to the defense as they requested. I put Bates numbers on them. I understand from court what pages they indicated that they want to use and what pages the court indicated should be included.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. All right. More shenanigans they're playing.
Wyatt was unseen.
Oh, yeah. She's... Officer Hottie is coming up. Here we go. Got to listen to some Officer Hottie. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, Ilka, how you doing? Oh, absolutely. No, I'm not a man. I'm just decent. Little blonde chick has to get her camera time in. You know, that's how she is. And let me come up here and look like I'm doing
We're
something.
going to table that for now and address it potentially this afternoon. State is advised they're ready to proceed. Mr. J shook his head yes. Defense, you ready to proceed? Mr. Owens, you ready to proceed, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Boone, are you still satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
Absolutely.
Are you still on board with the strategy that they have employed in the use of your defense?
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring in our panel.
Ah, the blonde. Oh, it gets better later. We're just swimming through a little bit of this stuff here. Oh, and speaking of swimming, I think I need something to get you ladies just all swimming and just wet as all can get out will be, and I think I have just the thing for you.
The one with the black hair, is your name Emerson? Oh, that's weird. It's Emerson big old titties, you know what I'm saying?
Welcome, brother.
The second one's definitely more appropriate.
How you doing, brother?
I always feel uncomfortable with the Kermit one. That's part of my childhood, Shizzy. Come on, man. It's just wrong.
Oh, this is one of my favorites, though, right here. If you have never seen this one is one of my favorites right here.
Hello.
Want to have a little fun?
Who is this?
Tell me your name and I'll tell you mine.
I don't think so.
What's that noise?
Oops. I farted. I didn't think you would hear me.
Do you like scary movies? Hey, you have a nice voice. You never did tell me your name. Nice breath.
Look, what do you want?
I want to see what your insides look like.
Well, then turn to page 54.
Hey, nice.
Look, I'm calling the cops.
Go ahead, call the cops.
Stop, you psycho! I can't feel my legs. I think my arm is broken. Sorry.
I love that movie.
That was so much fun. I can't feel my legs.
Can't feel my legs.
Oh, can't feel my legs.
Turn to page 58.
Yeah. Quick, look at page 58. Oh.
Speaking of nut jobs.
Ah, yes, I'm here. Good to see you, brother. Are you ready for nut job?
Oh, yeah. I'm ready for this. I haven't seen most of it, so I'm interested.
Yeah. And I'll be skipping over some of it because I've seen a little bit of it, and there's a lot of gaps in there. So stuff that isn't necessary, like whenever they're entering evidence and stuff like that, I'm not really worried about.
Yeah, nobody cares.
Yeah. Just like that. It's just he gets hit by CW.
Right. I made the comment today. I thought she looked like Rachel Maddow, but worse.
more like Rosie O'Donnell. You seen what she looks like lately?
I don't want to know. She's already gross.
Well, she got worse.
Hey, Roxanne.
Almost. Good to see you. We usually pick up more people as this goes.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Who the hell she
Everyone,
keeps
good to see you.
smiling
Thank
at?
you. Members of our jury, good morning. Welcome back to 12 Alpha of the Orange County Courthouse. Thank you again for your time, your attention, and your sacrifice in this matter. Just by a show of hands, if you could confer that you complied with the court's instructions last night. The record will reflect all juror members have raised their hands. State, if you could please recall Detective Koepsell.
State would call Detective Koepsell.
Probably someone's sitting there. Oh, you know what? I forgot to do.
What?
Let's see. Edit layout. Like people can hear you, but they can't see you.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna let you fix that.
Camera slot.
Ma'am, good morning again. Could you state and spell your name for the record?
Jew.
Now,
My name is
don't get me
Chelsea
wrong.
Koepsell,
She's
C-H-E-L-S-E-Y,
cute. She's not hot.
K-O-P-S-E-L.
Mr.
I
Castro,
mean-
you may proceed.
Your Honor, we attended the witness to the defense.
She's
Okay, thank
hot
you.
enough.
Mr. Henderson, you may proceed with any cross-examination.
Yeah, all right.
There we go.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Yay, I'm back.
Now, it's my understanding
Yay.
that on February 24th of 2020, you responded to this crime scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you the first officer to respond to the crime scene?
No.
So there were other officers who were there prior to you arriving. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you the first detective to respond to the crime scene?
Myself and my partner, we all arrived at the same time because we left from the same location at the same time.
Okay, and who is your partner then?
I think she
Detective
wore
Scott
braces at one time.
And throughout the whole time, you and Detective
Yeah.
Owen worked on this case together.
I could
is
see
correct?
that. The way the lips
he
pop
assisted me
out.
with this case.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, when you arrived on the
Damn
24th,
things hurt, man. I had them.
Approximately how many other officers?
I had Invisalign.
Including like deputy sheriffs, like in uniform?
I actually did both.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Approximately 4, maybe, I would assume.
Had it been designated a crime scene at that time, and had tape or security measures been taken?
Hey,
to
Christine.
protect the scene?
Yes, they have.
So that had already
Hey,
been done
Tammy.
She has a
by the time
pulse.
you arrived, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. That's
Now-
Shizzy's qualifications.
In the investigation,
Oh, yeah.
one of your, or what you're trying to accomplish in the investigation is basically get a basics of what took place. Would you agree with me there?
Yeah,
Yes,
sounds like James
You can do
Carville.
that one or two ways, or a combination of ways. One is to take testimony of potential witnesses.
That's the
Yes, it is.
black guy.
On this day, did you in fact do that?
One
Yes, I
shiny head.
And one of those potential witnesses was Sarah Boone, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
And you took a statement from Sarah Boone because we've all seen it, is that correct?
Yes, we have.
And at that
'Cause
point in
we've all seen
time,
it. No shit.
Ms. Boone did not
Yeah.
have to talk to you if she didn't want to, did she?
No, she did not.
So she agreed to talk to you at that point in time?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Were there any other witnesses besides Ms. Boone that you talked to on this initial date of the 24th?
Just Brian Boone.
And Mr. Boone told you what, you had a chance to talk to him, he told you his involvement, is that correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, wasn't Mr. Boone's testimony, was that recorded too?
I conducted an audio recording, yes.
Okay. Is that standard procedure when you do your interviews to try to record the interviews?
Yes.
What's the benefit of that?
So I know what was said.
Okay. So, and something goes on for a long time, you can refer back to it, is that correct?
I mean, it's just common sense. Most of these
Look,
questions.
I get it.
and
You're
answers.
trying to get it on the record,
That's
but
part of
some
talking
of
to
this stuff
witnesses
is
or potential
dumb.
witnesses. Okay. Also, your job too to identify potential physical
I need a good
evidence.
artist that can
Yes, it
draw
is.
really
And in
fast.
fact, on the 24th, did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Baker's asleep.
Did you have anyone assisting you?
No,
in
I mean, I
doing
need-
that aspect of it.
I need good
Yes,
quality
crime scene
artists,
investigators and digital
like
forensics.
cartoon artist.
All right,
What are you
and
saying?
was,
Baker's not a good cartoon
Miss
artist?
Melissa
Come on, man.
Rothengard?
Not for what I want to do,
Oh,
and it has to do with Sarah Boone's. Whenever she takes the stand. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's I really need a good I mean it's got to be like super perfect, super fast, and like on the fly where I can pretty much have these images up that I want. And I tried getting AI to do it, and AI is a freaking idiot because
Nah.
I'm just like, nope, you're not doing what I need. What I need is this, and this, drawn just like this, and this. What do I want? Oh my God. Whenever we get to that's the
Okay.
thing. It's insane. Whenever we get there, I'll explain what I'm looking for.
Okay.
And
Okay.
it's because it's going to be the yeah, you'll understand.
That's how to pronounce it for me.
Rough Garden.
Rothgard. Okay, thank you. Did she
gonna
help
be
you in that
funny.
area?
She was the lead crime scene investigator, yes.
Okay. So were y'all walking around together? Give the jury an idea of how that process takes place, please.
Well, I kick him in the nuts a couple of
So
times.
yes, when I initially arrived on
He stops
scene,
breathing.
I
Oh.
introduced myself to Sarah Boone
Talking about my
and
sex
explained that I
life.
wished to go inside her residence, which she gave me consent to go in and look around. I went in, looked around, and then when my CSIs arrived, they would go in, take pictures, and then I kind of leave them to do what they need to do as far as taking pictures and documenting things and measurements. And then that's when I conducted my interviews. And then I would meet back up with my crime scene investigator after interviews were conducted.
my favorite thing to do
kind
with
of follow
her,
up with like things that
right
I was
here.
told that would help us like identify things
Oh,
from the
God.
scene.
yes, yes.
And so, I mean, there was like multiple occasions where I would have met with my crime scene investigator inside the residence.
So this is an ongoing process. Doing that.
In your banner, you probably
You
should have
consult with them.
included
They have
explicit
a-
language
consult
because I'm
with you.
sure
You're making
it'll
a
come from one of
determination
us.
what potential physical
Oh, it will.
evidence that y'all at least like to document by camera, correct?
Trust me.
Pictures.
It's
Or
got-
actually collect and take away. Is that correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
All right. In that case, the suitcase was some evidence that y'all agreed on that we need to take this suitcase from the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. How about the baseball bat? Was that done that day?
Well, it had a
The
first.
baseball
name.
bat was collected, yes.
All right. In your viewing of the suitcase, did you see this either suitcase while it was unseen?
Yes, I did.
All right. Did you notice that if there was any items, other independent loose items in the suitcase,
There were, yes.
were those items collected?
Some of them were, yes.
Who made the determination what items of that suitcase would be taken or collected and what would not be collected?
I would say that I have the final say on what is to be collected or not collected, but we do discuss it together to make that determination for me to give the final yes or no.
Do you recall which items you decided to collect from the suitcase?
Do you have the property form that I can refer to?
No, I'll try to find it.
I know some of them, but
There you go. How's that?
Yes, there you go. Much better. Much more accurate. Dirty words, general malfeasance.
Ma'am, I don't have it, but to the best of your memory, can you tell? And I would understand there would be some stuff that if you had a property report to refresh your memory, you can give me more detail.
Yes, to my understanding and to my recollection, we collected things that had blood left over on it. I want to say there was like a necktie potentially. I do recall there being a small amount of clothing and miscellaneous paperwork, but I do not think that we collected the paperwork. There was also a cell phone in there. It was not, it was dead, the cell phone. And then, like I said, there might be one, I think we collected 5 to 6 items from the suitcase itself, but obviously the property form would tell you specifically, but that is what I recall.
Correct, and I understand that's fair. Okay. So potentially you collect these items because you believe they're evidence for the case potentially, is that correct?
Yes.
And some of
Nah,
these
just
items
like
you
randomly
actually
picking up shit.
collect with the potential that you might need to have them examined in greater detail.
Yes.
I'd be a
And
horrible
also
witness.
that would be
Oh, God, I would too.
If you found blood on something, you might want to potentially examine that, is that correct?
Yes.
And
No, I
also
just
the
wanna
stuff
leave
that
it
you're
there.
learning outside of these items. Also
It's
helps
not
you
important.
make a determination.
It's only a crime scene.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, one more time.
The stuff that you learn,
Oh,
the
that's
information
right.
that you're
Lick your
getting
teeth
or you're
just like
receiving
that.
about what happened at that time will lead you to determine what items might need to be collected and what items might need to be tested. Is
Correct.
that correct?
Yes.
It's like this. One more.
All right. So out of the items that were collected at the house or the apartment, at those items,
This is
was
better.
anything to your
Gotta have
knowledge
the-
sent off for further examination?
Creepy hand.
I believe so, but if it was, there would be, they would be sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for further testing.
Okay. And do you have an independent memory of what items that were collected from the house? that
Hi,
were sent
Taz. Hang
to
in there.
FDLE for further
Oh, yeah.
examination?
I don't
Good
recall
night, Taz.
specifically without looking.
Okay. Now, are you aware at
Cool part
one
is
point in
getting
time,
low.
there were some fingernail clippings or fingernail swabs taken from Miss Sarah Boone? Is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, that was done on her interview date, on the, would it have been the 25th?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
I could make her look like a
That's what we
horse. See?
witnessed in the video.
Yes.
That's what they were looking for. And I'm sure at the autopsy, which you were present at, is that correct?
Yes.
And
These
those.
look like a crack
there were some
whore.
fingertip swabs of George.
Yeah.
Lips are blue.
Familiar with that?
They do swabbing of the hands, to my understanding, and clippings of his nails.
Okay.
Is that her impression of George?
Have an independent memory of the fact that Sarah Boone's fingernail swabs were sent to FDLE.
I would believe so.
Okay. How about the ones from Mr. Torres? Do you have knowledge that those were sent to FDLE for comparison or identification?
Well, they would have come from him, so I'm not sure what we would have compared him to.
Okay. Were they there to see, or at least they're sent there to see if they can extract DNA?
Oh, okay. Yes. I mean, I'm not sure if they did that testing for his nails clipping specifically, but it would be in the report.
It's Stacy.
Who would make the decision about sending his,
Hey,
his
Stacy.
finger swabs to FDLE for comparison or evaluation?
I would request it from, or I would request it to the crime scene investigator, and she would.
So it's really cool so you can do
like
stuff
author
like this.
I guess like procedure for them to do so.
Okay. And then as to Sarah Boone's swabbings,
It's like that.
who
It's like
requested
a
that
warning.
those be sent to FDLE
Yes.
for evaluation?
Again, I would assume that I would have done that. I would have requested the CSI to do that.
Are you aware of the results from those evaluations? I'm not asking you for the results, just if you're aware of the results.
I believe I'm aware, but would love to see a report for.
I believe I'm
specifically answer.
aware.
Yes, I'm not going to ask you a specific question.
Sound like a question.
Yeah.
But basically, you're aware that it was done, the procedure was done.
Yes.
The analysis was done. Okay. Now, ma'am, so you're through the first day. Then we get to the second day, which would have been, I believe, the 25th of February, is that correct?
Yes.
And on the 25th of February, was Mr. Torres' autopsy done at that time?
Yes, it was.
Were you present during the autopsy?
Yes, I was.
And did you communicate?
know they
Watched him
always
while
at that time?
we were
Yes, I
watching
did.
him while they split him open and
one
took pictures of his insides.
I know they always
Is that
want you to,
where
like,
you
address the jury,
found out
but
through
for
the medical
crying out loud,
examination,
then turn the seat
examiner
that way.
At the autopsy that there was blunt force trauma injuries.
Yes, that is where I learned more about his injuries.
Now, initially, when you were on the scene on the 24th, did you view Mr. Torres's body?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice in and of yourself on your own something that caused you concern that there might be blunt force trauma injuries?
Yeah, he was dead.
Yes, I noticed injuries.
I had a hunch.
Hunch.
Okay. So after the autopsy, you had additional information, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, there was an interview, well, I don't know if it was an interview, there was a meeting set up for Sarah
There's
Boone,
an
is that
interview. I don't know if I should
correct?
say
On
that.
the 25th? Is
Yeah.
that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me how that meeting was arranged or how that meeting was set up, please?
So either before I left the scene, the night of the incident, I obviously met with Sarah and told her that we were leaving. We had to go make next of kin notification, and I would have either at that time said I would like to meet tomorrow and arranged it then, at least to like let her know that I would like to meet after the autopsy, and then obviously from watching the video towards the end, she said something about like recalling a conversation that we had, like calling me. So there may have been a phone conversation that occurred later that evening where I either would have confirmed the time or told her the time then. I just don't have that like on an audio.
Oh, yeah.
But
That's
I
the
know it
fun
either
part.
took place before I left the scene because I obviously would have, said my goodbyes and told her, hey, we're leaving. We're going to make next of kin notification. She was very concerned
one's
about
gonna
that.
get
So
me
I
a
would want her
cigar.
to know that we were doing that. So it either
Sit
took place
up by the
then or it
fire
took place
pit.
on that phone conversation
Yeah,
that we had.
yeah.
All right. The day prior to that, on the 24th, ma'am, you
Oh,
received-
that was perfect. I should pause that and get that image.
Audio.
Here it
But I know
comes.
it either took place before I left the scene because I obviously would have, said my goodbyes and told her, hey, we're leaving. We're going to make next of kin notification. She was very concerned about that. So I would want her to know that we were doing that. So it either took place then or it took place on that phone conversation that we had.
I am so bad. I could do this all night. I had to. I saw that and I was like, yeah,
Kids,
that one's
here's
mine.
the reason not to commit crimes, because if you go on trial and Shizzy covers your trial, he's gonna do this to you. Don't do
totally will.
drugs, kids. Don't do drugs.
Don't do drugs. Don't do drugs. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I am so bad. I couldn't help it, though, because I'm just like, here we go. Save that one there. There's one more.
All right.
Oh, she
I
went
missed
all the
it.
way across.
Prior to that, on the 24th,
I know. It's just like, I'm not doing it. Naughty boys.
All right.
you received Sarah Boone's phone. Is that
And pushing for that one.
Yes, that one was on the scene.
correct? And, when you received that phone, Sarah Boone had given you that phone. Is that correct?
No, she was not allowed in the apartment to give me the phone.
I'm sorry. Did she give you permission to take the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Is that correct?
Yes, I was given permission to go through her phone, yes.
Because at that time, you hadn't applied for any type of search warrant to get or search the phone. Is that correct?
No, it was based off of consent.
Okay. So she had consented to you for you to have her phone. Is
Yes,
that correct?
This
She also
is like, oh,
provided you the
jeez.
code to get in the phone. Is that correct?
yes,
So at this point in time, Ms. Boone is cooperating with you, isn't that correct?
yes.
Now, ma'am, do you recall telling her, Ms. Boone, that she could get her phone back the next day?
I don't recall specifically telling her when she would be able to get her phone back, but I did say something along the lines of we were now going to be taking the phone. I obviously had digital come out or consent to go through her phone. There was evidence on her phone that I needed to be downloaded. And at the time, I was willing to give back her phone before going through it. And then once we had gone through it and those videos were found, I felt like this was very different. And it changed my perspective on consent. And I
bet she
decided
was.
at that time that it was best to write a search warrant.
Good to
So
see
consent
JC.
couldn't be, basically, like, I knew I was going to take her phone. So consent has to be basically given to me throughout the entire period. So she would have had no way to contact me to tell me she no longer consented. So therefore, because there was evidence on the phone, I took the phone. Basically, I potentially told her, maybe we didn't get a full download. I may have said something along the lines of that. As far as me taking the phone, and then
She probably.
I
could
wrote a
have
search
been.
warrant. I
Yeah.
either started writing the search warrant the night of, but it wasn't signed until, I didn't submit it until the next day. And then it was signed the next day, on the 25th.
So basically, what you're telling us is that she could have withdrawn her consent at any time prior to the
Yep.
search warrant being received. Is that correct?
Well, while I was on scene, but at the end of the day, there was evidence on the phone, so I knew I could I knew I could get a search warrant to go through the phone based off there being evidence. Like the 911 calls, and her explaining to me that they had spoken to family members,
Please silence your cell phones.
since they had explained to me that they spoke with family members
like
the
I
night
just got
prior.
busted.
So I wanted to obviously corroborate her statement. So I knew that I would be able to get into the phone through a search warrant. But yeah, she could have not consented, and she could have not signed the paper consenting while we were on scene.
Okay, we
But
get it. She
before you left
cooperated.
scene,
Let's move on.
You knew
Yeah.
that Sarah Boone was not going to get that phone back. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So when Sarah Boone
Oh, yeah.
called you the next day, asking you about bringing her phone back, did you just tell her, Ms. Boone, you're not getting your phone back?
There was not a conversation about her not getting her phone back. She may have inquired about her phone, and I would have explained that we will talk about it when we meet that afternoon.
Okay. So, did you reach out to Ms. Boone that next day, or did Ms. Boone reach out to you?
I don't recall a specific, if she reached out to me the night of the 24th or before the interview on the 25th. I don't have my call records for that. I'm just basing it off of the interview where she had basically said that, yeah, I have your business card and I can contact you like I did. So my assumption would be that we did have some sort of conversation either the night of the 24th or before the interview on the 25th.
Tammy, I can answer your question.
On the,
Because the whole purpose of having these witnesses and and showing testimony and everything is you're trying to convince the jury. That's your audience. Those are the most important people in the room are those 12 jurors. So that's why they want people to talk to the jury. Now, why in the hell they don't face a chair that way, I have no idea. But
There it is. Beautiful. Got it.
she does need to wax around her mouth. I agree, JC.
Yeah. She's got that rusty bitch face right now.
Little bit of growth. Little bit of growth.
Yeah, just a little bit. But hey, it's okay. It's okay. We'll forgive her, For now.
For now.
Till later.
the 25th, did you make arrangements with Sarah Boone to meet with her on the 25th?
Why the hell was I not subscribed to?
So I either made arrangements on the 24th with her before leaving the scene, and I would have told her I would like to meet with you the next day.
bastard.
Or I said,
And
I may
the link that you gave is not caliber and character.
It's not? Because that's exactly
No.
where I got it from.
No, that was yours altogether. I believe maybe. In a new tab. Let me see.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. All
Yeah.
right.
I'm
I
like,
wasn't
got it.
subscribed to you personally.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why that is. But
That's weird.
hold on, we fixed
Just
it.
one
have
of those
given her a
things.
specific time at that moment, or when we spoke later that evening on the phone, I may have confirmed the time or given her a time then. But she definitely knew that we were meeting at 3 p.m. on the 25th at Orange County Sheriff's Office Central Operations.
And ma'am, you just don't remember at what point in time you were set up this meeting with her. Is that correct?
It's one or the other.
One or the other?
Yes.
Okay. As to it being one or the other, you did you prepared the investigative report in this case, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And in the investigative report, you basically summarized everything that took place on this case, up to a certain point.
No, I just
Yes,
made shit up
it was
as I went along.
As far as evidence, as far as witnesses who were talked to and synopsis of what they said to you at that time, is that correct?
Yes, things that I did specifically. It was a summary of that.
I found your investigative report to be in great detail because it helped me track this case from basically beginning to, not to the end, but to the point where the report reached.
Why are you kissing her ass?
And it seems like in your investigative report, you are very thorough.
Because he's going to make up shit.
Is that correct?
I'm a detailed person. Yes, thank you.
Okay. So being the detailed person you are, and absolutely doing your law enforcement training, they tell you, they train you that your report should be very much in detail. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay? Because you might have to refer back to them at a later time. Is that one of the reasons? Is that
Well, that's the
correct?
point.
Yes, and to
dude.
prepare myself for depositions and trials.
Okay, and just to give an accurate picture of what you did and what took place and what people told you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Being as thorough as you are with these contacts with people, I didn't see in the investigative report when the arrangement was made with Sarah Boone to meet you down, and where did y'all meet?
The Orange County Sheriff's Office Central Operations.
All right, to meet you at the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I did not see that in the report. Do you have an explanation why?
It's not typically something I would put in my report.
Okay. Do you remember in having the conversation with Ms. Boone about this meeting that was supposed to take place, that you said that you could not return the phone to her that day because you were not feeling very good? You remember telling her that?
That never happened.
Okay.
Nope, that's wrong. Gotta do
Ma'am.
this. Gotta have the...
Judge, if I could have a moment.
Yes, sir, of course.
Always. This.
Ma'am, during this time frame.
No,
were you
I
present at
think
this
she's
time?
amazed by the questions that are
Yes,
being
I was.
asked. Like, really?
Yeah,
All
that's
right. Well, anyway,
that's
Ms.
all you
Boone,
got for me?
there was a meeting arranged. Is that correct?
For the 25th at 3 p.m., yes.
Yes, and Ms. Boone showed up for that meeting.
She
the
did.
25th.
Yes.
That we saw. Okay. Now, ma'am, I'd like to talk to you about some other investigation.
What, you don't want to talk about this one?
On
Stay on topic.
Another one?
Stay on topic.
other witnesses that you took their testimony or statements.
Yes.
or statements that
There
you
was other witnesses,
Okay.
In the same
Remember,
investigation.
Abraham Marino?
hopefully.
Yes.
Okay. Did you take his recorded statement?
Yes, I did.
All right. At the time that you took Mr. Marino's recorded statement, was there anyone else with you?
Swallow those guys.
My partner should have been with me, Detective Scott Lowen.
Excuse me?
My partner should have been with me, Detective Scott Lowen.
Okay.
Got her tongue hanging out.
She keeps moving away from it. It's like she knows, man.
Ma'am,
Yeah,
as
she
to who
knows.
was with you, would it help refresh your memory if you were to see your investigative report as to that interview?
Depends on your
Right,
question.
Object. She hasn't said that she needs any aid in refreshing her memory.
Objection sustained.
I really need to get my drawing pad out. That's what I need.
Detective Scott Lowen with you during that interview.
Is it?
Yes, I believe so.
May we approach?
Yes, sir.
Ah, may I approach? Yes. I want to ask more stupid questions.
Mm-hmm.
Objection's overruled.
that time, you did not tell Ms. Boone, prior to coming down there, that she was going to be arrested. Is that correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. Why did you not tell Ms. Boone that she was going to be arrested?
We planned to meet at 3 p.m. and go over the autopsy and have another interview. So, I mean, I'm not sure why I would tell her that she's going to be arrested. That would potentially cause her to flee.
Yeah,
Not come.
exactly.
And then we have to go find her and make it more difficult for everyone.
Or potentially get an attorney to come with her?
She was read her rights that said that she has a right to an attorney. And if one cannot be provided for her, she will be appointed one.
I understand that. You read her those rights when she got there. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You didn't read those rights to her before she got there, though, did she?
I wasn't in contact with her, physical contact with her.
Okay. So, but you said potentially for fleeing. My question was, potentially she could have got an attorney too to come with her. Is that not correct?
I misunderstood your question. I didn't hear potentially bring an attorney with her, but yes, I guess she potentially brought an attorney with her.
She could have done that in the first
So Ms.
place.
Boone shows up. And,
she'd have kept her damn mouth shut.
You tell her that some things that we need to talk about. Is that correct?
Specific verbiage, I know I said something along the lines of, obviously the autopsy had been conducted, and there were things that we needed to talk about in regards to that.
And prior to discussing it with her and asking her questions, you did read her Miranda warnings. Is that correct?
Prior to, I'm sorry, one more time?
Before you started asking her questions, though, in this interview, before you started asking Ms. Boone's questions, you read her Miranda warnings. Is that correct?
Yes, before I started asking any sort of potentially incriminating questions, she was read her Miranda warnings, yes.
Okay. Ma'am, do you remember, as part of the Miranda warnings that you read to Ms. Boone, did you read her the one that states that if you decide to answer questions but want to stop answering and consult with an attorney, you may do so? Do you independently remember reading Ms. Boone that instruction?
I don't recall that specific, but I do have my Miranda card on me, but I don't recall that that's what that says. But it is on audio and video recording.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good job for her. Guys,
Now, ma'am,
he's trying
at that point in time,
he's trying to get that one question in that he really wants. Oh, you missed part of the question.
Right. He's trying to make it seem as if she wasn't read her Miranda rights when she was.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't you tell her she was being arrested? Because she would have run off.
Ms. Boone wasn't under arrest. Is that correct?
Ms. Boone was not going to be free to leave once she was in my custody.
At that point in time, had you told Ms. Boone that she was not free to leave?
No, I did not.
At that point in time, had you told Ms. Boone that she was under arrest?
I told her at the end of the interview.
Okay, before the interview.
No, I did not tell her before the interview.
Ma'am, why didn't you tell her before the interview?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to ask and answer.
Overruled.
But she wasn't under arrest.
So I have to read her Miranda warnings, and that's what I did. I do not have to tell her that she's under arrest at that time.
No.
Was there a
Doesn't.
reason? Could you have told her that she was under arrest before reading her Miranda warning?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as it calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Oops.
Ma'am, was it a strategic decision not to tell Ms. Boone that she was under arrest prior to reading her those Miranda warnings?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevance.
Approach.
Yeah.
This attorney's about to get his ass handed to him.
Well,
The judge has already warned him on this.
he keeps trying to bait him into, and I get it. That's part of his job, is to try to find any hole that he can in this absolutely hopeless case. I
Well,
get
the
it.
judge
I don't-
already said.
I don't fault him for doing it, but he's an idiot.
But the judge already ruled on this.
Well, you could.
And he's going to say
People,
it.
people rephrase the question all the time, and the judge lets it slide. So,
Mm-hmm.
bottom line, did you bait and switch her? That's what he's trying to get at.
Yep. He did. She didn't.
No, because she's perfectly within their rights to not tell them until they get there. Oh, by the way, you're under arrest. Because like I said, she could have brought an attorney with her. She could have been not so free with all the information she gave the cops. Because, as we find out, she's pretty narcissistic.
Yeah. Pretty? A lot.
I'm being gentle.
Similar instruction that I've given to you over the last couple of days. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or anyone else. And do not conduct any independent research or investigation as to the person.
Hell, they go on lunch?
State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Appearances for the state.
No. Morning break.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone. Tony Henderson.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Now they're going to have a talk.
Do we have any motions?
Why don't
You
we
may proceed.
keep having to reintroduce
Yes, sir.
everybody after every damn break?
Yeah, at this time, the defense would move for a judgment acquittal. I'm going to start with just a real quick couple of comments, Your Honor. We know that JOA motions have become essentially pro forma, which may be why I've been assigned this responsibility today. But in this instance, I want to make an argument that I think has some merit.
Sure you
They're
do.
paying close attention to the testimony in this case. And I want to point a couple
Basically, I'm
things
not
out.
that good of an
First of all, we
attorney.
know that the court has essentially has assumed the role and is assigned the role of becoming a gatekeeper in this matter. We know from the testimony that's been presented in this matter that not only did law enforcement, but also the Office of the State Attorney had knowledge of these parties prior to the event having occurred. And despite that, the state has proceeded with this prosecution based upon criminal information as opposed to having taken it to the grand jury. That kind of places the court in a special position to evaluate the nature of the evidence that's been presented. I want to focus on the second-degree murder allegation. And one thing that occurred to me while watching the evidence as it was presented, watching videos, particularly the interrogation, was part of the dialogue between Ms. Boone as well as Detective Scott Lowen at the end of the interrogation. And I'm going to paraphrase. I apologize. I should
Where he
have
said nothing?
written this down verbatim. I did not. But
Let her do all the talking.
she's advised that she is being placed under arrest.
Yes.
To that effect, and her response is, "Why are you doing this?" The detective's response to Ms. Boone is, "Because George is dead."
I'm sorry.
Because George is dead. That's not enough.
They did.
It's not enough to support a second-degree murder prosecution, conviction, or should it even be enough to allow this matter to go to the jury? Now,
yeah.
there are three elements of the second-degree murder information. The first is that the victim is dead, that Mr. Torres is dead. We stipulated to his identity. There has been no argument to the fact or the idea that he died in this incident. However, the state also has to show that it was caused by a criminal act and that the act was imminently dangerous and demonstrated a depraved mind. Now,
Well,
the fact that it was imminently dangerous, I think, is belied by the fact that Jorge Torres voluntarily entered the suitcase, albeit under the influence of alcohol. But the perception of dangerousness that's attributable to the victim, apparently he did not perceive it to be a dangerous or imminently dangerous situation in having entered the suitcase, possibly because of the influence of alcohol on his capacity to make decisions, should necessarily be attributed to the defendant as well. But I also want to
Those are
focus
facts,
on the
not in
depravity
detail.
issue, which the state must prove, and
Facts, not in
pursuant to
evidence.
the jury instruction in this matter, depravity is is made the equivalent of ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent.
That
And that's
sounds
not
like
enough.
she had all of that.
Not only does the state have to show depravity, but it has to show, because it's in the conjunctive,
have
that the
the
act
video.
demonstrates an indifference to human life. The state has presented testimony, an argument in this matter, not argument, but testimony that in fact George Torres was suffering. Suffering does not equal hatred. It does not equal ill will.
It does.
Even if there
What do
was
you
established
call it?
negligence,
You ever been waterboarded?
we know that suffering is something that the courts have been very, very cognizant of and very sensitive to. We know it from the field of capital punishment and incarceration. The
Having a
idea
hard
of
time with your
suffering
words?
is not in
dude,
and
get
of
to the
itself
point.
homicidal, nor should it support the idea that there was indifference to the life of George Torres by Sarah Boone.
There was.
Was she angry? There's
Yes.
clear evidence that she was angry. But that's not hatred.
Did she
And
hit him
that's
with
the
a
element
baseball
that has to be
bat?
proven here.
Yes.
And I don't think that there was a prima facie case that in fact she demonstrated hatred.
Bullshit.
So much as she demonstrated anger. Doesn't establish a prima facie case of second-degree murder. It's for those reasons, Your Honor, that I think that this matter should be, the motion for JOA as to second-degree murder should be granted, and this matter should be allowed to proceed solely on a manslaughter charge, because in fact, they have not established prima facie elements as required by law.
Well, unfortunately,
Response.
JC, that's not a crime.
Standard at this time is just a prima facie case, whether any trier of fact, in taking all the facts in the light most favorable to the state and the inferences drawn from them, establish the elements of the crime. There are 3 elements to this crime. George Torres is dead has been established by a prima facie case. The death was caused by the criminal act of Sarah Boone that has been established. There was an unlawful killing of George Torres by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another. It's not Ms. Boone's subjective statements on February 25th. I had no idea you could die from being zipped into a suitcase for 13, 15 minutes before she goes to bed. 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. We heard what she said. The 2-minute video starting at 11:12 p.m., 45 seconds, will be linked in Merriam-Webster's digital dictionary for the definition of depraved mind. Fuck you.
Pretty much.
I don't care. Laughing is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. Sarah, that's my name, don't wear it out. Judge, there's no question that a prima facie case has been laid. In addition to the 2-minute video and then the 22-second video 11 minutes later, we also have the defendant's inconsistent statements that she has made in regards to these events, and therefore we have that factual issue for the jury to decide. She made statements on the 911 call and to law enforcement both on the 24th and 25th that I have no idea what happened.
Well, the rest of it was just storage. It was within the first 13 to 15 minutes he was dead.
Yeah.
But by the time by the time her eyes closed and she went to sleep, he was no longer alive.
Because here's the thing. They could make that case if there wasn't that recording.
Yep.
They could absolutely make that case if there wasn't that recording. But it does exist. And all the stuff that she said exists.
Yep. Makes it all the more relevant.
So when you're blackout drunk, turn your phones off, kids.
Or just don't climb into a suitcase.
Well, that too.
I just went to sleep. Everything was good. And then when confronted with her video on the 25th, we see that there are 2 distinctly different sets of statements that were made. So this is sufficient at this stage in time for a jury question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other additional argument, Mr. Beck? No. Thank you. Thank you both for your arguments. The court, in viewing the light most favorable to the state, the court finds that the state has presented competent but rebuttal evidence to establish each of the elements of the charge contained in the information to the required level of the prima facie showing. As such, the defense's motion for a judgment of acquittal is denied. Defense, do you intend on putting on a case?
Yes.
Ms. Boone, I have a couple of questions to go over with you.
Judge, if I may.
Yes, sir.
In a normal criminal trial, my
Well, this is normal.
position has always been to put on the defendant last. Call whatever witnesses, put on evidence, photographs, and then the client would be the last person to testify. Because of the nature of this charge and our defense, self-defense and that of spouse, we understand that we have to put on her first, Sarah first, and the court to then consider whether or not we established enough evidence for self-defense instruction. So she's going to have to be going first as the witness. I'm going to need a few moments with her based on everything that's going on and based on that denial of that motion for judgment of acquittal to just go through it again because I know you've been asked to colloquy about all that. So I'm going to need a few moments with, I don't know, if it's 10 minutes.
So wait. You mean to tell me the defense wasn't prepared for him to deny the motion? That's pretty much what he just said. It's like, well, in light of the fact that the motion was denied, we need time to be able to set everything up and do this, that, and the other. It's like you didn't consider that as a possibility?
Well, they did. Trust me. It's a delay.
Well, if I was a judge, I'd be like, "Yeah, too bad."
Sure, I'll give you that opportunity, but before you do that, ma'am, I don't want to go into any specifics of any conversations that you've had with any of your attorneys in this case. Mr. Owens has identified for the court his normal practice of calling a defendant last in a criminal case. In this case, he has advised that he wants to call you first. Without going into any discussions of any strategy that you've had with your attorneys, do you understand the strategy that Mr. Owens and your team will be utilizing in your defense?
Yes.
And are you in agreement with that strategy?
Yes.
All right. Counselor, you can have that opportunity to speak to her. The court will remain here. I don't know if they can, Officer Jones, can we let them back to have that conversation? Okay. All right. You can go back and have that conversation. The court will remain here. We'll be in a short recess for approximately 10 minutes. Thank you.
But it's just kind of like they're like, well, now we got to come up with something new. That's the way they
Do you
act.
understand that attorneys can make most of the decisions?
Here we go.
Well, that's true, Stacy. He is the ninth attorney.
Yeah.
We're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State appearances for the record.
Dave Fisher on behalf of the state, William J. for the state.
Defense?
So unnecessary.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same black blazer and dark blue blouse from this morning. She is in custody, however, not wearing any restraints, so she'll be able to
I think he's doing
stand
that for
when our
his
jury enters,
students.
and if she is called to testify in this matter, she will be able to walk to the witness stand. Ms. Boone, I have a couple of questions to go over with you. Similarly to our conversations earlier today, I don't want to know about any of the substance of any conversations you've had with your attorneys, just whether or not you've had certain conversations. So far, you've been present throughout the entire trial process. You've been seated at counsel's table. You've had the opportunity to observe the evidence presented by the state, as well as the direct and cross-examination of the state's witnesses. Are you satisfied with your attorney up and until this point?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you some questions again about specific conferences and conversations you had with your attorneys. I don't want to know those specifics, just whether or not those things have been had. Have you had the opportunity to discuss with your attorneys whether or not you would like to testify as a witness in this case?
Yes.
Do you need any additional time to discuss that matter with your attorneys?
No.
Have your attorneys discussed with you the potential benefits and potential harms of testifying as a witness in this case?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with the advice from your counsels?
Yes.
Do you understand that attorneys can make most of the decisions about trial strategy? They cannot determine whether or not a defendant testifies or not. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Not even the court can interfere with the defendant's right to make that decision. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that it is your decision and your decision alone?
Yes.
While counsel can give you advice on whether or not it would be wise for you to testify in this case, do you understand that you can ignore counsel's advice because the final decision is yours?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you hear me explain to the jury at the beginning of the trial how the right to remain silent is absolute, and the fact that a defendant did not testify cannot be considered as evidence of guilt or influence their verdict in any way? Before a jury begins its deliberations, the court will read another jury instruction if you decide not to testify. This instruction orders the jury not to consider your silence as evidence of guilt or to consider your decision at all. Would you like me to read that instruction for you at this time?
Yes.
It is instruction 3.9a, entitled Defendant Not Testifying. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by her decision. No juror should ever be concerned that a defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Do you have any questions about this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you choose to testify, you are waiving your right to remain silent?
Yes.
That means once you begin to answer questions, you have to answer all questions unless I instruct you not to answer a question. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You cannot pick and choose which questions you want to answer and not answer. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do Do you understand that if you refuse to answer any questions, the court can impose sanctions, such as holding you in contempt, striking your entire testimony, and instructing the jury not to consider any of your testimony? Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you choose to testify, you will also be subject to cross-examination and impeachment. That means the state could ask you about any prior felony convictions or convictions for crimes of dishonesty if you have any such convictions.
Oops.
If you have any such convictions, the questions will be limited to whether you have such convictions and the number of same. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Are you aware if you have any such convictions?
Yes.
State? Are you aware of any felony convictions or convictions for crimes of dishonesty?
No, I believe she's answering in affirmative. She's aware that she doesn't.
Okay, so you have no such convictions. Okay, thank you for that clarifications, ma'am.
Well,
As there are no convictions, and that number is
I'm
not
with him on
disputed,
that
the state will not be permitted to inquire into those
Well,
matters.
there's always a first for
Have
everything.
you had enough time to discuss your decision to testify or not testify with your attorneys?
Yes.
Again, do you need
oh
any
yeah, if
additional time?
anybody's drinking, go ahead and go
Has
get it
anyone
now
forced
before
you,
she gets on
threatened
the
you
stand.
to get you to testify or not
Oh, yeah.
testify in this case?
No.
Thank you,
Has
sir.
anyone made any promises to you to get you to testify or not testify in this case?
No.
Yes.
Are you satisfied with your counsel's advice so far in this case?
Yes.
Are you making this decision freely and
Nope.
voluntarily?
Judge is doing exactly what he does.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to testify in this case?
Yeah, that's part of his job.
Would you like to testify or not testify as a witness in this case?
Testify.
Okay. And ma'am, similarly,
Anybody stood
after
here
you've had
like
the
this?
opportunity to converse with your lawyers again, I want to
Actually,
confirm that
he's
you're on
more
board with the strategy
thorough
that
than
they've
some of
utilized
the
in your
other
defense in
judges
this
I've
case,
seen.
Yes, I
Yeah.
know.
including calling you first.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I
How-
want to
how
remind
does
you,
this
ma'am, that you
look?
can change your mind. You just have to let your lawyers know before the jury comes back in. Do you understand?
Yes.
State, anything else we need to address?
Just that the law
Or is it more
states
like
that there
this?
should be testimony from the
What?
defendant
I don't see it.
over act that particular
Sitting where the judge is.
reputation evidence, prior instances of
Oh,
violence.
well, you're in the way.
Holland case speaks for itself.
I know.
Anything further?
I do want to talk about that, but as it relates
No.
to.
Like you're the judge.
Remain silent or testify, I have nothing about that.
Okay, then what do we need to address with regard to Holland?
Well, I've got three issues. One is Holland. The other is, I've got these gloves. My client and I would like to take a few moments to look at the suitcase and to look at the bag. And then
Oh,
the third
God.
is,
Shouldn't you have already
the
done
state
that?
filed that motion.
It's part of discovery.
Hearing, I don't know, maybe we need to hear that before she testifies?
Court's not going to address that at this time.
Okay.
We'll address that later in the proceedings.
So the two things, number one, of course, I've got a lot of photographs about the prior violence that George.
Hey, you don't know how to use a microphone because you're an
committed
idiot.
on Sarah Boone, and there's a dispute about whether or not I have to establish an overt act that she responded
There's
to.
no
that she
dispute.
considered an imminent threat, and that she took evidence, or she took action to either block or physically restrain George Torres from committing an act of violence on her. But Judge, if you'll remember, during the 2-hour interrogation, the officers make mention that they are aware of the prior incidences of violence. So I believe the door has been open, that I can go into that based on those statements by the two detectives. If you remember, they introduced this 2-hour video. She says, he comes at me all the time. I think eventually Sarah Boone realized that they had her phone and they were going to see pictures, they were going to see videotapes of evidence that George Torres committed acts of violence on Sarah Boone. I think at that point she changed her tone about George. She was trying to protect George, but then she realized she would have to disclose some of the acts that had been committed on her by George Torres. And so she did talk about him coming at me, and we've had
Oh, I like this.
issues before. And the officers
Be cool.
gave, I can't remember exactly what they said, but yeah, we're well aware of, I don't know if they said the prior acts, or we're aware of the domestic violence, whatever the case may be. I submit that opens the door. That was during their case in chief. They chose to play that entire video. And so I think I can talk about the prior bad acts before the event in question chronologically. And of course, I've got a bunch of photographs that go into physical evidence of her injuries as a result of George's violence.
Response, if any.
Judge, we're asking for the court to maintain its ruling. We already read an instruction that the police are allowed to tell her things to try and get reactions from her. She affirmatively denied there was an overt act that night to the police. And the court, in its ruling pre-trial, trying to get some guidance on this, reviewed Ms. Boone's most recent statements on the matter, and there is no overt act thus testified to. So we are
Not enough space. I was going to put in judge not effing around.
her team in any way to establish an overt act on February 23rd, 2020 before we go into
Hey, Hal.
patient evidence, prior instances of violence, or matters of substantive evidence.
Hey,
Any
Hal,
further
what's up,
argument, Mr.
man?
Owens? All right. I don't find that the officer's statements are character evidence, and you're looking for specific instances of conduct. which are going to be utilized for those specific purposes for reputation or violence to establish the fear component that the case law speaks about. Florida Supreme Court decision in Holland is clear that that overt act needs to be established before any of that evidence is submitted. I don't find that it's an opening of the door, and I'm going to rely on what the Florida Supreme Court has told us to do.
Judge, I've got to get the clerk to mark some photographs, and then my client and I need to take that suitcase out of that box and inspect it, play with the zipper a little bit, and then also take that bat out of that paper bag and inspect it.
Again, why wasn't this done prior to the trial?
I'm just confused why we haven't utilized the nearly half an hour or more that the court has been off the bench to get these photographs marked. The defense team has been on board for quite some time. They did not request a second evidence view. Physical evidence that Ms. Boone already had an opportunity to do while she was pro se. It's 11:25. We need to try the case.
Judge, I think that she had that evidence view, I think, with Billy Lane. I believe that was the day after I filed my notice of appearance, or maybe it was the day I filed my notice of appearance.
Doesn't matter.
I don't remember exactly, but it had already been previously scheduled. I was in Milton, so they went ahead and did it that morning, I believe at the jail. I believe the evidence.
Any particular reason why it hasn't been done in the last 45 minutes?
Because
when I sent my jury out?
I've been meeting with my client about her rights to testify or not, and other related matters. So, in terms of not giving her this evidence,
the judge is like, you're so foolish.
Just discussed.
I've just been busy with my client.
Okay. How much time do you need in order to pre-mark these exhibits and look at the baseball bat and suitcase which have been entered into evidence?
I would think 15 minutes.
15 minutes?
Because it is 11:25.
They got to come up with something.
And I discharged our jury some time ago, and I don't want to be in a position where we have to break in the middle of testimony.
May I suggest that we just take an early lunch?
That's why he did it.
Just take an early lunch. We've got witnesses coming this afternoon anyway. If her testimony
It was all a
ends
delay.
before 5, we've got 1 or 2 witnesses that are here, and then I believe tomorrow.
He's trying to get more of his
we've got
witnesses
Dr.
in.
Brannon is going to be here first thing Wednesday morning, and then I believe Dr. Harper's not going to be here till Thursday morning. So we're going to have a little gap in time unless we've got to put on several officers about prior acts and all that. But I think for purposes of this, Judge, in the abundance of caution, I feel like I need to go over this evidence with my client before she testifies. And I have not had a chance to view that evidence other than seeing it here today. But I think I need to do that with her before she testifies.
Yeah, can the parties approach for a moment?
Well, you've been doing it for the last goddamn month.
Yeah.
Electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this
just go ahead
case
fast
or
forward to
your jury
her
service.
because everything else is just submitting the photos.
Already, the court has ruled there are no new arguments being made.
No, it doesn't. Those photos don't come in until they've provided enough evidence.
Oh, that's
she
right,
has to
that's
say
right.
the magic
Yeah, but
words.
they took forever. To
God, yes, they
submit
did.
those.
I saw that. Was like, you son of a bitches.
I'm like, for crying out loud, couldn't you just say, all right, we're submitting these photos. Can the prosecution, object or not for all these damn photos?
Well, and the reason that he's wasting time is because he's hoping, and that's why that guy was questioning the cop with all those stupid questions.
Yeah, because they're trying. I think he's trying to make the case that either one, that the cops have been biased, or two, there's enough background on Jorge to justify self-defense.
Mm-hmm. Well, one thing he was, like I said, what he was doing with that last detective, why it was just like, what kind of stupid questions you asking me? It was a delay tactic because they knew if they could delay to a certain point,
right?
The judge was call the jury out. Then he'd want to have this communication. He could delay even longer there, knowing right before lunch he pulls this shit, and so the judge is forced to call the jury back in, send them out on lunch break. They get all fat and happy, and then they're not paying any attention to what's going on.
No, because if I'm a
With the
juror,
questions.
after having to wait like 45 minutes or an hour for them to get their shit straight, I'd be pissed.
Mm-hmm. But they wouldn't know it was, you wouldn't know who did it. You would think it was the prosecution doing it.
I wouldn't care. I'd still be pissed.
Well, I think that's why she keeps looking over at somebody that's on the jury.
And smiling.
I think, uh-huh.
It's just creepy.
Yeah.
Exactly what Sarah Boone, the
Chick's
defendant,
a
said to Dr.
psychopath.
Warner on October 2nd.
Yeah.
The court knows exactly what the defendant said to Dr. Harper.
Oh, he
over a
did.
period of a number of months.
He'd already broke for lunch. We were over
No
that.
overt act. The overt act has to be something that is objectively reasonable to cause a reasonable person to believe there's an imminent fear of great bodily harm or death.
Interesting color
Testimony
choice.
is not.
Green shirt.
That's what has occurred. That there's her new testimony is this generalized fear, but you've already read that and you've already ruled on that.
Needs a new
I'll just remind the
jacket,
court
though.
that her previous testimony is it's all fun and games. We're laughing. I zipped the suitcase shut. We're still both laughing. It's funny. And then the decedent says, "I can't breathe." And then she flips a switch, gets angry because it reminds her of all the times before where she is asserting that the decedent made her feel like she couldn't breathe. And then that's when she starts beating and shuffling the suitcase so much that it flips over and hitting him with the bat. We've covered this ground. Aggravated assault, aggravated battery, 2 independent forcible felonies. She's committing false imprisonment. She is the initial aggressor after there being no overt act. She
Yep.
can't start it and then
Bingo.
say, well, I'm in fear of retaliation, because that's what her testimony was, is once I started doing these things, once I wouldn't let him out of the suitcase, I was afraid he would come out and harm me or kill me. Well, Judge, if I pull a gun on you, and I say, give me everything you own on you right now, and then you, in turn, pull a gun on me and say, bam, 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 and shoot and kill me, and I shoot, let me strike that, you pull a gun on me to defend yourself, and then I shoot and kill you, I can't assert self-defense. I can't say, well, Judge Cranick pulled a gun on me and I was in fear of death, because I was the initial aggressor, I was committing a forcible felony. That's the facts of this case here, according to her previous testimony. And the state concedes, if she wants to change her testimony again, that's one thing, and then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But if she testifies as she previously has, the court has already ruled there's no overt act, and you've read the transcripts, you know what she has said.
Judge, she hasn't testified. She hasn't testified. Dr. Harper's testified. Dr. Warner's testified.
They have not testified. They've given depositions.
Well, given depositions, but she hasn't testified about the act in question. She hasn't testified about the event in question. She
She
had
give a deposition
consultations,
then?
and evaluations by Dr. Harper where they had discussions. that Dr.
Well, she's
Harper
about to.
In her testimony.
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Warner can say what was said during the evaluation. Again, both of those were not recorded. There may be disputes. I disagree with his characterization of that assessment. But it's up to Sarah to tell the truth here today. She's under oath. She's under oath today. She's got an obligation.
He just said exactly what she's going to say.
Right.
They're just going to take forever to get there.
Yeah.
To tell the truth. If he thinks she's making prior inconsistent statements, it's up to him to impeach her with those inconsistent statements.
To the extent that you are requesting permission to go into presumably and seemingly prior bad acts, vis-a-vis, he got the wine, and I know what happens when he gets it, and everything that follows from that. Those are bad acts. That is character. And the Florida Supreme Court has provided guidance and circumstances, specifically in Holland, on what needs to be done. You're attempting to provide information that the defendant was apprehensive of the victim at the time of the homicide by virtue of the wine, et cetera, as you've proffered. That's bad character evidence that you're going to be bringing in. Historic bad character evidence. This is what happens when he drinks. This is what happens when I don't placate him. This is the situation that I find myself in, which inevitably may dovetail into prior incidents of abuse. That's all prohibited character under 404, 9404. And the carve out for that is if a overt act is established. It's not a subjective standard, it's an objective standard. The jury instruction, 3.6F, identifies it being an objective standard, and the Akendo case specifically tells us that it's an objective standard. In Akendo, the second DCA in 2023 stated the conduct of a person acting in self-defense is measured by an objective standard.
I love it, Judge.
But the
It
standard
needs to
must be
stop.
applied to the facts and circumstances as they appeared at the time of the altercation to the one acting in self-defense. I'm going to rely on Holland. Holland is the law of the land. It is what the Supreme Court has told us to utilize. That's what I will be relying on. The overt act has to be established.
Ms. Boone, do you understand?
Yep.
Yeah, the two bottles of wine that they bought were 1.5 liter bottles. Between two, basically between imagine a 200-pound man drinking that much.
Put it in perspective. The size bottles that they bought were the equivalent of 2 normal size wine bottles.
Yes.
So basically 4.
Yeah.
And they're 100 pounds each.
Uh-huh.
They're little. Both of them are little.
Tiny little things. Malnutritious. I mean, they hardly ever eat. All they do from the time they wake up to the time they go to sleep is drink.
Yep.
Like whenever she says, oh God, I'm going to go into it.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
We cannot talk about any prior bad acts or anything of that nature until we talk about the actual event, the attack. Correct? You understand?
Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, State?
Okay.
Defense, anything else, sir?
No, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring in our jury.
Thank you very much, brother.
All right.
Welcome to the Nut House.
Oh, look. Oh, yeah.
Here we go. All right. I got to take a bio break.
Well, you go take a bio break.
All right.
While you're doing that, everybody go take a bio break, and I'm going to switch out the video for mine, so that way I don't have to be sitting up here in the corner all odd like.
Okay, cool.
Damn it. All right. Bio break is coming up, and we'll be right back. So you guys will get a little bit of the music, a little bit of love music. How's that? There we go. Morning stream show and the music to make it happen. See you in less than 5.
Sandy shores, get a tan, Rambo the orangutan. Driving a golf cart, oh man, Rambo is half crazy, yes he can. Well, that SOB's a sight to F and see. Oh, Rambo's rolling, rolling, rolling. As the sun, he's free at last. While Shizzy has his coffee, these two are having an effing blast. Whoa, Rambo's rolling, rolling, rolling. As the sun, he's free at last. While Shizzy has his coffee, these two are having an effing blast. Shizzy on the dunes, coffee in hand. Rambo is a loon, and Shizzy is, well, that is too dirty to say here. Shizzy on the dunes, coffee in hand. Rambo is a loon, and Shizzy is a, that is too dirty to say here, Oh, Rambo's rolling, rolling, rolling. As the sun, he's free at last. While Shizzy has his coffee, these two are having an effing blast. Otters in the surf, hummingbirds in the sky. Rambo honks the horn and spits in Shizzy's eye. Oh my! Oh, Rambo's rolling, rolling, rolling. As the sun, he's free at last. While Shizzy has his coffee, these two are having an effing blast. Oh, Rambo's rolling. Rambo takes a turn, driving to the wave. Otters wave their paws, telling Rambo, not sure, but if you could understand, Otter, it probably wasn't nice. Rambo takes a turn, driving to the waves. Otters wave their paws, telling Rambo, not sure, but if you could understand, Otter, it probably wasn't nice. Oh, Rambo's rolling, rolling, rolling. As the sun, he's free at last. While Shizzy has his coffee, these two are having a effing blast. So here's to Rambo, otters and hummingbirds by the edge of the ocean. And Shizzy, well, he might just be there too.
here's to Rambo, otters and hummingbirds, by the edge of the ocean. And Shizzy, well, he might just be there too.
Oh yeah, it still hasn't finished processing. So
Of
aggravating.
course. Of course.
I'm sitting there watching. It says processing will begin shortly. I'm like, you son of a bitches. That was like 15. Damn it. All right, here we go. Back to the jury coming in. And
That's what you've been waiting for, folks.
If you could raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. With that, state has rested. The defense is going to put on a case. Defense, Mr. Owens, you can call your first witness.
The defense would call Sarah Boone.
Let me just go ahead and apologize ahead of time for what I'm going to say.
There's going to be lots of pauses, just so you guys know. Just so you know, and you'll understand why here shortly.
Oh yeah,
because it's going to be wild.
I do.
All right, ma'am, you could take a seat. And if you could, state and spell your name for the record for us.
Sarah Boone, 101077.
And could you spell your name?
SARAHBOONE.
All right, thank you very much. Sir, you may inquire.
Ms. Boone, would you please tell the jury where you were born and raised?
Atlanta, Georgia.
You were born in Atlanta?
I was born in Atlanta.
And how long did you stay in Atlanta before you moved here to Florida?
I was 3 years old, 3 or 4.
Pull the mic up, honey.
And from that time, y'all...
No, it's intentional. It's
I
absolutely
know.
intentional.
Look,
Everything that she's
does
doing.
she not look like Rachel Maddow?
Yeah, if Rachel Maddow, you know,
She got the
yeah.
whole side, like puffy Rachel Maddow.
Yeah, yeah.
You even got the side thing going on with her mouth.
Yeah, that I think that's got to be like a, you know, one of those cutouts. I have to do it. I just can't help it. Just, you know. There you go. Save. Yes. I'm the master of stopping it at like the most inopportune times.
You are
y'all
pretty good
moved-
at
You
it.
and your family, your mother and father, moved to Orlando?
And my grandparents.
Okay. You all moved down from Atlanta down to Orlando?
Yes, and my 2 brothers.
Okay. And
Look at her damn blank rate. Oh my God,
Well,
it makes
I
my
do have
eyes
it-
water.
I do have it sped up. I can
No,
slow it down.
it doesn't
if that
matter.
helps.
It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter.
Well, it might be the first time she's had makeup on in a long time. She looks like, I don't know, the extra black makeup under the eyes here does not suit well. Just saying.
She's not used
See
to
what I
not
mean?
having a red nose
Yeah.
from
So-
the alcoholism.
Oh God. I like the red. Yeah, the red's much better. Hey, Ellie Good. Ellie God, I think that's what it is. Yeah, that's awesome. No, if you listen to what she said, I moved when I was 3 years old with my parents.
My
grandparents and my brothers. It's like, okay.
were you raised here essentially from that time on?
Yes.
And you resided here in Orange County, Florida that entire time?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go to high school here locally?
I did.
Where did you go to high school?
Edgewater.
Okay. And tell the jury, how old were you when you graduated?
I was 18 years old.
Well, let's see. If she was born in 77, that would make her 47 years old, wouldn't it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So she's 47. She just turned 47. How's that?
Yeah. Yeah. She just turned 47.
Right now, all I can see is that I'm gonna take you out.
No, it's not even that. It's a contempt for her having to go through this in the first place. That's what it is. She has this contempt and this arrogance about, this is so stupid. I shouldn't have to be up here.
This is ridiculous.
Yes.
Oh, she's younger and she looks a lot older. Well, that's what heavy alcohol use will do to you.
Yes.
Yeah, by about 7 years. Heavy alcohol use I was born in 67, so I was all over her age. Yeah.
Now, I know you lost your mother and father.
Overruled.
You lost your mother and father? Like, what was she in the mall or something and she lost them? I mean, come on. See, like, I really want to draw some of these pictures, like a picture of her, like walking through the mall, like, Mommy, Daddy, you lost your mother and father. And that's what I want to have playing is like a cartoon strip behind all of the audio. Oh, God. That tell you anything? And when you even hear her testimony?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's why I was like, I need someone that can draw really fast and really good.
I know you lost your mother and father in your teens and in your 20s. Is that true?
I lost
In your teens, in your 20s? Which one was it?
my grandfather when I was a sophomore in high school, and I lost my father when I was a senior. And then my mother passed away a few years after that, and then my grandmother passed away after my mother died.
See, now you notice that she lost some of them, and then the other ones passed away. So it's just like, you know, I want to have you can picture it now, the picture of the two tombstones and her going, "Where's Mommy and Daddy?" And it's like Grandma and Grandpa.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
I'm
they
getting
passed away.
I'm getting that impression. She's emphasized the grandparents a lot more than the parents.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you were in your 20s when all that was going on?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point in your 20s, you met Brian Boone?
I did, yes.
All right. And how long did y'all date before you married?
See?
So let's go.
A good handful of years. I helped my family with paying mortgage and bills for the house since my father had passed away and my grandfather. So
you worked outside the home?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury when you said you and Brian Boone dated for a while? Do you remember when y'all married?
I do.
Could you tell the jury when y'all were married?
The year?
Yeah. You remember the date?
It happened to be, yes, that after my mother passed away, that he had waited to ask me to marry him because he knew.
Non-responsive.
Wait.
Sustained.
What did she say? Hold on.
Just answer the question if you can.
Back up just a little bit. All right.
And then my mother passed away a few years after that, and then my grandmother passed away after my mother died.
All right, so you were in your 20s when all that was going on?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point in your 20s, you met Brian Boone?
I did, yes.
All right. And how long did y'all date before you married?
A good handful of years. I helped my family with paying mortgage and bills for the house since my father had passed away and my grandfather. So
you worked outside the home?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury when you said you and Brian Boone
I can back it up more if you want.
dated for
No,
a while?
that's perfect.
Do you remember when y'all married?
I do.
Could you tell the jury when y'all were married?
The year?
Yeah.
Um,
You remember the date?
How about tell us the year?
What? No.
year.
I'm waiting for the answer of this, how she answers it.
Yeah.
it happened to be, yes, that after my mother passed away, that he had waited to ask me to marry him because he knew it would be.
Sustained.
Just
Yeah,
just answer the
that.
question if you can, Ms. Boone. Are you
Yeah.
a little bit nervous?
She
Okay.
says that a lot.
Just tell the jury if you remember the date that you and Brian Boone married.
August 21st, 2004.
Okay. And had y'all
That's
lived
interesting.
together for a short time before that?
Short time.
So
That's
2004.
interesting. But before she was getting in, basically, she was resenting him for taking so long to ask her to marry her, for him to ask to marry him. And then, boom, she comes off with the date just like that after the mumbling. Interesting.
Oh, she's constant with that. It's all, like I said, this is all delay because they're hoping to delay it long enough that
For what?
that the defense doesn't have a full day to question her. That's what they're hoping.
Well, they were wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, after you married, how long was it before y'all had any children?
Gosh,
How long was it before you had any children? Like, count backwards, sweetheart. You got married in 2004. So how old is your son? He's 14 years old. So it's 10 years. Okay. Good.
Mm-hmm.
We got our math right.
Mm-hmm.
6 years?
Okay.
Yeah,
And
it'd have been
y'all have one
2010.
son.
Yes,
What's his name?
Lucas.
And how old is Lucas now?
Lucas will be 14 years old on the 28th.
28th of this month?
Yes.
So you and Brian were married, and y'all lived in Orange County. How long were y'all married?
13 years.
Right, and y'all divorced?
Yes.
And as part of the divorce, were y'all to share custody of your son?
Yes.
And so y'all would split days, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
It's
Now I want to draw pictures of split days. Like split days.
sometime after
Yeah.
you and Brian split up, did you meet George Torres?
Yes.
All right, could you tell the jury how you met George Torres?
I met George when I decided to buck up, I guess, and was tired of trying to patch things up with my ex-husband. And I decided to go one day for a walk across the street and go have a beer by myself and sit and people watch just to get out of my house and
Told you.
a change of scenery.
Bar.
So she walked across the street to the bar.
Yeah. She walked across the street to the bar.
So here's what I picture for that little spot. I picture her like putting band-aids on her husband and then just like going fuck it and walking across the street and like getting drunk. I can totally picture the cartoon in my head. Like I'm picturing this her whole testimony as a cartoon, like one of those little infomercials that you see where someone's drawing things out, you know, in real time. I was like, oh God, if I could do that, it would be so perfect. Because this testimony would be like such a cartoon.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
All right, now is this your apartment?
No, this is the marital home.
Okay. Where is that marital home?
Winter Park?
You're no longer living in that marital home?
No.
Who lives in the marital home?
No, when it has been sold.
Okay. So you met George Torres before you got the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And you met him at a bar across the street from the marital home?
Yes, we had a mutual friend there.
Were you introduced?
Yes.
All right. How did you and George get along when y'all first met?
Very well. It was,
Like a fairy tale.
it was strange how quickly we hit things off and had so much in common. And
You're both
I
divorced?
never thought that he would be interested in someone like
Yeah.
me. And I just couldn't believe that he was actually
What, a
interested in
drunk
me
at the
and
bar?
said a lot of nice things. And
We had so much in common.
hours
We were both
when
alcoholics.
we had first met, and then we would always have something to talk about.
Why couldn't you believe that he would be interested in you?
Because I'm a homeback.
He was very handsome. He was very funny.
She's gay.
He was smart, and I would show up in workout clothes and disheveled hair, and I guess I kind of felt broken from being in the process of the divorce that he knew about. But then one of the things that we could relate also was the fact that he was here in Florida because he had just been divorced from his second wife. So that was another
From his second
topic.
wife. From
Second
Mexico.
wife. Oh my God. Oh my God. Like, she is? Oh yeah. And
compare notes on.
So eventually, the divorce was settled. Did you get your own place?
That's my kind of commentary. It wasn't welcome
Is it fair
elsewhere.
to say
Well,
that
that's why I wanted to get on here to make my comments.
first you lived in your parents' home, correct?
Yes, until I was married.
And then you moved directly in with Brian,
Yes,
and then y'all lived in the marital home, correct?
yes,
And then you got this apartment.
yes,
So that was the first time
On
in
a
your life
tree.
that you actually
Yeah.
had your own place.
yes.
And what was the address?
4748 France Court, apartment number 3.
And what city is that in?
It's in Winter Park.
it's funny, she calls it a townhome, but it's apartment number 3.
Right.
So you got that apartment, and initially, were you by yourself?
Oh, no.
All right, tell
Oh no,
the-
she's never been by herself.
In the almost year, about 10 months of separation from Brian, my ex-husband, that is the time when I met George. And my ex-husband was trying to buy me out or force me out of our marital home. And I
Buy me
needed to
out,
find
force me
somewhere to
out?
live. And
So did you
He's trying to buy you out, force you out of your marital home. You're getting a divorce. In a divorce, what do? Separate the assets.
Divide the assets.
And you have to sell the home. I guarantee you that was a pain in the ass to get her out of there.
Yep. Yep.
It's like, once we sell the home, you can take half of it. Well, let's just get this done.
Right.
Jesus.
God, can you imagine being at a closing with this lady? Jeez.
I can imagine giving her a clothesline. She does look a little bit like a wrestler. She's got the makeup for it. That's what it reminds me of. I can see it now.
What?
Oh, dude. I'm drawing it. I can't help it. It's gonna happen.
Go for it.
I can see it now.
Tammy sounds like my ex-sister-in-law.
Yeah, I can see it now. The dark right here.
Yep.
Got the dark right there.
Mm-hmm. Making a luchador mess?
Yeah. She's like ready to take him out. She's got her for her bowl haircut. She's got to have a bowl, you know. You got to have a bowl for a bowl haircut.
Yep.
And then of course, you know, you got to have a little bit of a color in it. Got to have a little bit of color in it. Let's see. Let's get the color in there just right. Yeah. A little bit of color in there. Got a luchador mask. So that way you can't recognize her. You know, she doesn't want to be recognized in public. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there you go. She's a total luchador, man.
Yeah, man.
Did George agree to rent the apartment?
Yes, I needed extra income. We could not afford it, just on my own.
You were receiving some income from the marriage settlement, were you not?
Yes.
If you couldn't afford it on your own, get into a place that you can afford on your own.
Yes. That's how that works.
You know why she couldn't afford it on her own?
How? Because she was drinking it all? Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, if you're drinking a handle of vodka every day.
Shizzy, how can you expect her to make rent? She's got to keep the alcohol flowing, man.
Oh, man. Is that the Hamburglar?
So you did have a consistent monthly income coming in from the marriage settlement?
For the most part, yes.
But you needed more to live?
Yes, to pay the bills and for rent.
So did you and George have some agreement?
We did.
All right, what was the agreement?
The agreement was that if I decided for he and I to live with one another,
Agreed, let's
because
go.
it would be under my name, that he would help with the monthly bills and on a regular basis where it wouldn't be something that I would have to argue with him about. It would just be an automatic, make sure that everything's paid first, and then from there, hopefully have some fun with it.
Okay. And so I understand from that point on, would it be fair to say that y'all saw each other on and off for about the next 3.5 years?
No, I would consider us a couple. At some point, he asked me to marry him.
Okay. But y'all
Sure he
did have
did.
times where he left and went to live with his parents?
Yes.
Is that fair?
Then why have you never
Times
once
where,
referred to him as your
There was an
fiance?
understanding that y'all were going to...
Yeah, she's always said boyfriend.
She's
That's
been very
40
clear
mer-
about that.
That's like 40 American drinks and like 100 million standard EU units.
Hey, let's go. We don't math on this channel. Come on.
Yeah, we're not smart here, man. Well, someone's not smart here, me. But
Yeah, me.
Gonna break up.
Multiple times.
All right, so, again, on again, off again.
Yes, this was actually before we had
Is she
our,
farting?
Apartment. That was, I guess, our dating phase.
I swear I heard
So
her
y'all were
fart.
together for 3.5 years, is that fair?
Or the chair
And
squeak.
y'all had actually agreed to marry?
He had asked me, yes, a couple of times to marry him, and one time I agreed to yes.
Okay. Now, I want to get
So,
directly to the date of
That
this event.
normally
Jury.
makes you
Your testimony.
Fiance.
All right, so tell us, I believe the date is February the 23rd of 2020. Explain to the jury that whole day, from the time y'all got up, the whole thing. Approach.
Gee, Shizzy.
Almost got it. Almost got it.
Was it a ninja mask?
No. Burka, burka, burka. Jihada.
Oh God. Oh God.
Burka. Jihada. Let me do this. Gotta clear it out right here.
The bailiff is like, put the damn mic up, woman.
Burka. Jihada.
America. Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Objection's overruled for now.
Good. Let's move on.
Now, Ms. Boone, let's just, instead of one long speech, let me break you up over the course of the day. So, do you remember the date of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
Do you remember getting up?
Yes.
All right, just tell the jury about that morning, what y'all did that morning, what you and George spent the night together at the apartment.
Yes, at that point, he was living there.
Yes. So y'all slept in the
He
bed
ain't
together
living there now.
Upstairs. February. So y'all would have gotten up, that morning, February 23rd of 2020.
Yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when y'all got up.
Nice.
He was already downstairs, and I went downstairs.
That's awesome.
And he wanted to start the day off by drinking because it was a day off from his job. And I talked him into.
I don't see the
Now,
problem.
how would this be any different than any other day?
Right.
How would this be any different than any other day? It's already been established that from the time you wake up to the time that you go to sleep, you're drinking. Both of you. Like, you wake up at noon and you eat something around 1 o'clock, and then by the time 4 o'clock rolls around, you've already finished off half a freaking bottle of alcohol.
Right. You only do that on game day.
Yes.
And even then, I only did it in college.
Yeah, they're amateurs.
Cleaning and tidying up the house for a sense of
The bars are
accomplishment.
gone in Roosevelt?
So
Wow.
that is what we did for however long that it took. So we did tidy up the house and got everything in order, and it was kind of a reward, I guess, to be able to sit and.
Have you seen what they consider a tidy house?
Yeah.
It looks like the dog's been walking around rubbing their ass on the floor. That's what it looks like. Just saying, if you call that tidy, sweetheart.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
Ooh.
Party hat and a bottle in her hand.
Don't get me wrong. My house is not, immaculate,
little, woo.
but damn.
Enjoy ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, our house isn't immaculate either, but I have seen theirs and I'm like, yeah, stains are everywhere on the carpet.
See, that's just wrong.
Yeah. I mean, I understand carpets get dirty, but the level of dirt that was in those carpets, no. Because she's only been there for like a year.
And the places that I've seen that are like that? Homes of alcoholics.
Oh, that's how it works. Where they fall asleep on the floor and all sweaty and nasty and just.
And sit on the backboard.
All right, what do you mean by cleaning up the house? What did y'all do?
We swept and mopped. We folded some of the laundry. I know that we did the dishes, emptied the dishwasher, just general run-of-the-mill tidying up.
And did you have your...
See, another image right there. Yeah, 20 minutes. Yeah. I can imagine they swept the linoleum and mopped the carpet. And then of course, they emptied out the dishwasher, which meant that, she took a dump. I
didn't think you could wash paper plates, but teach them.
No, you just sort of tip it forward, everything falls out on the floor.
This is my wine glass, it better be clean.
Your son coming the next day.
Yes, that was one of the reasons why we were able to do that.
What was the arrangement you had in terms of the next day?
Work smarter, not harder.
20 minutes, you can do all of that in 20 minutes. Trust me. You can the size of their apartment, that ground floor apartment is probably about 300 square feet. Just the ground floor. Altogether, maybe they have if they were just sweeping the main area and emptying out the dishwasher. I mean, I can have the dishwasher emptied out in like 2 minutes.
Right. It doesn't take that long.
Vacuum cleaner takes like 5 minutes. mopping the floor takes like another 3 minutes.
Yeah, and if you're using one of like those Swiffers, it takes no time at all.
Oh yeah, you just yeah, it
Done.
can't- Hell yeah, it can be 300. It's like 600 square feet. Look up the address, France Court, and
Well, but there's an
what is
upstairs
it?
too.
Yeah,
I
that's
doubt
what
they
I'm
clean
saying.
the upstairs.
No, would they clean up the upstairs? That's where all the spunk goes.
Ew.
Well, just saying. I mean, you saw George's teeth. I mean, do you think they were concerned with it? Wait until they go. Oh my God, her detail of the steak dinner.
All right, let's do it.
It would have been your day to pick up your son from school?
Yes.
What time would you pick Lucas up from school the next day?
I believe his school ended at 3 o'clock.
Not what
You
I
were
asked.
responsible to pick him up, and he would be spending the night with
Yeah.
you that night.
Yes.
So you wanted to have the house nice and clean.
Yes.
How many bedrooms are in the home?
2.
And you and George had one bedroom?
Yes.
And who had the other?
Lucas.
All right. Is that exclusively his bedroom?
Yes.
All right. So how long would it have taken you all that morning to clean?
Good to
I
see you
don't
back,
remember what
Frank.
time we woke up. But maybe a good 2, maybe 3 hours.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you and George both
Yeah.
smoked cigarettes?
Well, they're hungover.
And would it be fair to say that you
Yeah.
and
They
George both
smoke,
drink
they
alcohol?
drink,
Yes.
they fuck.
So at some point, y'all
Yeah.
finished your chores, right? And then y'all were going to enjoy the day.
Yes.
All right. What was the plan?
It was just kind of, we've got the day to ourselves. Let's just kind of relax and go with the flow.
Did y'all make a decision that y'all were going to start drinking?
Yes, we had a half of a bottle that was already in the refrigerator, and I did not want to go out afterwards. I, again, had Lucas coming the next day, so.
I didn't do
we
that.
went over to Publix to purchase another bottle of wine,
Uh-huh.
so we could not have to go out later on that evening.
Now, you were here in
So
court
now we're
when
talking
the
2
state-
bottles.
The state played the video of you two.
It's
and the
about
Publix
hit
purchasing
3
a bottle of
bottles.
wine. Is that what you're referring to here with the jury right now?
Yes,
And that was around noonish?
I believe so, yes.
So
Did
wait.
y'all
Let's
start drinking
let's get an accurate accounting here. They already had a half a bottle in the fridge.
Uh-huh.
She bought a bottle. Then later he buys a bottle.
Yes.
Jesus.
Yes.
Remember, each bottle is 2.
6 bottles of wine. That means they probably tossed
Well,
one
5.
of the bottles.
5.
That means they probably tossed one of the bottles.
Possibly.
Uh-huh.
Maybe he took it with him when he went to Publix and tossed it in the trash can there.
Isn't that what you do? Get in your car after having about half a bottle.
Yeah.
Half
Brandon,
a bottle of
I told
wine?
you no math.
Leftover bottle before going to the Publix?
No.
Okay. So, y'all bought a bottle of wine?
Yes,
All right. And how did y'all get to Publix?
my car,
How far is Publix from your apartment?
5 minutes.
How would you get there from your apartment?
What do you mean?
Did you have to go across any major highways, or is it right there?
You just come out of our apartment complex and you do a little U-turn and then you come up and it's right in that complex.
Okay. But it's easier to drive than to walk?
Yes.
Cross
I know
street.
at sometimes y'all would simply need cigarettes and it was in walking distance.
Especially if you've been drinking.
Yes, there was a AutoZone convenience store with, in the same, I guess, parking lot of our townhome, our complex, and it was just a straight shot from our apartment to a back gate, and you could get right into the convenience store.
Did she say
Way to go,
AutoZone
Brandon.
Y'all went
convenience
over to
store?
get that bottle of wine around noonish,
Uh-huh.
and how did you took your car?
Interesting.
Yes,
Did George have a vehicle?
we did not,
And how did you pay for the wine?
with my debit card.
And then y'all came back and started drinking?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what you did when you got back from the Publix.
Just
She
went
just
on the
did.
back porch where we usually spend our time because we're able to smoke cigarettes outside as opposed to inside. And
Is cigarette smoking not allowed indoors?
it's not.
Okay.
Why wouldn't cigarette smoking be allowed indoors if it's a townhome?
I'm laughing at Brandon. It's not a lot of booze. Unless you weigh 100 pounds, then it's wild.
Oh, she's wild.
Mm.
103.
Yeah, She says she weighed
You have
100
pets?
and he weighed 103.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
Well, did you have pets?
I did, yes.
Okay.
She weighed 98 pounds at the time.
Were they with y'all there that day?
Yes, my dogs were with me all the time when I was there.
How many dogs do you have?
I have 2,
And just what are their names?
Penny and Tess.
And what is the breed?
They are red Boston Terriers.
And are they both disabled?
Yes, Penny is blind and Tef is deaf.
So when y'all went out to smoke on the back porch and drink, I assume, as well, correct?
Yes.
Did
2
y'all
feet
take the
of
dogs out?
alcohol.
Oh, yes.
All right. Is there a place for them
Uh-huh.
to do their business out there?
Yes, I extended our back porch for them to have a little bit of area as opposed to going from a large backyard from my marital home to our little townhome. And they would come out there and do their business, and I could sometimes I would open the gate and then walk them in the back part of our apartment.
So you and George were just going to enjoy the day together?
Correct.
Is it fair to say you don't have a lot of money?
Yes.
How'd they
And so
get
y'all gonna do
outside if
something
one of blind,
there at
the other
home? Y'all
was
were going
deaf?
out for dinner or?
Yes, we primarily, I would consider us homebodies as opposed to going out and partying and doing this and that.
Okay. And how long do you think y'all were out that afternoon outside?
A few hours.
All right. Could you tell the jury what y'all did during that time?
We have a dartboard that's out there, and we just had drinks, and we're just really enjoying each other's company and talking about, things upcoming, we both were looking for a job and
All
just
night.
kind of, I guess, encouraging and supporting and planning. And
Well, now you said he had a job. Was he looking for a job, a second job?
no, the job that he had was very unstable, and at that,
So he was looking for something new.
yes, at that time, yes.
Okay. And so during that 2 or 3 hours, would it be fair to say that y'all drank the bottle?
Yes,
Okay. So would it be fair to say that y'all were feeling the effects of the alcohol?
yes,
Okay. At some point, who made the decision to come in?
I did.
Okay. Why did you want to come in?
I felt that George needed a change of scenery.
Okay. So
Yep.
y'all came in,
Bingo,
and
Stacey.
then
Bingo.
Yeah, you were drunk, acting like freaks. Absolutely.
Yep.
And it's nonstop for them. Like I said, the time they wake up, time they go to sleep.
Remember, they had
It
so
is.
much in common.
Yeah. I mean, they got along so well. And this is really important what she says, because listen to what she's saying. She treats him like a little child.
Oh yeah. Well,
Like,
that's the
he is-
reason that's
he's
the
the
reason
size
I
of a
wanted to
little
hear the
child.
background about the family was
Uh-huh.
because she was so used to, especially with the parents dying and the grandparents and all that stuff. She made it sound like she was the one having to take care of the family.
mm-hmm.
So that makes sense that she would have that sort of relationship, wanting somebody to take care of, which is why she divorced her husband.
Right.
And then here comes poor little Jorge.
Yep.
did y'all do anything else before he left again? Were y'all doing anything? I know y'all did some arts and crafts. What did y'all do? At some point, he went to get another bottle at Publix.
Yes, after.
Code for sex.
I believe it was after it was right before I believe that we had gone inside. Because he called his daughters. I was trying to encourage him to call his family.
Okay, now where are his daughters?
His 2 daughters are located in Pennsylvania,
And what are their names?
Anna and Destiny.
And how old are they?
I believe that Anna is in her 30s and Destiny may be in her early 20s.
All right, does he have any more children?
Yes, he has a son.
And what is his son?
He is in Pennsylvania also.
He did not name her
So
Destiny.
part of that afternoon is y'all came in to call relatives, call family.
No, I had him call outside, just trying to, I guess, boost the mood. And the first daughter didn't answer, and I don't remember the reason he didn't speak to the second one. I believe he did, it was just for a moment.
Whose phone y'all using?
My phone.
All right. And is that common for y'all to use that, for y'all to share that phone?
Yeah, because
It
he's a
was
broke ass
because George
bitch,
said that
can't
he
pay
didn't
for his
have a
own
phone,
shit.
So it would either be lost or
You get a track phone?
given to him by his mother.
burner?
So I didn't know he had a cell phone, so we would use my phone.
So it was
Ain't that
primarily
much?
your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And You took a lot of photographs that were on that phone?
Yes.
Videotapes?
Yes.
Text messages?
Yes.
Phone call?
He and I both on the phone calls.
So
You filmed each other
Usually of your
getting
ass.
freaky.
And
You
that
filmed each
phone,
other
is
getting
that the
freaky.
one that was seized in this case?
Yes.
All right, so y'all called his daughters, and then during that phone call period, did you also call his brother?
Yes.
Okay, and which brother was that?
John.
All right, now, how many brothers and sisters does George have?
I'm going to list them if that's okay.
Okay.
It's John, Pharrell, Isaac, Mo, and his sister.
Okay. And do they all live here in Florida?
Yes.
Are they close by?
As far as I know, yes.
What about his parents?
Yes.
They live here as
Mo
well?
lived up north.
But his ex-wives
I'm
and
confused.
his children live up in
They all moved
Philadelphia-
south for the winter.
Philadelphia?
Never went back.
Mo in the deep end?
So you called the girls, then you called, or George called his brother.
Maybe.
Yes.
Was that conversation that long?
No, it was not.
And then after that phone call, were y'all inside by this time?
Yes, at this point, I believe that it was a good time to get a change of scenery. So I thought George would be better off inside, and frankly, I didn't want to be outside any longer either.
Okay. So just to get an idea, about this time is when he went to get the second bottle, or did y'all stay inside for a while before he left?
No, from what I recall, I thought the day was over, and it was going to be, get ready for the evening, for the day, what do you want for dinner, do you have an extra load of laundry that you need to throw in, kind of thing, and that was my understanding, and
This was about 5-ish or something?
I don't remember the time.
Okay.
Just think about this. They hadn't eaten anything all day. Nothing.
I know when I've wasted all day drinking, the last thing I'm worried about is laundry.
Yeah. Not her.
Furthest from my mind.
Maybe she was just thinking, hey, maybe if I get in the dryer and get stuck.
At some point during that
Then he could use her
time
cell
period,
phone.
Did George go to
Yeah.
Publix again?
Yes, I thought he was going to be walking to the convenience store, but apparently, when he returned, he had gone across the street with my car and my debit card to buy another bottle of wine.
What was your understanding of where he was going?
To the convenience store, walking.
Do you see that look?
Cigarettes.
Uh-huh.
When she
You've learned-
when she
you've learned
mentions
obviously
him
that he
getting
came
the
back
card
and you
in the
learned that he
car,
used your vehicle?
she's like sympathetically
He
trying
used
to
your
look at the
card.
jury.
Like, he took it from me.
She's like batting her eyes and kind of looking over at him.
Uh-huh. Gets your little puppy dog eyes.
Lying ass, dude.
See, her little blonde girlfriend said we need to accentuate your eyes, make them stand out anymore. So
I
you get
still
the-
haven't seen what this chick looks like.
You hadn't seen the blonde?
No,
Oh, you will.
I have not.
Yes,
And he brought back a bottle of wine from Publix.
correct.
And you saw the,
Wait till you see the duck lips.
Yes,
so he comes back with the other bottle of wine, and did he want you to drink with him?
it was expected, yes.
Yes. And you agreed to consume the second bottle with
We're
him?
socially receptive.
So over the course of that evening, drinking the wine, what did y'all do for time-wise? Watch a movie, music, just kind of tell the jury what you remember. I know it's obviously been a while, but
It was kind of a regular thing where I would always try to come up with entertaining activities for George, and
Why are you coming up with and I don't understand this. It's like he's not a human being or a person.
Right.
Or he's more like a child or a dog.
Right. Again, she has that instinct to want to be overly motherly.
It reminds this is if Amber Heard hadn't been coached well enough and had not.
Yep.
This
that's the
this
way
right.
That's the way she always acted toward him.
Yes.
Always.
That like what you're seeing her doing and the way that she's acting is the same mentality as Amber Heard.
Yep. Some of the same
mentality.
mannerisms, too.
Like everything about it, the eye rolls, the over exaggeration, the over explanations, the excuse for every single little thing. And And it was occurring to me whenever I was watching this earlier today that this right here, if Johnny Depp had not divorced Amber Heard, this is exactly where he would be.
Well, basically,
in some way or another.
Right. This is basically Heard without all the acting lessons. This is the bare bones version.
This is Amber Heard before she took acting lessons.
Mm-hmm.
I bought a puzzle. We started off at one point doing a smaller puzzle, and then we did that very quickly. So then I purchased a larger puzzle, and I believe it was 1,000 pieces. So I thought to get his mind off of things and to focus on something, it would be smart for us to do the puzzle. So for however long that took, we finished the puzzle. So that was one.
Did you every piece was?
Well, and without the money, instead of
she
drinking
didn't have money. She just had friends with money.
Yeah.
Which is why she constantly used Depp, as you saw through the trial.
Yep.
All of her big fancy stuff came from Depp.
Yep. And she was drinking $800 bottles of wine every night.
The mega pint.
No, these weren't even the mega pints. These were just her preferred alcohol, like an $800 bottle of wine.
I wonder
every
if
night.
she did the grumpy on the bed.
Yeah, I bet it was. I've got that one too. Have you not seen that one? Oh my God.
What?
You've got to see this. Here it is.
Dropped a grumpy, pardon the term, onto the bed.
I've
You've never
that
seen
one.
that?
I've seen that one. Yeah.
Yes, I love it.
Finished or was?
Every piece was finished. It was strange that we couldn't find one piece, and we thought it was funny that it was like in like the perfect place on there. But yes, every one but one piece.
All right. After the puzzle, what did y'all do?
I decided to continue to maintain and focus him, and I had a bunch of paints that I used of my sons that.
No, they didn't go through it in one night. That was
nope.
Yeah, whenever you're an alcoholic, there is no one night. It is just one long drinking binge.
I'm like, you did a 1,000-piece puzzle in one night. There ain't no way in hell.
No. Me and my wife, whenever we get snowed in or something like that, we'll break out like a 1,000-piece puzzle each, and then we'll just sit there and like try to beat each other.
Right. Yeah.
But that's like because we got nothing else to do. It's just like we're snowed in. Why not, have a little bit of fun?
Oh yeah.
But they're doing that every damn night.
Every night.
As an expert, you're wrong.
Well, he may be wrong, but I'm not.
So
That's true. That's true. It's possible, but difficult, and that's sober drunk. Absolutely no
very
way.
big art wooden box, and it's got pastels, pencils, paint, any kind of whatever. And he and I were very much into art, and with
crayons, colored
this
books.
resource, it got him very interested in being more creative.
Yeah, got him really interested in being more creative. Like he would stop drawing on the walls, and now he was actually drawing on the paper.
He was coloring in between the lines.
I know, he's so special.
Oh my God.
How long have you been into art?
Ever since I can remember. As a child,
Do you like to draw?
I like to do anything artistic.
And I know
You probably
we saw some
suck
of
at
the-
it.
Yeah, she likes to do anything artistic. I like to draw with my own tampon blood and on the carpet.
No, Shizzy.
Pictures of your
Bad
apartment, but
Shizzy.
It looks like there was pictures and artwork up. Is that all your work and George's work?
The majority of it, yes, are belongings from my home, and then also some of George's, yes, on the wall.
Was he pretty good at art as well?
Yes,
All right, so you both enjoyed doing that.
very much.
So
probably
y'all got
better
out
than her.
Lucas's art set. What did y'all do with that?
We were just, I guess, doodling, whatever. I would always tell him that everything that you make is a masterpiece. So just let loose and just let it go. And we would just paint and
Because she sucked at it.
Good boy, George. Good boy.
Yeah, because she sucked at it. Look.
Yeah.
I'll do, paintings and stuff or pour paint or whatever with Diva, but do you think I call myself an artist? Hell no. And everybody's seen what Diva's done, so.
No.
I'm lucky to draw a damn stick figure.
Yeah.
Now, with the dogs, did y'all get the dogs?
I'm saying.
Oh, yes, my dogs follow me everywhere, yes.
Was there some dancing going on with the dog?
Yes, after we had completed the puzzle and I guess we're painted out, I thought that it might be a
So was there some dancing with the dogs? Is that what she just said? I heard dancing with the dogs. Let's see, they were red dogs, right? So here they are. We got little dogs, and they're just here, just like, oh look, we're dancing. Hey mom, we're dancing. I can't see anything, but okay. And then she's got this one over here dancing.
That can't hear.
You can't hear, and well, so this one can't hear. So let me fix that real quick. There we go. So he can't hear, and then let's see, this one here can't see. So it's just, but it has big ears. So,
well,
and they're dancing. Her little dogs are
because
dancing.
this is how you show people are sober when they have obligations the next day.
Yeah. And of course, George is over here in the corner, and he's just like, like, what's wrong? I can't do all this dancing with the dogs. Sorry.
be a good point for us to maybe listen to some music. And
But
the music that George listens to.
you did notice that she said that she's dancing with the dogs.
Hey, there's your picture.
What's
right there
that?
in front of you.
Oh, Jesus.
You paused it at the perfect time.
I do every time. Oh my God. There we go. Oh yeah, that'll work.
There you go.
Oh, save. Save done. There we go. All right. Damn it.
She was it's very fractious to me, and it was definitely not going to lighten the mood.
Fractious.
So we ended up finding some channel on the radio, and he was feeling it. And then we ended up, my one dog,
He was
Gibson,
feeling
was
it.
dancing with us, and we were just having a good time listening to music.
So they're dancing with the dog. Yeah, they're dancing with the dog. They're listening to music. Everything's going just fine and dandy. We're having a great time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So what went wrong, Sarah?
When was the bad turn?
He was feeling it. He was
when did
feeling
things
it.
get dark?
He was feeling. Well, I wonder what he was feeling. She said he was feeling it. I'm like, what does that mean? Like, what was he feeling? I'm curious, Sarah. What was he feeling? He was feeling it. Was it because he was dancing with the dogs? I mean, God, I've got so many ideas for this.
And I guess it's getting pretty late in the evening.
Yes.
Anything else I've missed?
I don't believe so.
All right. So tell us.
No, haven't
Tell
missed
us where
anything.
y'all ended up before you started the game of hide and seek.
We were there. I couldn't think of anything else possibly that I had to continue entertainment, but
Nothing else you could possibly think to continue entertainment. You've been dancing with the dogs. You've been doing puzzles. You've been watercoloring. You've been drawing with pencils, eating crayons. Couldn't think of anything else to do. Nothing came to mind.
Nothing.
Body paint, nothing like that came to nothing.
Nope.
No. Well, I guess when it maybe well.
I remember sitting at the end of the couch and him sitting in one of my son's chairs that was in the living room, and just kind of like, what are we gonna do now?
So he's a child. All right, think about this. This kid is like what, 7 years old, and so he's sitting in the child's chair.
Yes.
Oh my God.
I very much would like to go to sleep.
Had y'all Had y'all finished off the that
wine?
bottle that he had bought?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Bless you.
Would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more y'all consumed?
Yes.
That's how
Would
it
it be fair to
works.
say
Yeah.
that as the day wore on, the more you consumed, the more effects you felt from the alcohol?
Of course, yes.
Both of you?
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree?
No,
would you
we
not,
felt
that at
less.
the time y'all were
No,
trying
man,
to figure
we're
out
off.
something to do and you put your head on the couch, that y'all, would it be fair to say that y'all were intoxicated?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
So laying on
At
the,
one
see,
point,
she farted again.
I guess he knew that I couldn't come up with anything else, tapped me on my knee and said, "You're it." So from there, I ran up the stairs and hid into our shower, just waiting for him to find me so we could hopefully go to sleep soon at some point. And
Why didn't you take a bath? I mean, you're hiding in the shower. Just turn on the shower and get all like cleaned off. Like wipe the sweat off. I did it again, didn't I?
I still don't understand this whole. So we decided to play hide and seek.
Yeah.
Can't say that's ever crossed my mind.
No. Not as an adult. No.
Anyway.
Hey, they have their kink, you know, she's going to go hide in the dryer and he's going to go turn it on.
Yeah.
Your shower, is it a tub or just walk-in?
it's a tub, but it's in the master bedroom, and you have to go all the way upstairs, you have to go in the bedroom, and then you have to go into the bathroom part, and then there's the shower.
So did you lay down in the tub?
At one point, yes, I was.
So you were hiding?
I was trying.
Okay. And did you believe that he was going to come try to find you?
Yes.
This is a tiny little house. It's an
There's
apartment.
nowhere to go.
Like, where are you going to hide? Really, seriously, where are you going to hide? Got to do it again. She's got the like bitch look on her again. This is what she would look like in the morning every morning.
That's the best she's looked all day. Imagine what it's like without the makeup.
Oh God.
That she could not even be a tenant to.
Yes, for quite some time.
No.
All right, then what did you decide to do?
That I decided that I need to go to sleep. I'm picking my son up the next day, and we need to start wrapping up the evening. And I went downstairs to find where he was.
And what, I think the jury has seen pictures of your, would you call it an apartment or
It's considered a townhome.
a townhome? So you walk down the
It's got an
stairs.
apartment number.
It has an apartment number. It is not a townhome.
It's not a townhome. It's not a townhome.
Jeez.
Right? And at the bottom of the stairs is
No. I play hide the salami with my wife, not hide and seek.
a bookshelf here?
Right.
Yes, at the very end of it, yes.
Okay. So you walk down the stairs and you turn and look in the living room. What did you see?
I don't even think I made it all the way down the stairwell because I was just looking for him as soon as I could to hopefully go upstairs as soon as we could. And
And it has 2 floors, so it's a townhome? No. I lived in an apartment. It had 2 floors.
Yep.
It
I've
was
lived in an
still-
apartment that's had 2 floors.
It's still a townhome. It's still an apartment. It has an apartment number.
Now you could call the complex
I
whatever
looked
you
over and
want. It's still an apartment.
Yeah, still an apartment.
I saw him settling himself in the suitcase.
All right, tell us about the suitcase. How long, is it an older suitcase?
Yes.
Whose suitcase was it?
This is George's suitcase.
All right, and did he use it for traveling back and forth to Philly?
Permanently.
Yes, I had recently
I didn't
taken
make
him
her
on a
rules.
trip to go see his children in Pennsylvania, who he hasn't seen in years, and we took that with us. And because of how dilapidated it was, how broken it was, in the end, after that trip, we decided that we would donate it.
All right, and I understand y'all
Especially
kept
now.
the suitcase upstairs.
Yes.
She's just mad because she never got a chance to donate the suitcase.
Dude, no. Here's what it was. She was trying to encourage him to go see his family so bad that she thought, I'll pack him in the suitcase and just ship him up there FedEx.
Yeah.
That's all it was. That's
Yeah.
all it was.
Like, babe, I really want to see my family. Could you imagine and I'm picturing that they're drunk at this point in time.
Right.
And she's bitch. You don't have a job. You're a piece of shit. You never get a job. And he's like, babe, I mean, come on, I love you. And I mean, she's just like, bitch. And it's just like, he's like, man, I am just going to crawl inside this suitcase. I'll see you in the morning. I don't know. I'm making
it's kind of like this.
It makes as much sense as her story.
I could picture two drunks trying to play hide and seek, and they both go hide.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Yeah. I just don't see him crawling into a suitcase to hide.
No.
You know, I think that was the end of it. That, like, she hid, and he was just like, I really don't want to play this.
Maybe that's how he got here.
I don't know. That is a possibility.
How long did y'all keep it upstairs?
Since we had moved in.
Is there a closet up there you kept it in?
Yes, it was in the master closet, the master bedroom closet, all the way in the back because of the size of it, and there was nowhere to put it, so it's all the way in the back.
So when did y'all decide?
So it sounded like she was talking about something else. There was nowhere to put it, so they shoved it in the back. What?
Just move it down from upstairs to downstairs. Was it that day or sometime earlier?
No, it was maybe a week or so prior.
Okay. And so what, y'all were gonna donate that to Goodwill, or?
Yes, we were going to do, I guess, a spring cleaning. Anyone who has children understands that they grow quickly, and there was a lot of clothes that I needed to go through.
Sure, that's true.
Of my son's, and then also from.
But you hardly ever spent any time with your son because you were drunk all the time. You probably had very few clothes there for your son.
Probably.
George and I moving in and just kind of putting everything in there, at one point where we just needed to actually go through it and organize it and get things more in order.
So is that the reason it was downstairs? You were gonna donate it and a bunch of things that you're gonna put inside of it?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So it'd been down there a week, so it was already down there?
Yes, George brought it down.
Okay. So you said that you got down there, you're looking for him, you see him settling into the suitcase?
Yes.
What did you do?
In my head, I said,
In
oh,
my
man,
head? No, in your head, it has nothing to do with it. What did you do? That was the question. What did you do? It's more, damn. I mean, she just gives the freaking awful pictures.
I'm telling you, ever since I made this correlation, it's just like Heard.
Yeah.
I can just see it and picture it now.
Yeah. Just every bit of it.
We're obviously not going to be going to sleep anytime soon. And I walked over, and he was trying to get himself flat, so I couldn't tell that he was in there. And then...
Now, let me stop you there. The
What?
suitcase-
I'm going to rewind that because that made no sense. What she
Please
just said.
do. Please do.
Trying to figure out something to do, and you put your hand on the couch. What happened?
couldn't come up with anything else. And
All right.
Your shower, is it a tub or just a walk-in?
it's a tub, but
So did you lay down in the tub?
at one
Believed that he was going to come try to find you?
yes.
Did you wait?
Hey, Sharon Cobot, how you doing?
All right, then what did you decide to do?
That I decided that I need to go to sleep. I'm picking my son up the next day, and we need to.
Well, he couldn't make himself flat, so she was trying to help him out with a baseball bat.
I mean, that's just what partners do.
Yes.
They help each other.
Here. It's okay. Here, let me hit you with this a few times. It's sort of like a beat tenderizer.
Here, let me help you get flat.
Start wrapping up the evening, and I went downstairs to find where he was.
And what, I think the jury has seen pictures of your, would you call it an apartment or?
It's considered a
Or
townhome.
rocket.
A townhome. So you walk down the stairs, right?
Mhm.
And at the bottom of the stairs is a bookshelf here?
Yes, at the very end of it. Yes.
Okay. So you walk down the stairs and You turn and look in the living room. What did you see?
I don't even think I made it all the way down the stairwell because I was just looking for him as soon as I could to hopefully go upstairs as soon as we could. And
She just wanted to get.
I
she
looked
wanted
over
to get
and I saw him
plowed.
settling himself in the suitcase.
All right, tell us about the suitcase. How long, is it an older suitcase?
Yes.
Whose suitcase was it?
This is George's suitcase.
All right. And
Taken him on a trip to go see his children in Pennsylvania, who he hasn't seen. How complicated it was, how broken it was. In the end, after that trip, we decided that we would donate. Yes.
how long did y'all keep it upstairs?
Since we had moved in, the master bedroom closet all the way in the back because of the size of it, and there was nowhere to put it.
A day or sometime earlier?
All right, that's
No, it
good.
was, maybe a week or so prior.
And so what, y'all were going to donate that to Goodwill, or?
Yes, we were going to do, I guess, a spring cleaning. Anyone who has children understands that they grow quickly, and there was a lot of clothes that I needed to go through of my sons, and then also from George and I moving in and just kind of putting everything in there, at one point where we just needed to actually go through it and organize it and get things more in order.
So is that the reason it was downstairs? You were going to donate it and a bunch of things that you're going to put inside of it?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So it'd been down there a week, so it was already down there?
Yes, George brought it down.
Okay. So you said that you got down there, you're looking for him, you see him settling into the suitcase.
Yes.
What did you do?
In my head, I said, oh man, we're obviously not going to be going to sleep anytime soon. And I walked over and he was trying to get himself flat, so I couldn't tell that he was in there. And then,
Now, let me stop you there. The suitcase, is it the suitcase over here in the?
yes,
What was that? Just
You
spike
see
it.
You saw it?
yes,
It's a pretty big
For real.
suitcase.
yes.
For real.
How big is George?
George was my height, and
How tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Okay.
So he's
And how much
5'2".
Did George weigh?
100 pounds.
I thought it was 100 pounds.
Okay. And how much did you weigh?
I was 98
Felt like
pounds.
100 pounds when I drug him up the stairs.
Put on some weight.
Since I've been incarcerated, yes.
Fat ass.
Jeez.
Y'all were pretty skinny.
Yes.
That's a little cruel coming from your own attorney.
From the pictures,
Yeah.
it looks like y'all were both pretty thin.
Yes.
All right. So
Like
because of his
emaciated thin.
thinness, is that how, and he's a small man.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no,
Who's
you
able
just
get
have
in the
to
suitcase on
just have to kick him hard enough. He'll get in
Really
there.
look it in a suitcase.
He was already in there.
Okay. When you got to him, did he see you?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what happened.
I mean, I just kind of, I zipped him up. We thought it was funny. And we're joking about how he was, I guess, small enough to fit inside of the
All of a sudden it
suitcase.
becomes we.
All right. So what happened then?
Before
From
it was
there,
I,
just,
I. Now it's we.
We were laughing about it. And
We.
it was just strange that he was small enough to fit in there. And then I kind of moved it around a little bit with him in
Up
the
the
suitcase.
stairs.
So it was still funny that he was still in the suitcase. Just
Drug him up the stairs.
I think he and I were just kind of couldn't believe that he could fit in the suitcase.
Did you eventually close the top?
Yes, in order for, well, the top was already closed.
Well, to hit him with
As
a
he was settling
baseball bat,
himself
I
in
didn't
there,
want to hit him
that's how I knew he
directly.
was in there, was because the top was kind of
Hey,
flopping
Fly.
a little bit.
So he had got in there to hide, and he pulled the top
Yes,
on top of it. But you could tell he was in there.
yes,
You saw him right away.
yes,
All right.
She just said
So at
that.
some point, did you zip him up?
yes.
And what was he
Yes.
saying or doing when you were zipping him up?
We just thought it was funny.
Were you both laughing?
Yes,
We thought it was funny.
And so you zipped him up. Were y'all still laughing once you zipped him up?
yes.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened then.
From there, I moved the suitcase around a couple of times, just kind of on the wheels and moved it around. And
Up the stairs.
at that point, it was funny. We were joking and laughing about it.
All right, now eventually, did you go sit down on the couch and get your phone?
Yes,
Did I miss something?
well, the suitcase had, from me moving it around, was flopped over. So while it was like that, I thought at that point I had a moment to, I guess, take the time to talk
Beat
to
the hell
him
out of him?
while
No.
I guess he was not able to get out for a moment.
So you flipped it.
For a moment.
You got it on the top, right?
Zipper down.
It's in, but at some point, you flip it over, so the zipper is on the bottom.
Well, it was just kind of how I was moving it around, and it ended up kind of flopping. So,
But it was upside down.
yes.
So after you did that, what did you do?
Is she talking about the suitcase or something
Yes.
else?
No, she's talking about the suitcase, about how
Okay.
she was dragging him around, saying it was funny and everything, and then the suitcase, quote unquote, flopped over. So basically, the top was on the ground.
Yeah, the opening part, or the opening was on the ground. But you have to remember that the opening is all the way around the suitcase.
Yes.
And I'll give. This is just my little drawing of it here. Okay.
Oh dear Lord.
So imagine this. This here's the suitcase. Okay, and George is in here.
Mm-hmm.
Now the zipper runs along this way.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you're looking at it, and there's a little zipper right there. And you got the suitcase looks like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And she's zipped up this little zipper right here, all the way around. And if you're looking at the face of it, the zipper is around the edges here.
Yep.
Now you tell me, whenever your head is over here, and your body's all squashed up in here, and you're in a little fetal position, where are you going to grab a zipper that's closed over here or is closed over here?
You can't.
Or better yet, maybe the zipper is up here and over here. Like, because here's where it flaps open. Like the whole top flaps open there.
Uh-huh.
So you can't unzip that.
If you're squished in there and that zipper has been closed all the way to maybe where your feet are, you don't know that. You're in a dark suitcase.
Yeah, I mean, it could be zipped all the way up here on the back side of his head. How is he going to get his little arm up here and reach up and grab that zipper?
Right.
How is he going to get a hand sticking out? Is he going to stick his hand out the bottom here, or maybe over here?
Yes, Lesko, we believe you.
No way he could get out. Yeah.
That's when I went over and decided to videotape to just see the, I guess the gist in it for him to.
Damn it! I did it again.
Yeah, you did.
I'm gonna send this picture to Baker. Love.
Baker. Hey, we know Baker can fix her.
I know he can. I
He
know
can't,
he can.
he can't fix himself at the moment, but he can fix her.
Oh God. Oh, but if you can fit in there alive, probably not getting out. Gross Sarah lips. Well, kisses.
To understand that right now I feel safe and right now I have the ability to actually speak to you in a manner that normally I would not have the ability.
I don't what she just said makes no sense.
No, that's a very important part of this.
Because what she just said was, once he was zipped up in there, I decided I was going to take the opportunity to tell him how I felt about him.
Meanwhile,
and about the way that he makes me feel. But she's drunk. And if you listen to her, maybe in her mind, she thought she was saying something intelligent, but this is just like, and I'm going to videotape.
Let me tell you something about yourself that you don't know.
To do.
And you were intoxicated,
Yes.
and you would agree that you said some things you should not have,
Yes.
but you realized he could not get out and get at you. Is that
Strong
fair?
man's words.
At
some
that moment,
man's
yes.
thoughts.
So it goes on for about 10
Yep.
minutes.
Yes.
You heard it here today, did you not?
Yes.
Unless
You
you're
heard-
just trying to be
You
a
heard his
jerk.
voice as he was speaking from the suitcase.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was his voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
And you heard your
No,
voice
it was
on the
Bob's.
video and audio.
It was my
That
puppet.
was your voice.
That was the
All those things said
that
by
was
the
the
man
death
were
dog.
said by George in that 2-minute video.
Yeah.
All the words said by the female were said by you in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
Were you intending on showing?
Now, what I don't understand, think about this. All right, these dogs are active, they're happy, they're playing, and they're dancing. What happened to the dogs? Like in that 11-minute video, at what point do you see the dogs?
You don't.
At all.
Him the video the next day.
Yes.
At the time, or the next day, is it fair to say you don't even remember videotaping?
I do not.
So,
Yes, I think I did. Yes.
from what you can tell from watching it, did that refresh your memory about that event?
I did.
Why did you say all that?
Maybe
Don't
we
bail her
approach-
out.
No. This is where he's this is where they're getting ready to stop it. She smiled. Oh, did you see that?
Yep. Back up a couple frames. Let's see. Play it.
Got a big smile on her face.
Uh-huh. Now what did they... Oh, this is while she's waiting on the objection.
Yeah.
She's rehearsing
And
it
the
in her
26-second
head.
video
Yep.
is an 11-minute period. Would you tell the jury what happened?
We continue to, I guess, speak to one another, and
Speak to one another.
his tone changed.
That 11-minute video does not you speaking to one another. That's him saying, "Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. Let me out." And she's going, "That's my name. Don't wear it out." Ha 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 ha.
To me, now this is just me being objective. Having listened to that video, that sounded more like him sobering up very quickly and her not even close.
No. Not even close. And I would suspect that
when you
Go
get
ahead.
to the point to where you feel like you're running out of air and maybe suffocating a little bit, yeah, you're going to sober up.
really damn quick. Because panic starts to set in.
Yep, the adrenaline starts coursing through your veins.
Don't matter the size.
Nope.
And I knew the tone, and we ended up
Knew the tone?
arguing back and forth with one another, and
You knew the tone of him begging for his freaking life?
That was an argument? Him saying, "Get me out of here," was an argument? I can't breathe. Sarah, I can't breathe. While you're bitching at him.
Yes.
it was the things that he was saying very much frightened me, and cursing at me and threatening me. And
did he want you to...
Why is none of
Dude,
that on the
it's-
video?
I didn't see any of that. Now, I would think that if, and this is what always pissed me off about Amber Heard. She would get out that goddamn camera and she would start recording, and then she would say shitty things to Johnny Depp.
Yep.
Right before she would open up that fucking camera, and so it made him
She
look
would
like
bait
an
him.
asshole.
Yep, she would bait him. Yep.
And this is exactly. I guarantee you, this is what she did. She did the same thing as Amber Heard.
He started slamming cabinets and everything. Never mind the fact that you were pushing his buttons on purpose so you could
Yeah.
record him doing that. And it wasn't even that damn bad. I've slammed cabinets harder.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Like whenever you're angry, you slam cabinets. You don't hit somebody because you're like, man, I would much rather pay for a broken cabinet door and maybe a few broken dishes than spend any amount of time in jail.
Yeah.
Although
or
I
hospital.
loved it.
or- yeah.
As much as I'd like to knock the hell out of this person, I'll slam a cabinet door all day.
Absolutely.
Like
Absolutely.
multiple times.
I'll
till it
throw a
breaks off the
chair,
hinges.
throw dishes, slam a cat, just whatever, as opposed to hurting somebody.
Yes. Any
Dear
day.
Lord. Yeah.
um, I'm sure so.
Go ahead, tell me.
And it got very heated very quickly, and he continued to push on the suitcase. And
Yeah, 'cause he can't breathe.
My fear was that he was going to break out of the suitcase, knowing that it was a broken suitcase.
You were
And,
killing him.
His hand started to come through. His hand started to come through this way, and
Okay. How?
How?
Tell me how. Do you know why she wanted to look at the suitcase beforehand?
So she could come up with that bullshit story.
Because if no matter which direction his head is in on either side of that suitcase, okay?
Yep.
Head there or head there, all right? You see that. So imagine, oops.
so I shook.
Imagine that suitcase is sitting here.
Mm-hmm.
And we've all seen what it looks like. You've got a zipper, because if I do remember seeing it, there's a spot here and a spot here where it zips up.
Right.
It closes over on top of itself. It may actually go all the way back to these 2 points here in here.
Right.
So if his head is
most
here,
of them do. They cover about 3/4 of it, and it's double zippered.
yeah.
So you've got.
But if his head is here, do you think that your shoulder being here, that you're going to be able to reach up there and stick your hand out?
Nope.
If you're curled up in a ball, basically in a freaking ball, you've got your knees up to your chest and you're just curled up in there. Do you think you can get your hand out of that thing?
Here's the other thing too, and I don't know if anybody's touched it. Was there any damage to the suitcase to indicate where he had pushed through?
Nope.
No.
None at all.
No.
And the zipper doesn't move easily.
No. Matter of fact, if I recall, it had like a pink wire tie on it, which you could use to lock the damn suitcase.
Do you know what? I have this suspicion, and I could be wrong. I have a feeling that they got in an argument. She hit him with a bat a few times.
Yeah.
Stuffed him in the suitcase while he was unconscious, passed out drunk. She might even hit him while he was passed out drunk on the couch or any other place.
Right.
Stuffed his ass in the suitcase and zipped it up.
And used that
And then
pink
he came
wire
to.
tie to close it.
And then he came to, and
Yep.
she filmed it, laughed at him, and then stopped recording, went back down and recorded for a couple more seconds because she was like, I think he's still alive. And then concocted this whole story that that they were playing hide and seek. And I would almost bet that the suitcase was probably upstairs the whole damn time, along with the son's baseball bat.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And maybe there was a reason why the husband didn't want him around his son.
That could be.
Shook the suitcase. I shook the suitcase, trying to get his hand to go back in, shaking it, and telling him that, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me.
So his
To
hand,
me.
his hand actually got out of the
He wasn't doing anything to you.
Please stop doing this to me. He's in a suitcase.
Yeah. How is he doing anything to you?
Right.
suitcase.
Yes.
And you went to the suitcase
Yes.
and shook it.
Yes.
Did that force his hand to go back in?
No.
So you're shaking
No.
it. You shaking it to
Shaking
try to
it didn't get
suitcase-
his hand back in.
Yes.
He's
How long did you shake
suffocating.
it?
I don't know.
But his hand was still out.
Yes.
Was he trying to get out?
Forcefully, yes.
Was he angry at you?
Yes.
Fake.
Now, you've heard this whole story. This is her story. Now, think about this. Her story is got in the suitcase. She decided to film it and tell him how she really felt. She stopped filming. They started arguing, and he started getting angry and violent and started unzipping the suitcase. He's getting himself out. So she started hitting him with a baseball bat and shaking it. Well, she started shaking it, and then she hit him with a baseball bat, and then got the suitcase zipped back up again, and then filmed the second one, then went upstairs to bed. That's what she's saying.
Let's hear it.
Were you in fear?
Always.
The whole
If he would have gotten
time.
out of the suitcase, what would he have done to you?
Like he used to tell me, he probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
Did you lose the grip on the suitcase?
Yes.
Actually, that would be incorrect. He would have had about 8 minutes of air inside the suitcase.
Yeah, they're
It's not one of these breathable suitcases at all. It's a hard shell suitcase. It's not a soft suitcase. It's a hard shell suitcase.
oh god, that changes it. That makes it even worse.
Uh-huh.
See, I was picturing because like my suitcases are the soft shell because I don't want them to get damaged at the airport.
Right.
That's what I was picturing. I wasn't even picturing that these were hard shell. Oh my god.
Yeah, wait until you see the suitcase.
Okay.
No, it's got a like a waterproof outer thing on it. It may not be entirely plastic, but it's got hard parts to it.
Gotcha. Okay.
In relation to the suitcase?
It was leaning up against the dining room table right there.
How far was the bat from the suitcase?
3 feet, 2 feet?
Was his hand still out of the suitcase?
In the son's bedroom.
Yes.
And was he getting out of the suitcase?
He very much was trying, yes.
And so what did you do?
For the split-second reaction that I had, I happened to see that, and I grabbed the baseball bat.
Split-second
and
reaction.
was trying to poke his hand to go back in, to please don't break through, please. So I hit his hand.
Did you hit the outside part of his hand?
Yes,
We've seen the photographs of his left hand. Did you cause the bruising there?
I'm guessing yes.
Now, you've seen the bat.
That's why she needed to see all of these
Yes, I bought it
things.
for my son.
This is why she needed to see all of the items ahead of time. She had to make this story believable. That's why she laid out the suitcase. Oh, what a piece of work.
Is this the bat you used?
Yes,
And you said you poked him with it?
yes, I kind of pushed, like I held it with the skinny part here and then
So the grip here,
prodded at it, yes,
you grabbed it with both hands here,
yes,
and then the barrel of the bat, the big part of the bat is here.
correct.
And you thrusted it into the different areas of the suitcase?
I started with his hand, and his hand, he was still trying to get out. He was still trying to do that. So I started to push on the suitcase around it, hoping to have his hand retract and go back inside.
Uh-huh. I don't believe that a bit.
See, I don't know
You made those injuries.
what they said in the autopsy as far as the damage to
We've seen
him.
the photographs.
Yes.
We see the bruising.
Yeah, that was not just pushing. That was swinging.
Is that from that bat?
Yes.
Wait till they get rebuttal witnesses to rebut everything that she said.
Did his hand go back inside from you doing?
Yes, finally, he had subsided and retracted his hand.
So in your mind, did you prevent him from attacking you?
Absolutely. Split-second decision.
Now, once he retracted his
second.
hand,
Huh.
do you remember zipping it up some, or what did you do in relation? Because he was upside down, was he not, at that point?
Yes,
At some point, you flipped him back up.
I did.
Tell how that happened.
He wasn't cursing, he wasn't threatening, his hand was inside foremost. There was no more of him trying to break through the suitcase. So I felt safe enough to turn it back over. It wasn't happening anymore.
Huh?
You went back to the video and
What?
the couch,
Yeah, I said the same
I
thing.
did, yes,
and you saw the second video,
yes,
the 22-second, and he's right side up again,
yes,
and you hear him say, "Sarah?"
yes.
Had you left enough room for him to get out? Zipper to zipper.
Nope.
Yes, that's how his
Why would she leave any room for him to get out?
Right. So what she's trying to establish is that she was so afraid for her life, she did not want him to get out. Why in the hell would she leave room for him to get out? You just contradicted yourself.
It gets worse. It gets worse.
hand was trying.
That suitcase has two
I'll be right
zippers,
back.
doesn't it? And they meet at various
Yeah.
places along the line?
Correct.
How much room, when you flipped it over, how much room was between zipper to zipper?
I don't know specifically. I mean, it was enough to where his hand was coming out.
After you had hit him with the bat, was he not trying to get out anymore?
No.
Did you believe that he could breathe in there?
Yes.
Did you ever believe he could die in there?
No. At all.
Were you trying to kill him?
Never.
Did you want to kill him?
I did not.
So the whole time that he's saying, I can't breathe, let me out, I can't breathe, please, Sarah, let me out, I can't breathe. You never thought that he could possibly die in there.
Did you walk upstairs?
I did, yes.
Why didn't you let him out before you walked upstairs? Were you afraid?
Terrified is more of the word.
All right. I'm taking a break because I'm about to lose my shit on her. Give me just a few minutes because all right, we'll just give you a nice, easy bit of music. Just bear with it. We'll be back in just a short bit.
Sandy shores, get a tan, Rambo the orangutan. Driving a golf cart, oh man, Rambo is half crazy, yes he can. Well, that SOB's a sight to F and see. Oh, Rambo's rolling, as the sun he's free at last. While Shizzy has his coffee, these two are having an effing blast. Whoa, Rambo's rolling, as the sun he's free at last. While Shizzy has his coffee, these two are having an effing blast. Shizzy on the dunes, coffee in hand, Rambo is a loon, and Shizzy is, well, that is too dirty to say here. Shizzy on the dunes, coffee in hand, Rambo is a loon, and Shizzy is that is too dirty to say here, Oh, Rambo's rolling, as the sun he's free at last. While Shizzy has his coffee, these two are having an effing blast. Otters in the surf, hummingbirds in the sky, Rambo honks the horn and spits in Shizzy's eye. Oh my! Oh, Rambo's rolling, as the sun he's free at last. While Shizzy has his coffee, these two are having an effing blast. Oh, Rambo's rolling. Rambo takes a turn, driving to the wave. Otters wave their paws, telling Rambo, not sure, but if you could understand, Otter, it probably wasn't nice. Rambo takes a turn, driving to the waves. Otters wave their paws, telling Rambo, not sure, but if you could understand, Otter, it probably wasn't nice. Oh, Rambo's rolling, as the sun he's free at last. While Shizzy has his coffee, these two are having a effing blast. So here's to Rambo, otters and hummingbirds by the edge of the ocean. And Shizzy, well, he might just be there too. Well, here's to Rambo, otters and hummingbirds by the edge of the ocean. And Shizzy, well, he might just be there too.
Shake it, Stacy. Oh yeah, is this as real as the court? Silly. All right.
As long as he was in the suitcase, he couldn't harm you.
Correct.
As long as he's in the suitcase, he can't harm you because he's dead.
Did you want him to calm down?
Yes, I wanted him to stop being angry because I know what it is for him to be angry.
You went upstairs. Where were the dogs?
The dogs ran upstairs with me.
And
Uh-huh.
On the bed.
The blind one and the deaf one were on the bed.
did you have the phone with you?
Yes,
I know at some point you called your husband, Brian, did you not?
I did.
Do you recall how long that conversation was?
So she calls her husband after she beats the snot out of him while he's in his suitcase.
Not very long.
Do you recall what was said?
I don't remember exactly. No, I don't.
So she calls the husband, doesn't recall what she says to him at all. Uh-huh.
Miss Boone, Sarah Boone, you said that when he was in the suitcase, he was threatening her, threatening you. Can you tell the jury what he was saying?
I don't know. Am I allowed to curse?
Yes.
Are you allowed to curse, sweetheart? We're past the 2-hour mark. Of course you're allowed to curse. You can say exactly what you want to say. Explicit images, dirty words, and general malfeasance. Viewer discretion is advised.
But he was going to fucking end me. And that's what made me ask him please to stop doing what he's doing to me. That he was going to, I'm guessing, try his best that night to probably take my life.
What's he doing? He's locked in a suitcase.
What? The threat you heard was he's
going to
say the
fucking
word.
end me.
Excuse me?
Fucking end me.
End you?
Yes.
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Judge, can we approach the bench?
Yes.
All right. Let's see if I can swap this thing over really quick to the other, which is my edited down version of this. And we'll view it on YouTube here. Give me a second. And get through the nurse. Oh, that's the wrong
Okay,
one.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Well, Diva called. I figured that was more important.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, taking her phone calls a little more important.
It is much more important. Just saying.
She's like,
Damn
what
it,
are you
I-
listening to? I said, well, I'm on the air with Shizzy.
I
like,
uploaded the
"Oh."
wrong damn one.
What happened?
Son of a bitch. I
What'd you-
uploaded the wrong damn one. It's a good thing that delete forever. I understand. I'll lose all of the content off of this. Son of a bitch. All right. We're back to it.
Okay.
Let's see. They're taking a little break. And I believe this is...
After having gone up to
That
the shower.
look on her face.
Yeah.
Smug ass bitch.
That's
There it is.
pretty close to what we already knew from the deposition testimony.
Yes.
From the doctors relaying what she said for the proffer. What we have here is testimony from the defendant. Her timeline is she comes downstairs after having gone up to the shower and hiding, laying down, after being declared to be it. She comes back downstairs, and before she gets back to the bottom of the stairwell, she can see that the victim is in the suitcase trying to get flat because the lid is flopping and he's not hidden just yet. And so she comes over and I believe she testified she was moving it around before actually zipping the lid shut, but moving it around, everybody's laughing, it's all fun and games still, and then she zips it, and it's still fun and games, and everybody's laughing, and then at this point, she testifies that this is now her opportunity to get on her pulpit to express her true feelings about everything, and that's when she sits down on the couch and opens up her phone device and begins recording what later turns out to be IMG _1062.movie at 11:12:45 for 2 minutes and 3 seconds.
Oh, she has an
During this
iPhone.
period of time, the decedent is expressing meekly that he can't breathe. The only time he ever curses at her is, Sarah, I can't fucking breathe, babe, I can't fucking breathe. He is demonstrating under the law that he is in fear of losing his life. She has committed an aggravated assault. She has committed false imprisonment. She was the initial aggressor.
Oh, okay, I know what this motion is.
Justify these actions that she took against her boyfriend. She then goes on to say that during this period of time between the end of the movie at 11:14:48 seconds and before the next one starts at 11:23, that it's now at this time, while he's still constrained and clearly unable to get out under his own power despite having his hand out, she begins beating him with a bat, poking his hands, poking the suitcase with a deadly weapon. A bat is used for baseball, but it can also be used to harm another person. And
Yeah,
according
so
to
can a
medical examiner's
stick.
testimony, there was great harm caused to him.
So
Deep
can
ecchymosis
junk in my
bruises.
pants.
You can't
How did that
start to
get
do this
laughed
out of
at?
fear, like the analogy I gave earlier. If I pull a
Start
gun to rob you,
swinging around
Judge,
it,
and you pull a
somebody's getting
gun,
their eye
I
poked
can't
out.
shoot you in self-defense. She started this. She started this. There was no overt act, and therefore, we're asking for you to prevent, under the case law, any prior instances of violence, any
Frank,
reputation evidence, and any battered
I'm
spouses
not even at
evidence,
home.
because that's simply just what the case ended up being. Thank you.
Response.
Yep. Exactly what he said.
Judge, this was a game by two intoxicated people. When people are drunk and intoxicated, they do silly and stupid things.
Facts.
But that
I agree. No,
absolutely,
I
but-
agree with that. I agree with that.
No, I agree with that, but that still does not give you the excuse to get behind the wheel of a car because oh well, I was intoxicated. I was just being silly. That's not an excuse.
Well, I just want to hear the rest of his argument because I'm like, okay, you've started out factually correct. Now let's see where it falls apart.
The evidence is uncontroverted that Jorge Torres willingly, by his own choice, elected to hide in the suitcase.
Yep.
By their interaction between the two of them, giggling and laughing at each other, he consented to her zipping up the suitcase.
Wrong.
Wrong.
And the
That's where
playful
you're
nature
wrong.
of what was going on during those few minutes prior to the
Wrong.
video. When the video is turned on, there's a 2-minute period where they're talking. He's saying, I need to get out. I can't breathe. She's not taking him
Yes.
seriously, as you've seen from the videos.
No. She took him seriously. She didn't give a shit.
Exactly. Big difference. Big.
This
effing
wasn't
difference.
you don't hear her laughing or being like, oh, you're just being dramatic or no. She knew he was trapped in there, even though he wanted to get out. And so that's when she felt bold enough to start making all these declarations about what a piece of shit he is.
Yep.
Thought it was the boy crying wolf. She did not appreciate the fact that he could be actually having trouble breathing.
No, she knew.
And this was a chance
Yeah.
for him to be heard by her about how she felt about some
That's
things.
how you make me feel. Haha.
That's how you make me feel. Exactly.
Short time
Her
later,
anger
the video
took
was
over.
turned off, and then that period has been testified to by my client. And that period is uncontroverted. That's a second period of time. You've got that time where the
I want to know. I want to know.
I don't think you looked at the
evidence.
evidence, counselor.
I'm wondering if the husband's going to be allowed to come back and rebut her shit.
I think he's from what I heard, now I don't know if this is true. It was my understanding he was going to be brought back as a defense witness, but treated as a hostile witness.
because whenever she would get drunk, and he said this during the video questionnaire that the officer had with him, was, she gets drunk and she attacks me, and that's what caused the divorce in the first place. That is what caused the divorce in the first place. She could not control herself when she would get drunk, and she would start attacking me. And luckily, I'm much bigger than her, and I could just hold her down. But she would get very violent when she was drinking.
Shizzy, clarify something for me. If you are brought on as a hostile witness, all that really means is that the attorney can ask leading questions. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Because I believe what it is because whenever you're on direct, you cannot ask leading questions of your witness.
Correct.
Whereas if they're treated as a hostile witness, you can ask leading questions just like you can on cross.
Yes.
I believe that's correct.
Yeah. Brandon, I think that is correct.
Yeah.
Also.
The video, we got the 11 minutes, we got the 22 seconds. And there's no video, there's no audio, there's no eyewitness, there's nothing but Sarah Boone's testimony. And she's testified here today that they had words, there were threats, he got his hand out of the suitcase.
Threats?
She knew by the threats and him getting his hand out of the suitcase that he was about to get out of the suitcase and he was going to hurt her.
See, that's the thing.
You mean a man pleading for his life was a threat?
Yeah. Yeah.
A man saying, I can't breathe.
Let me out.
Is a threat.
There wasn't, when I get out of here, I am going to kick your ass.
Right. At no point in time were those words ever uttered. Now, I know what they're going to try to do. They're going to say, well, based upon his past behavior, this is the way he would have acted. But in that situation, especially hearing that audio, does anybody for 1 second believe that he was going to be a threat?
No. God, no.
Shut up.
Anyway. And all she had to do was unzip it far enough that he could start crawling out of it, and then she could have left.
Right. That's the whole thing.
She could have called 911. She could, at the point where he started crawling out of there, she could have dialed 911, walked out the door,
Bingo.
got out in the parking lot,
Bingo.
knocked on her neighbor's doors,
Bingo.
started screaming grape, any number of things. And Bronca would even tell you this. The first thing that you do as soon as the threat is no longer a threat, as soon as that threat is no longer a threat, you cannot claim self-defense.
Exactly. Because you can be a victim, and if the circumstances change, they become the victim.
Yes.
It is no longer self-defense.
She is going to lose so bad on this. Oh.
A reasonable person under that scenario would believe
would have got the fuck out
she
of
was
there.
about to be harmed.
They would have got the
She
hell
was
out.
an imminent threat of harm.
No, she was not.
She blocked that attack by grabbing the bat, hitting his hand. When that
Nope.
didn't work, she started poking him with the bat in the suitcase.
He's no threat. He was still in the
Eventually, she poked him
suitcase.
several times. He
She
put his
became the
hand
aggressor.
inside the suitcase.
Well,
She put
but
the bat up, and she realized he
okay.
was not gonna
I'll give him the little bit of the benefit of the doubt on there. All right. Let's say it in her mind, her perception, whatever the hell you want to call it. He's trying to get out of the suitcase, and she's worried. She's legitimately worried that if he gets out of that, I'm screwed. So yeah, she does smack his hand with a baseball bat to try to keep him in there. But then she still has the opportunity to get the fuck out.
Yeah.
This is not a stand your ground issue.
No. No. This is a domestic violence issue that she could have walked away from and got away from.
Yep. She could have got out of there. She could have used her cell phone that they share. She could have taken the car. He doesn't have a car. Of course, she was blitz drunk, so she would she would have to go to the neighbors. But still,
Well, she already said that she called her husband. If she used the phone to call her husband, she could have just as easily called 911.
Right.
And I mean, I'm thinking of like a million scenarios that does not involve keeping someone locked up inside of a suitcase to suffocate.
Right.
I mean, I can come up with a million different ways that this could have been handled. And I don't care how drunk I am. If my wife was locked up in a goddamn suitcase, the last thing I want to do is want to have her death on my hands.
Dude, dude, you would have to get a divorce after that because you couldn't sleep.
No, not at all. There would be.
Same thing. If I had done that to Diva,
oh God,
there's no place I could run. She would
No.
hunt me down.
Yeah. If she didn't hunt you down, she'd get her brothers and sisters, mother, father, cousins, uncles, nephews.
No. She would leave that up to herself. Believe me. Now
Well,
she would
no,
have
I
her
mean,
friend. She would have her friends help track me down. but
Exactly. But
she'd
she
be the
would-
one doing the beating.
Yeah. Oh God, yes. Same here.
By the way, I love my wife very much, and I would never be in that scenario. Thank you.
No, not at all. That's not us.
That any further.
Oh.
She flipped him over right side up. She still had a fear, knowing that if he got out, she would be harmed. He would be
She had the power.
She went upstairs.
No, she didn't.
That is an overt act based on the discussions, coupled with the fact that he threatened her, using the word, I'm going to fucking end it for you, or some words to that effect. I don't remember her exact words just before
That's
she went
never
upstairs
been brought
when he was
up.
still in the suitcase. If she would have let him out, and this is a crime, now,
She made
now
that
this is an
shit
event
up.
involving an omission, failure to act, failure to unzip him at that point, before she went upstairs. The failure to act, the failure to unzip, which would have let him out, which would have
done absolutely nothing. Absolutely
created
nothing.
a situation that she believed.
He's drunk and
was
he's out of
probably
breath.
harm
What
to
the
herself.
fuck is he gonna do?
And I guess I'll give a
Exactly.
couple of examples. Let's say that a police officer is called to a scene, and the only thing he hears is there is a suspect in some.
What is up, Yamaha?
Schooner. Well, Shizzy sent me an invite to the circus, so I thought I'd jump on in.
Hell
and,
yeah,
laugh
brother.
at the clown here.
That's right. That's right.
Welcome.
Yeah,
All right,
what's going on?
player.
A couple of examples. Let's say
Yes.
that a police officer is called to a scene, and the only thing he hears is there is a suspect, and the suspect may be armed. So, of course, the officer pulls out his revolver, and he's walking around. Well, then eventually he finds the suspect, and the suspect reaches for his waist.
No. The suspect is locked in a suitcase.
This is not equivalent. You keep this is.
It's not even close.
He's trying to equivocate the two, and it's not even. Yeah.
It's not. No. No. Here's the
moron.
equivalent. An officer hears that there's a suspect on the loose. He walks around the corner. He's got his firearm drawn, and the suspect is locked up inside a suitcase. So what does he do? He just unloads the firearm into the suitcase. That's the equivalent.
Or he puts a lock on the suitcase, drags it, and puts it in the back of his squad car and drives straight to jail.
There you go. Already contained.
Oh, you got to pull Yamaha up.
What?
Oh,
Why?
God.
Just like you did
Oh,
to me.
America.
It's okay.
Hold on.
It's okay.
You know what I can
Well, they
do?
can. Oh.
It's nothing.
Well,
you did.
it'll take up more space if you want. I mean, everybody can hear me, right?
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah,
It
that's
won't-
fine. It'll just take up more
It won't.
space
It won't.
there.
It won't take up more space. See, because all I have to do is I just edit it, and then I take and I add an item, which is a camera slot, and then I move you like over here, like so. There we go. See? And then we hit save, and there we go. Update the layout. We're covering the four corners.
There you are. You're up. You're up in the corner.
All right.
Oh yeah.
The officer doesn't see the gun, but the officer sees the movement to the waist. The officer fires and shoots the suspect. The officer is justified because there's an immediate threat of harm.
Not even
But
close.
that's different.
The officer has to
Not
react
even close.
instinctively. There's no time to think. Similar to the actions that Sarah Boone had to take.
No, it's
Another
not.
example,
This guy is
you're in a
so-
bar with your
oh
buddies
my
and You've had
God.
something to drink, and another group has had something to drink, and one of your buddies gets into an argument with one of the buddies on the other party. And one of your friends, seeing that it's being escalated, and the guy that's arguing with your buddy is aggressive, more aggressive than your
No,
buddy.
here's an analogy that's much better. So you get in an argument with a guy in a bar, and he smacks you, and you smack him back, and he smacks you again, and then you get pissed off. You go out to your car, you grab a shotgun, you come back in, you pull the trigger.
Yeah.
That's the equivalent.
Yeah.
That right there would be intentional. Because as soon as he was able to walk away and walk out of the bar, all he had to do was keep going.
Right.
Yeah.
And he didn't do that.
Yeah, it takes a split second. It can be a split second. It doesn't have to be days or minutes or planning or anything to go from self-defense to murder.
Yes. Because
it can take a split second.
Yep. And she took at least 11 minutes.
Buddy's trying to settle the thing, but this other individual, maybe he's had too much to drink and he's more aggressive. So you go around behind this individual, and before he's able to strike your buddy, you grab him. You lock him up.
in a suitcase.
That's physical restraint to block an attack. Or you grab him by the neck and you choke him. Physical restraint to block.
Tell that to the guy up in New York, the Marine that's on.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Tell that to him.
Perfect example.
Well,
Try that to him.
And even if he was trying to play the scenario through, let's say the jury looks at it as, okay, I could see the point of restraining them if all that was true, which none of it is.
No.
Then when she decided not to let him out because he's saying, I can't breathe, then it becomes murder.
No,
well, not only that, but she is in such fear. She's under such threat and in such fear.
She went to bed.
That she crashes out for 12. Now, whether or not she actually went upstairs or stayed on the couch, I don't know.
Right.
But the point is, she zonks out for at least 12 hours that we know of.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a credible fear right there.
Right.
No, yeah. I imagine she laid down next to the suitcase and just went, shh, it's okay.
She probably did.
Well, she does because she's got that creepy mother thing going on.
Yeah. I mean, there's no evidence that I know of that she even went upstairs and went to bed.
Right. Exactly.
Well, just check the dog's breath for peanut butter.
God. Attack. That's what she was doing with the suitcase. If she let him out of the suitcase, she was going to be harmed. Based on him trying to get out with his hand, based on the threats he made while he had his hand out, and based on the threats he made while he had his hand inside just before she went upstairs.
There's no proof of the threat.
Thank you. Court's going to review the case law obtained in its research in this matter and come back with an oral ruling momentarily. Thank you.
Oh, God.
No proof of the threat. That is her word.
Yeah, that's all that there is.
Yeah. Well, and that's the other thing about a lot of these, because I've seen it go both ways.
Yeah.
I mean, there are legitimate cases, but this whole idea of she's also trying to go off this idea in my mind of believe all women. Well, I'm a poor put upon woman.
No objections. The Owens Foundation is established.
So there's the blonde that you
we
were
don't know
asking
for
about.
Yeah, we don't know for a fact that
Key identification, defense identification key is 2 photographs
So I'll mute this, but so that once see that's the little blonde right there.
Okay.
She's got the duck lips. She moves into camera a little bit better.
Yeah, but that's not who she's smiling at when she comes in the courtroom. It's not her.
No.
Because she's looking the other way, like toward the jury.
I think she's smiling at this guy right here.
Maybe.
Or it could be the other chick. There she is.
Okay.
So that's the girl right here.
Yeah, she's just a paralegal.
Yeah, and then this other one right here has duck lips also. They both have lip injections. Like they're OnlyFans models. They're Instagram models or some crap.
Well, they are in Orlando.
Yeah.
She's all right.
Yeah, she's all right. I mean, so this is them wanting
She's
to get all
no
this
redhead,
evidence.
so I don't care.
Yeah. So this is them trying to get the evidence put in, and we're back.
Well, even with all these photos, it doesn't show anything other than the fact, okay, you see the photos, but in her drunken stupors, all these bruises and shit, I've seen drunks fuck themselves up in all different kinds of ways. Nobody's laid a finger on them.
Well,
but she's sitting there snapping all these damn pictures. Well, how the fuck do we know that you're not falling down and smacking yourself in the face? I've seen drunks give themselves black eyes. This proves nothing.
How many bruises did we see on Amber Heard?
Well, and not to mention, Yamaha, you can probably attest to this. How bad is the body chemistry of an alcoholic?
Oh, it's horrible.
Yes.
It's horrible. And that's part of the problem, and that's what my point goes to. The main thing that goes, I mean, outside of the withdrawal effects, they have a huge issue in depleted electrolytes.
Right.
So it's not, especially with potassium. So it's not because they're urinating constantly as part of the side effect from it, whether it's beer, but whatever it is. And so a lot of times we'd have to give them vitamin K and a banana bag.
Yeah.
To try and get that shit back under control, because electrolytes play a very important role in everything. Cardiovascular, neurogenic, everything. So, yeah, drunks fall down all over the place all the time, beat the crap out of themselves. So. Yeah,
it's not unusual.
Yeah.
You're an expert. Okay. Yeah, Mom. Actually, you'd be surprised the people that I have on my panel, as far as their knowledge in these kind of things. But you keep on. Wait a minute, as an expert, what the fuck are you talking about? Well, he's an expert, or she, or they.
Self-injury is less than you think. Clearly, you don't know shit.
No, they're an expert. They're an expert.
No, whoever this Yamum is, unless they're joking, if you're seriously saying that, then you don't know shit. You've never worked in the field. You've never worked in the ER. You don't know shit.
No, they know everything. But there's no expert advice here, of course.
Your ex-husband?
Yes.
All right. After you called your ex-husband, what happened after that?
Oh, okay. All right, yeah. Well, I get that. Okay, yeah, Mom, I understand
Well, I figured
that.
you
All
were joking.
Well, that's why I was wondering. I was like, you got to be
Yeah.
fucking joking, because there's no goddamn way. Yeah.
I'm just like,
all right.
okay.
I got you.
I'm saying I'm an alcoholic. I'm a joking.
You can't convey sarcasm over text. It's
Yeah, sometimes
it's
it kind of
really hard to. You have to solidify that right off the bat.
There is no sarcasm thought. I'm so pissed about that.
Oh my God. I wish there was. There has to be an emoji for sarcasm. There really should be.
They haven't invented it yet, and that's how I'm going to make my millions, Shizzy.
I'm going to make
I'm going to invent the sarcasm font.
It's just going to be a big penis.
No, that's for Lefty.
That is true. I can hurt myself without being drunk. I'm quite good at it. That is true. This is that attorney had. Oh well, this is just the defense attorney. He's trying to make her look good. About the only thing that will make her look good is, well, never mind.
Do you
Say
remember
that
waking
here.
up the next morning?
Yes,
Did you sleep in?
not intentionally.
Okay. But you didn't
hate
get up
it
at
when
8
she
o'clock,
says
did you?
that. Not intentionally, bitch.
Did you wake up closer to noon?
I believe so, yes.
Did you check the time?
No,
Now, did you hear your phone ringing?
yes, my phone was ringing.
And did you answer it right away?
No,
Do you know approximately how many times it rang before you answered it?
I believe the call was about 3 times.
Did you know who was calling?
I think it was my ex-husband.
And why would he be calling?
To make sure that I was still on schedule to pick up our son.
At 3 that afternoon?
Correct.
And he goes to school there close by?
Yes.
All right. When you woke up, did you stay in bed for a while?
For a little while, yes.
All right, tell me what happened.
I knew it was my ex-husband calling repeatedly.
So bad.
Hold on.
I know sometimes it's
answer right away
obvious,
because-
but I mean, just with that, I'm hoping that when they did a search on her beforehand, they checked for a vest.
For real. And I'm sorry, but I'm sure as many of us on here in the chat and here on the panel can attest, probably one of the first things you do when you wake up out of a stupor is see what time it is.
Oh my God.
I know I do. I'm like, how long do I sleep? Oh, shit. Oh, time to get up.
Yeah, I'm usually like, whenever I wake up from a stupor, it's like 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, oh, damn, overslept.
Right. Or either I overslept or
shit, I gotta go.
Oh God, it's only 5 in the morning. I can go back to sleep. Okay.
Yeah. It's one of those two. I mean, usually whenever, if I've had way too much to drink, like,
hey, Lil D.
Oh, good. Hey, Lil D. Like what was it? The night that Brandon tortured me endlessly, and I drank way too damn much.
Yeah, I remember. I
Oh,
remember.
yeah.
Oh my God! I still got up the next morning and did a morning stream.
You did.
Mm-hmm.
I was proud of you.
I was not feeling it. I finished that damn stream, and when I finished it, man, my ass crawled back into bed with sleep. I was supposed to be working that day. It was like hell to the no.
Hey,
I'm
I
not
ain't
doing
billing no hours
shit.
today, baby.
No, once I got some more sleep, you asked for 5, you got 5. True. That's true. I don't deny it. I don't deny it. I just need to not be doing that on a weekday. Damn it.
No, not so much. Not so much.
No, I'm too old for that shit.
Because one of our problems is that he doesn't understand that I'm doing things around the apartment and looking for jobs and so on and so forth. So I inevitably just let it ring, and I laid in the bed, and I figured that George was downstairs either drinking or looking for jobs, or may have just left. And so eventually I decided to get out of the bed and start moving to go downstairs. I was motivated enough to go downstairs. And when I went downstairs, it was very quiet. So I had the understanding, I believed that he had left. And
Did you check to see
Oh,
if he
wait
was-
a minute.
Where would he be looking for a job at?
usually on the couch, he would have my son's laptop, and he and I, which we would share.
Y'all only have the son's laptop,
Correct.
and the TV was not working at this time?
The TV was not there.
So you thought
But
he
somehow
was in
she
the living room
magically
on the
doesn't see the
laptop?
suitcase.
He was not there?
She's so full of shit.
Where else did you look for him?
I looked on the back porch. I went through the front door to see if my car was there, thinking maybe he had taken my car. I checked the bathroom, and when I was checking the bathroom, I saw the suitcase, and I remembered about the night prior, and I
Stepped over it, but finally saw
Let me
it.
stop you there.
Yeah.
Fucking retard.
You said you
She's
were
so
in the bathroom
full of
when you saw
shit.
the suitcase?
Exactly.
Out of the bathroom?
No, where our bathroom is, I would have to go to the bathroom here, and then when I turned around, I noticed the suitcase, and I remembered.
How did you feel when you saw the suitcase?
Oh, happy.
I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that before.
Describe it for the jury.
Well, the pleasure was
It
unenjoyable.
was
Now, wait. Stop a second.
Yeah,
Stop.
I bet you when she first got,
Stop.
because when they first got in there, she would have gone through withdrawals. I bet my left nut on that. Guaranteed she went through withdrawals. So I was just kind of curious as to how that whole thing, I'd be curious to see her med record on that and just read
no
through
joke.
it. Because they had her doped up on clonazepam or one of the two.
Here's my whole
Clonazepam's
thing.
usually longer lasting,
She's
better.
going through this as if this was the most horrific thing she had ever seen.
Right.
Did that look like the most deadpan emotion you've ever seen?
No.
Emotionless.
That's what I
Like-
mean. Just flat.
Yeah.
Like it is almost like a pre-rehearsed story.
Yes.
That she was told to say.
Yes.
And she's probably been telling herself the whole damn time. Because as being this complete alcoholic junkie that she is, all of this makes sense in her drug-addled mind.
That's what she's told herself.
She has told herself over and over again, I had no way of avoiding this. This wasn't on me. This wasn't me. I had nothing to do with this. This was him coming after me. This was all about him attacking me. I am the one that this is being done to. I am the one that's being persecuted. The judge is persecuting me. The jury is persecuting me.
Why am I up here? I shouldn't be up here. I didn't do anything wrong.
I didn't do a thing.
It wasn't intentional. I mean, how many damn times has she said that?
Yes. It wasn't intentional. As if that absolves you from things.
Yeah.
Like, is that the magic
I'm gonna
word?
start doing that at home and see if that works with Diva.
Yeah.
It wasn't intentional.
Mm-hmm.
I'd never
Just
be
drop
back
it.
on here.
Just break something in the house and go, it wasn't intentional. And then just keep breaking shit throughout the house. It wasn't intentional.
It was just your sister. It wasn't intentional. She didn't have a sister, by the way. She does not have a sister. I'm making these jokes. I feel like I have to clarify.
That's why I'm
But it's a joke.
Just like, oh, God.
Well, Brandon, the clonazepam is the benzo, and so that's what helps with the withdrawals. The clonidine could potentially be done depending on whether or not she has hypertensive. I don't know what all they would prescribe. It depends on their protocols, but the clonazepam was the one that we would primarily use because it was longer lasting.
Yeah.
So that's why
Well,
it's
and-
for the withdrawal.
Well, and she wouldn't have gotten that until after she was arrested because she wasn't arrested on the first day.
No.
They questioned her on the first day and they said, come down and pick up your phone tomorrow because, they wanted to question her some more. And they didn't want her to suspect that they were going to arrest her. She was just like, because she was clearly still shit-faced drunk the next morning when she's talking with them. And they want to make sure she's got a clear head because they didn't finish up with her until 7:00 that night. And once they finished up with her, she went and stayed with her ex-husband and called them to see what time she could come down. I guarantee you that she had a drink that freaking night. She started working on her story that night.
Yeah.
And then she went in the next day and she thought that story was going to float. Because she probably sat there and I can hear it right now. She sat there with her ex-husband, probably chatting his fucking ear off all night to telling her story. And he's going, yeah, that sounds good, yeah.
They were sitting there eating the pudding pops, trying to level out.
Yeah.
And
again, this isn't medical advice or anything, but no, let's go. It depends on the protocols because I also worked as a jail medic. So our protocol was with the benzos. The main issue with withdrawals, the one that we were most concerned with, is alcohol withdrawal because that one will definitely end you. The other ones, especially like heroin, meth, whatever. They'll whine, bitch, and complain. They shit themselves, especially with the heroin. The main thing is making sure their electrolytes and their fluid levels are up. They can keep stuff down. That's the main thing with that. They're just going to feel like shit, but the alcohol withdrawals will end you. And I've seen that happen. And so benzos is part of the protocol.
And how much alcohol are we talking about for this? I mean, we're talking like these people are drinking like handles every day or something.
Oh yeah, she was a hardcore alcoholic.
Well, we've already come up with the fact that they went through basically 5 regular bottles of wine in a day.
Yeah.
I mean, I drink, but I mean, I don't drink during the day. They're drinking. They're like waking up and drinking. I can't fucking do that.
Nope.
Yeah, and you have to in order to get the shakes away for some of these. I mean, they get to a point where, and they will do that in the hospital as well. You'll actually see a prescription for beer or for whiskey, where they're allotted 1 or 2 shots a day or whatever, and then they'll work it down from there.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, you'll actually see that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like looking at my whiskey bottle here, going, I cannot imagine going through that every single day.
No, there's no way.
Like I would be. It just makes me nauseous thinking about it. How do I get
right,
this?
How do I get this? Right?
Well, you got to OD.
I don't think you want to get to that point, man.
No, not at all. That would be bad.
I can't describe the feeling. It was terror to a certain degree.
I'm sorry, say that again now.
It was terror to a certain degree.
Did you notice how bothered she looked because somebody interrupted her with a sneeze?
Yes.
Like she looked so pissed off, like it threw her off.
Like you're interrupting my story.
Feel when you saw the suitcase.
I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that before.
Here it comes.
Describe it for the jury.
The eye flutter.
I was aghast, and I just can't describe the feeling. It was terror to a certain degree.
I'm sorry, say that again now.
It was terror to a certain degree. I just can't describe it in words.
She's furrowing her eyebrows too. Like the muscles right above them are just clenching. And then looking for approval.
I immediately unzipped the suitcase, and I was screaming, George, 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 and I was shaking him, and I pulled him out, and I stretched him out flat, and then I began instantly trying to do CPR, and then was trying to look for a pulse or a breath or just anything, and
God, that would make such a hilarious cartoon. I'm just picturing her stretching him out flat like a piece of paper and then bouncing on him, and I see the damn cartoon. It is because it's so comical what she's saying.
Is this because we had that Hanna-Barbera discussion last night?
No, it might have been, but no, that's not why. No, I had no idea. It was just while I was listening, and it was during this part, like of her this second half of her testimony, because I think this is where she really wants to let loose. Mm-hmm. Oh, and I've got it. Damn it, I have to do it again. I just can't help it. It's
that picture. Yeah, that's a good one.
Every damn time. Son of a bitch. I'm going to have a bunch of these after I'm done.
He's been on here, anytime he freeze frames a horrible picture of her, he has to copy it.
Because I do it all the damn time. No, I mean, she's saying, well, you also have to remember that rigor mortis sets in and then rigor mortis goes away. The body doesn't stay stiff the whole damn time. Like there's a certain amount of time. I don't remember how much time it has to do with heat and temperature and all that kind of stuff, but Yamaha could probably know that better.
Usually within 15 minutes after I wake up. Wait, that's something else. It sets in slowly and then it goes away slowly. But I don't know the time frame on that.
I missed that whole thing. I was kind of twinkling off.
We were talking about
with what you were just talking about, fading off or whatever. Kind of like what I just did.
Yeah. Sorry. No. So I was picturing her talking about this, and I started picturing like just a comic book, like that guy that draws the pictures, and then he would erase something because, oh no, that's not right, and then he would like redraw it, like, you know, and I've seen it before because it's usually like cartoon animated stuff, and I'm picturing, you know, like all the stupid shit that she's saying, like, and I did actually get a picture for one of them,
Screaming his name over and over and over again, and come on, George, and I continued CPR, and I continued CPR, and he was gurgling, and...
What color was he?
What color was he?
Yes.
he was gurgling.
He was purple.
So a flat purple person.
Yes, when he started to gurgle, and I knew that my ex-husband is notorious for bringing my son over in very inopportune times when George is possibly drunk or doing things.
She's full of shit on that.
Inopportune times.
She goes upstairs and
Inopportune
crashes out
times?
for about 12 hours. And from my understanding, if I remember correctly, when they showed up on scene with this, rigor had already set in.
Yeah.
So any gurgling that was going on, any fluids were there after she fucking played home run with his head after he'd been laying in there. He was long dead.
Yeah.
And you're not going to get anywhere on this bullshit story of hers of doing CPR when rigors are. I mean, that's just horse shit, number two. Number three, if it wasn't the fact that he was gurgling, as in he were still alive, you will still have air that is trapped in your lungs. You will have air that is trapped in a stomach, and you go and you move a body, and they will actually go, and make weird noises and let that shit go. So if she's in there flip-flopping him around, that could potentially be what it was. But it wasn't because this guy was alive by any stretch of the means. And as far as him being purple, I highly doubt that too, because lividity would have already started setting in by that point.
You know, well, he comes in while he's doing inopportune things. Oh!
Yeah.
Yeah, well, everything's an
For my
inconvenience to her.
JD fan.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. No, that's no shit, JD fan. Yeah, I remember one time I had this one gal that was new, and we went to go move this body and put him in a bag, and that's exactly what happened. This is the first time she'd ever dealt with a dead body, and we go to move this guy, and he goes, and fucking scared the shit out of her. She screamed and took off running, and that was the last time I ever worked with her. She wanted to know it. I was dying. I was crying. I was laughing. So, I mean, I could understand how it might freak somebody out. But anyway.
Well, you know,
it's not the dead you got to worry about. Like this guy's a fucking zombie coming back to eat her face off or something.
Hey, that's a good way to weed them out, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
God.
exactly what he did.
Maybe he started speaking in when she rolled him down the staircase.
She left a shit trail down the hall, I think.
Probably.
Oh, I love it.
And I just didn't know what to do. It was just a quick knee-jerk reaction. Ryan was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can call. And I just wanted to ensure that he would not bring my son over in the process of all of this at some point.
So you called him?
I called him.
Did you ask him what to do? Or did you just tell him to come over?
I just told him to come over.
Did you tell him that you felt like George was dead?
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
And how far? You said it's 5 minutes from house to house?
Yes.
Did you call him back?
Yes, because he was taking so long. It felt seconds or hours.
So it was 5 minutes from house to house, and she was closer to the liquor store.
Again, 5 minutes to her ex's house, who she feels comfortable with in calling, but yet dude was a threat in the suitcase. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
And is so concerned and calls him before doing anything with 911.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, come on. I mean, it's very concerning. So concerning. Got to do it again. Got it. That's awesome. These pictures are killing me.
So she runs to this day.
Just seen the
All
one he
right.
did with the detective.
Oh, I'll share that later.
Still doing CPR at the same time in the process of it. I'm doing CPR, I don't know how many times.
Did he get there?
Yes,
Did he walk in?
yes,
Did he walk out?
yes.
What did he tell you to do?
Call 911.
What did you do?
I called 911.
Is that the recording we've heard here in this trial?
Yes.
She looks so concerned right now.
To this day.
To this day, I love George.
Why did you love him?
Why did you love him?
George was very passionate.
And dead.
George was a very real person.
And dead.
George was nice to me on the good
And day.
days. George complimented me.
And he's dead.
George and I were two bodies with one soul, he and I would always say.
Well, so
Now
you
you're
think.
one body.
Yeah, now you're one body, one soul. Are you happy? Are you proud of yourself, Sarah? Are you happy? You glad that George isn't there anymore?
This is like after saying all this crap about him and then trying to be like, no, but I really loved him. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Ah, yeah.
I don't believe that I've ever had a connection with anyone like I have with George.
I bet you say that to all the guys and girls. I bet she says that to her cellmate. Isn't she like bumping uglies with her cellmate too now?
Have that connection with your ex-husband?
I do not.
Was it even close? George has some good traits, doesn't he?
Very much.
What, like the bad teeth, the rotten temper, the shitty way that he would treat you, the anger issues that you have, that he couldn't hold down a decent job, his alcoholism? Yeah, good traits.
Did George have some bad traits?
I did.
Did you drink too much?
I did.
Did George drink too much?
Yes.
Tell the jury about George's drink.
Now, see, I don't know why the defense hasn't said something about this right here.
What?
The character assassination of a dead guy. Like, because this is all her word on what George is. This is all I would consider this hearsay.
Well, but have they brought in any of his family?
Yeah.
Because I know they couldn't stand her.
Oh yeah, his family was there. His family was there early on, but they couldn't talk about certain things.
Right. Yeah, because yeah.
Because as soon as they would start to touch on that situation of prior acts that he was doing or she was doing, they basically objected. The judge was like, "Yep, can't talk about that," without going into detail of what happened.
If George was able to, he would drink from sun up to sundown, and
So would you.
And you were right there with him.
Yep.
me having my son and trying to work and maintain the home and
Sweetheart, you were unemployed.
Shit.
She was unemployed. She didn't have a job. She was drinking from sun up to sundown, and she only would spend time with her son whenever her husband would call her up multiple times like, "Are you taking care of the child? Is George going to be there? Because I don't want him around my son because you guys are a bunch of freaking alcoholics. Are you going to be sober enough to take care of the child?"
just have a life, a normal life as best as I could. Somehow that upset George, and because I had a certain dollar amount from my divorce settlement, at one point it was from wine we could afford vodka, so a lot of the times he would take my card, my debit card, and go buy the large, we call them handles, of vodka, which is the big bottle. And sometimes he would finish that all off on his own throughout an entire period of a day into an evening. That's honestly.
And what did you finish off?
Dude, that was just what he was finishing off. And she was drinking right along with him.
Yep.
I mean, I'm sitting here, like I said, I'm looking at this bottle and I'm thinking, I'm not a little guy. All right. This guy's smaller than my wife. My wife
but one of those guys, even as a hardcore alcoholic, you're taking one of those size of bottles, and she's claiming that he would finish it off on his own within a day to an evening period of time. Even as a hardcore alcoholic, that makes no sense to me.
And this is a guy who was
that dude would be
in
alcohol poisoning or dead.
Yeah, he's 5'2", slightly over 100 pounds. And drinking a whole handle of vodka.
She's full of shit.
And if anybody on that panel drinks, they're going to be like, yeah, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
There's no way possible.
No.
The dude would die from alcohol poisoning because he would have more alcohol in his system and his blood couldn't oxygenate. And he would die.
Yeah.
Now I could see the two of them finishing off a handle.
But in a day?
Well, that's more reasonable than trying to sell this whole story of him finishing off one of those big. She's talking about one of those big ass bottles.
I know.
Yeah.
And there's just I don't care how hardcore of an alcoholic you are. No, that's just not. That's not gonna happen. And keep breathing.
Yeah.
Honestly, where I thought that he was going to be that morning when I came downstairs, because he's notorious for just automatically already being outside from drinking all the time.
But do you think that's possible because she drinks so much that she really has no concept of how much alcohol that she's not able to drink? Because both of them would be going through it, and she would just assume that's how much he was drinking because they would just go through so much. Like she really
that's
doesn't
why
have any
she's
concept.
Well, yeah, and that's why when you listen to her, those Magnum bottles, and they're trying to get people to understand that's one of those Magnum bottles is essentially the equivalent of 2 regular bottles of wine.
Right.
Yeah.
And in her mind, though, it's just a bottle of wine.
Yes. Yeah.
That's it. It's the same story that you get. Oh, I only had 1 or 2 drinks. I only had 3 drinks, or whatever. It's the same equivalent.
You never tried.
And it turns out that they drank a fucking half rack or a full rack or something.
Right.
Yeah. No, I've never tried whiskey on my Cheerios. That sounds disgusting.
Only had a couple of drinks. Why'd you blow a .21?
Yeah, that's what they figured that he was at a point that he was at 0.2 whenever he was at some point in that night he was at, I think they said 0.3.
Jesus.
At some point in that night he was at 0.3, and by the time they tested him he was like at a 0.17 whenever he deceased. But they did something on his eye that they tested and it showed what his alcohol level would have been, and it was pretty freaking high, like at 3.
Yeah, they'll do a vitreous fluid test.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
And they said it was a 0.3.
Mm.
And you said you have an alcohol problem. George has an alcohol problem.
Yes.
No, neither of you guys have an alcohol problem now. Your ass is in jail, and well, he's pushing up daisies. He's got no problem with alcohol anymore.
They're cured.
Cured. So set me free.
How did George's drinking adversely affect you?
It would debilitate my ability to help him the way that I was always trying to help him, because it would be one good day, a day of survival, and then it would be another day where I'm having to peel him off of me and call 911.
Peel him off of you?
Why would he get that way? Tell us his pattern as it relates to drinking and then
Approach.
And he would get to a
it's coloring time with Shizzy. It's kind of like watching Baker's biology.
Dude, he's been doing it all night, dude.
His little grease boards.
I got another one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, save that one too. There we go. Sorry, I couldn't help it. I'd do it. All right.
when he would get to a state of intoxication where he would get violent against you?
Quite often.
Can I approach the witness?
Yes, as long as you show it to the state first, please.
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer, Roy, but I agree with that. Yeah, I think they should.
Yeah.
They should.
Yeah,
prosecution should nail her ass to the wall. But.
Yeah.
Oh, they will. She gets nailed to the wall quite often, from what I understand, though.
Did you look at those photographs and see if you
Well.
recognize those?
Did you see the pictures of George? Like, not like they took pictures of his teeth and they showed it. They were just like rotting out of his mouth.
Oh, sure.
And just imagine,
Usually
he's a
it's
heavy
meth.
smoker. She's a heavy
it's
smoker.
just like,
both
yeah.
heavy drunks. It's like
Mhm.
I'm just picturing two zombies, just like it like their teeth are scraping against one another and like disgusting fluids are flowing
Well,
between
that's
them.
what
And
I'm
just
saying.
like,
It's just.
Are you trying to make me
it's-
throw up tonight?
Yeah, that's part of the reason why. I mean, it's all that sugar, right? So they're constantly they're not brushing their jibs, so they got fucked up jibs, just like a meth head. They're peeing all the damn time, and so that's why their electrolytes are all jacked
Out
up.
of whack.
Yeah,
Yep.
Oh,
all that sugar.
what did someone say? They said they wanted a ball gag on her. I need a bigger circle there for it. So, ball gag. There we go. And then let's see. We'll get the. Should I give her colorful stripes or just a solid line there? You know, just something like that.
Just don't draw a ball. No, God, no.
You got it now.
Oh, I read the chat too.
Yes.
Did they soak injuries to your body?
Yes.
Were those injuries caused by George Torres?
Yes.
Are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the injuries you sustained at the hands of George Torres?
On this occurrence, yes.
Do you remember this occurrence?
This
I
occurrence.
don't. It was so often.
You don't remember a specific date,
I don't.
but you're sure that that's you?
Yes.
Is that the injuries that he? What's the injuries?
Yeah, but we don't know that. This is the part that is such horse shit.
I don't remember
Yes.
specifically. These may be the pictures. So
They may be the
when we used
pictures.
to go over to his brother's house, one of his brothers and his.
Sustained.
One of his brothers, you know, used to
happened?
pound me from behind too. You know,
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Were y'all both drinking?
he didn't want to look at my face.
I don't remember on this estate.
Judge, I'd like to move this exhibit today.
What was pre-marked as P will
He
be
said he
received
always
into
wanted to
evidence
have
without
sex with
objection as Defense
Skeletor.
Exhibit 2.
I'm not sure I wanted to.
Mr. J. It's okay. Thank you.
Oh God.
And I need to ask them if you publish.
Yes, sir. You may do so.
I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. So if it sounds like it's going really fast, it's because it is.
Looks like I think there's a wheel on the top where you can use to.
Yeah, you can zoom out. Oh, she doesn't shave. Now this wouldn't be uncommon for somebody to do themselves from falling down because they've been drinking.
Mm-hmm.
Are those injuries to your arm?
Yes.
My wife bruises like that, and she doesn't drink a lot. She's fair. She's very fair.
Yeah, but when you're when you're a raging alcoholic, it doesn't take. I mean, it's no different than being on
Right.
blood thinners, right?
Right.
So, I mean, you barely even touch yourself, and you can almost bleed to death.
So
internally.
So my question is, do you think that the prosecution's going to come back and rebut a lot of this stuff and say, how does the alcohol affect the body? What does it do here? Would it cause bruises like this? Do you think they'll come back with that?
I don't want to spoil anything because I caught part of the end of it.
Same.
So I'm just saying that, yeah.
All right. Oh, boob. Disgusting. I haven't seen the end of it,
But my point is, where are all the 911 calls? Where are all the police calls that are involved? Where's all the paperwork for each one of these incidents?
Well,
because
supposedly
she's
she
claiming
did-
that they're not supposedly the same incident, and yet she's sitting here photographing all the. So her dumb ass just, in my opinion, is just falling down all over the place and then setting him up.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that I have to go by.
Supposedly she did call 911 a couple times.
Well, a couple of times,
drunk.
yeah, but for as many times as she is claiming, and all these photographs that she has taken,
Yeah.
there should be
She says
more of a substantive paper trail.
yeah, because she says it's constant abuse,
Right.
like all the time. He'd come home, he'd get drunk, he'd beat her. He stayed drunk all the time.
Yeah.
But you're still there.
Right.
Do you remember this incident?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
We can't see the bruises
I
on
went to
him,
my
can
dogs
we?
for a walk and get off the back porch.
Were y'all drinking?
Yes. And he was upset that I would rather go walk
Thanks,
my dogs
Donna.
than sit there and continue to drink.
Awesome. Happy birthday.
So he slapped my
Yeah,
thighs
definitely.
as hard as he possibly could
Hmm.
and said, "You're not
Happy
going
birthday.
anywhere." And it was a good snack on my thigh.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the wound that you suffered as a result of George Torres slapping you on the thigh?
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to offer Q in evidence.
What was pre-marked as Q will be received into evidence without objection as defense 3.
That I don't know if she did, Brandon.
You may, sir.
And for the jury's sake, is this the photograph you just mentioned?
Yes.
Was that her knee or her elbow?
Let's show you.
I would say they're about the same size.
Yes. See if you recognize that photograph.
I do.
Is that your hand?
Yes.
Is that your blood on your hand?
Yes, it is.
Is that you standing, looks like in a room with flip-flops?
This is in the kitchen at Brian's house.
Okay, what happened there?
So George was very drunk, and I went to leave, and he's notorious for taking my car keys and putting them around his neck, and my phone in his crotch area, and telling me to come get them. And I really wanted to leave because of how drunk, and I knew the escalation of his anger. I just went to there when it was at its peak. So I tried to take my keys from around him. He kept taunting me to take my keys, come get your keys, and so I attempted to go and get my
That
keys.
was the real
And
game of
so,
hide and seek.
He ended up getting a butcher knife.
Uh-huh.
And,
The
I
Suitcase
had an
one
opportunity to call Brian.
is just
to
all
come
made
help me,
up.
please come pick me up, to come get me. And of course, he brings my son with him. And so I'm in the parking lot asking Brian to please help me get my car keys away from him. And there's neighbors, and it's a scene at this point. And George comes to the doorway of my townhome wielding the butcher knife, saying that, do I curse? That no one's going to take her fucking keys. No one's going to fucking come into this house, and he's waving the butcher knife. And I walked up to him, and I just wanted to leave. And my little son, who was, I believe, 7 or 8 at the time, just
Wait a
screaming,
minute,
give mommy her keys, give mommy her keys, let her leave. Brian was even trying to negotiate with him, saying, please, you know she'll come back, just let her leave. So I went up to try and take the keys from him, and he was pulling on them, and I ended up pulling harder. And he pulled them back again to try to pull me in the house, and I pulled them even harder, and it ripped my finger. And at one point, I had lost the fingernail, and the tip of my pinky was severely gashed.
Judge, I'd like to offer this.
Because your skin is sloughing off of you because you don't have any muscle to hold on to it.
This guy is so crazy, so out of control. She's so afraid of him, and he's sitting there wielding a knife, slashing it around, but she just walks right up to him. The fuck out of here.
Right.
Yeah. She's brave and bold.
Is that the nail? Was it on? Still on?
I believe so, yes.
Now, showing you a composite identification L, 2 photographs. Can you look at those photographs and tell the jury what they are?
I wanted to eat, and while he was drinking, went and made myself, as quickly as I possibly could, a microwave bowl of, I believe it was broccoli and cheddar soup. And I didn't get it out in enough time, and he came up behind me and he slapped it out of my hand. And it was
Broccoli
a
and
second-degree
cheddar
burn. I went
soup?
to the hospital for it.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of the injury with the burn to your thigh? We'd like to offer
Or in other words, she got
Yeah, I'm
she
gonna
was
submit
grabbing the
she
bowl
dropped
out
it
of,
on herself. Yep.
Yep.
She was so drunk that whenever she pulled it out, she spilled it on herself.
Yep.
I don't believe it. She could tell me day was light, night was dark, and I wouldn't believe this dumb
Evidence
broad.
Without objection as defense 5.
No. No.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
she's just so emotionless.
You had to go to the hospital as a
Yeah.
result of these injuries to your thigh?
Yes.
Okay.
It's extremely painful.
Is that a depiction of the burn?
Yes.
Mole.
Is that her knee?
Look like some discoloration. Maybe that's where she spilled the soup on herself.
Sort of like Amber's bruises.
Yeah, and if it was hot enough to do that, and he comes up behind her while she's got it in her hand and smacks her in the back of the head, which is going to jolt her, she's going to have more of that shit in other places.
Right.
So she did this to herself.
This is a longer story, isn't it? Go ahead and tell.
Oh boy. This is a
So-
fucking hilarious story.
George stabbed me in my leg. I almost bled to death.
All right, well, let's get back and explain what
This, you are going to laugh your ass off whenever you start hearing this story. I mean, I'm sorry. It's going to be so damn funny because how ridiculous it is. And just picture a cartoon images for everything that she's saying. You have to deeply visualize this.
I thought it would be nice to cook a nice steak dinner. We don't have 2 nickels to rub together, so I thought it would be special to make a steak dinner and make potato and go above the normal whatever's left over in the refrigerator. And so I spent a lot of time doing that, and George is drinking the entire time, and on the back porch.
Of course he is.
Because you were stone cold sober.
Porch while I was in the house and I was cooking.
We don't have 2 nickels to rub together. I decided to cook us a steak dinner, and he's been drinking the whole time. What? This doesn't not make any sense.
Well, he didn't appreciate everything she had done for him.
But she's doing so much. She's supplying the alcohol.
Drunk.
You know. The alcohol and the poot tang.
And it was one of those where maybe if I start making dinner now, it will be over at a particular time and we can go to bed at a reasonable time. And I even put it in the bedroom and had a movie set up for us to watch. So it would just kind of be dinner in bed. And
Who eats steak in bed?
Nobody.
I mean, I'm just picturing she puts the steaks in the bed. Like, we're going to have steak in bed. Okay. That's weird.
then he came upstairs and saw that I had made the steak dinner, and I don't know how to describe how drunk he was, but it definitely was not George. And
Well, here's the thing. Did they have a TV upstairs? I can't remember what.
Must have.
I guess.
So, potentially that, I guess, could explain it.
That'd be the only reason.
Yeah.
I guess.
had him come lay on the bed, sit on the bed, and, you know, put the, I got the dogs out, and I presented him with the steak dinner, and sat down and was getting ready to start playing the movie. And
Okay.
he starts being very rude and cursing the steak and finding fault with it, and then
You don't appreciate what I did for you. Yeah.
According to her.
Right. Because it's all one-sided.
Yeah.
It's not like we get, hey,
Yeah.
Jorge, can you wake up for a second? We need to ask you a few questions.
It's just like the photographs and all. Yeah, I just. Mm-hmm.
Gross.
Yeah, I just have to automatically assume she's lying.
They didn't have a problem. They had it all figured out. Yeah.
And, I'm having to encourage him to eat. If you want me to cut it up for you, I will cut it up for you. Did you want some more sour cream for your potato? What can I do to make you happier? And then he started to pull on me and kept saying that I just want to fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes. And
Huh?
Huh?
No. I'm not buying that at all.
No,
I'm not buying that at all.
as a guy once told me, you get to a point to where, given the choice between a good steak and a good piece of tail, you take the steak every time.
Well, and the key word there is a good piece.
True.
And, yeah, I wouldn't qualify her as a good piece that I would waste a steak on.
I don't know. She's probably pretty freaky.
Dude, there are not beer goggles big or powerful enough.
I didn't say I would. I just said she's probably pretty freaky. She might have to spend some time down in the basement.
Yeah.
I no longer want steak and potatoes. Well, hell, after watching this, I don't even want anything to drink.
Mm.
I took offense to that, and I kept trying to encourage him to eat. I started to eat.
Was this just him really drunk and saying nonsense?
I don't know why he was so angry that day. I don't know if it's because I got steak. I don't know. Most of the time I don't know the reason why. I couldn't take it anymore. Obviously, I was not going to be able to eat, so I started to crawl off of the bed to leave, just the bedroom. And he told me again that I'm not going anywhere, and he stabbed me in my leg, and it crunched. You could hear a noise that it made, and blood just started to come out of my leg, just like a fountain. So I got off of the bed. He's starting to freak out, and grabbed me a towel. I got a wet towel, and I'm sitting here holding the towel, and it's increasingly becoming even more and more saturated by the minute. It's just minutes. So I'm going through towels, and I said, George, I think I need to go to the hospital. This is not stopping to bleed. This is serious. And he got on his knees and begged me, please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. And inevitably, he went and got my car keys and put them around his neck again, and my cell phone. So I was not able to call anyone, and I wasn't able to leave in my car. So I figured I would just go downstairs, and I'm just going to go downstairs. And I had propped my foot up on the glass table that we had, and blood is just everywhere. Blood is everywhere. I can't keep up with the amount of blood, and I'm starting to feel very weak and really weird. And he comes downstairs, and he's still begging me, please don't call 911, please don't call 911. I kept telling him, there's something, this is serious, this is something. Because he knew that he would probably get arrested or something bad would happen to him. So I couldn't take him anymore. He was just all over me and just, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding very badly, and he's having me try to console him. And I kept telling him, please, I need to call 911, please. And I said, okay, just give me a moment. And I crawled upstairs to my son's bathroom, which is the furthest bathroom away from everything. And I remember holding onto the sink. And I looked into the mirror and my lips were blue. And I knew I needed help. I needed help. And he came upstairs looking frantic for me, calling my name. And then I turned to him and I said, please, I'm going to die. I've lost a lot of blood. There's something wrong. My lips are blue. Please, please. We don't have to call an ambulance. If you could just take me, I'll drive whatever I can do, please, to go to the hospital for this. And he said that before anything happens, I had to concoct a story in order for him to not be.
Yeah, this whole thing's been concocted, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Which part?
So I'm sitting there with this blood-soaked towel with blue lips, trying to come up with a story of what I can tell.
All right, now this is a part that I had already caught up on earlier.
Yeah.
Actually, a little bit further back. So I've seen this part, and yeah, so I'm trying to bite my tongue, but
yeah.
Bullshit. She is so full of shit. Just like her legal terms, guaranteed, I'll bet my left nut on it. She researched this shit to try and find, what are some signs and symptoms of hypovolemia? This was not a fucking arterial bleed. She's full of shit. Now, granted, somebody has an injury like we've already discussed, especially somebody that's a high-functioning or otherwise alcoholic. Yeah, sure, they've got thin blood. But she's making it sound like she slashed open her fucking femoral artery or some shit like that, and she's bleeding out right then and there.
Yeah, because for fuck's sake, if she's bleeding out that damn much, bleeding out upstairs, bleeding out downstairs, bleeding out, crawling, bleeding out upstairs.
Yeah.
That's a lot of blood loss.
Right. And it all depends. Some people think, to bleed out, to bleed to death, can take forever. Well, it depends. It depends on the circumstance.
Depends.
I've seen people be gone, non-functional, totally zonked within less than a minute.
Yeah.
But in a case like this, I mean, the average human adult has approximately 6 liters in them, right? It can even be less than 2. I mean, you go and donate blood. How does that make you feel?
Right. Makes you feel lightheaded.
Right?
Yeah.
So 2 liters is less what she's describing at this point. You would be inoperable. You'd be non-functional. She would have no fucking clue in what she's talking about.
Right.
3 liters or less, and more than likely you're going to be gone.
Right.
So she's completely full of shit. But anyway.
Shizzy, you still alive? Shizzy.
I think
He's had his mic off for like 5 minutes.
I know.
All
I heard was a plastic bag. I heard a plastic bag, and I think there's like a plastic bag
That's
and a
what it
belt
was.
involved. And
The wife got him.
Plastic bag.
Yeah.
The wife got him finally.
Yeah. No. What I'm sitting here, I'm picturing, her running up and down the stairs. Most of her blood is alcohol at this point in time. If she's bleeding out like she's saying, she's going to pass out
Right.
before she even makes it up that first flight of stairs.
And Aliquod's got a perfect point right there. Yeah, I mean, you hit an artery, like especially like the femoral artery, a large arterial vessel like that. Yeah, you're going to be shooting blood.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Starts with every heartbeat.
Yeah.
My font is funky, but I like it.
Then when I go down there so he's not in trouble and telling him that it's okay. And I came up with the story of that we were sword fighting silly after drinking with our steak knives, and he accidentally punctured my leg. And
so you
from
were
there-
both drinking.
How did you get to
Uh-huh.
Originally, he told me to drive, and because of the amount of alcohol that he drank, and I couldn't. So he got into the driver's seat and drove me, and the entire time he's barking at me to make sure that I get the story.
So he's drunk, driving her to the hospital.
Uh-huh.
She doesn't know how much he's had to drink. He's had so much to drink that he's driving her to the hospital.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm not believing this story.
Straight,
A lot of holes.
straight. We're sword fighting, okay? We were drunk, you
Did you go
know,
to
being
the
silly.
emergency room?
Yes.
We were sword fighting.
You get your
Yes.
It was just the tip.
I was bloody, and
Yeah, drunks don't
We
make
were
good
dancing.
stories.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the incident to your right?
yes, I had to go to 2 different
You see the cut,
hospitals.
it's like a paper cut.
Yes.
Would you like to medical personnel about how this happened?
Yes, they brought in sheriff and everything.
Is it consistent? They brought in sheriff?
They brought in a sheriff and everything.
Is there a police
Yes.
report?
Did you stick with the story that you said?
I did.
Judge, I'd like to offer this.
I did.
Composite exhibit.
What was pre-marked as K will be received into evidence without objection as Defendant 6.
Let's see it.
May publish, sir.
Valor, if that were true, the whole courthouse would burn down.
All right.
Is this you?
Is that her?
Yes.
It looks like she's wearing a cast.
She's wearing a
Why would you-
boot.
Yeah, she's wearing a walking boot.
Yeah. It's not even a cast.
So, okay. Yeah.
Is this established to your right?
Yeah. That's a cut. That's not a puncture wound. That is a cut.
Yeah.
That's an
a
elongated
slice.
cut. So,
Yeah, that is a cut. That is not a little slice.
It's not even that deep.
yeah. Well, and right there on that
What?
spot, she's not hitting anything arterial.
Right.
I mean, you have
And
down on the inset there, down going by your medial malleolus there, you can do cut downs, which we practice on for cephalic vein access. Now that's a large vessel, a fairly significant vessel. But right there, there's nothing arterial right there.
This looks like she fell down. Look at the bruise
Right.
on her foot.
Yeah,
But
that's what I was noticing.
But it could also potentially be that they may needed to have elongated it to get in there to suture
Okay.
underlying material too. So
Okay.
I'm not sure what the explanation
And
for
that
it is.
could
But
be
to me,
that
that looks
blooded-
like a slash, like a cut.
Mm-hmm.
Is this established to your right?
Yes.
Is this a close?
And she might be a cutter for all we know.
Did you hurt your foot?
No, due to the injury, I had other problems with the surgery.
But you eventually recovered?
Eventually, yes.
You got a scar to that effect?
I do.
Judge, could you step down and show the jury?
Mr. J? You may. There's a lock, sir. Out.
All right, I don't want to help us with this, Judge, because we've got this smaller. Is this the injury here? Looks like there's an indentation.
That's an indention because she has fluid on her damn legs.
All right, I'm showing you identification T. You recognize that photograph?
Yes.
All right.
Well, and this is where I'm hoping that they end up pulling up
To your lip and to your
medical
face.
records, getting some type of medical personnel that was
I was trying to
involved in this. That
Have y'all been drinking?
And
can
they
explain
should
it.
be
because
able to-
because according to what she just said, she just had surgery. Now I don't know exactly what damage was done. Maybe they did have to call in a vascular, but it could also potentially be something that they did right there in the ER. Doesn't mean she was admitted. Didn't mean that she went through surgery. We do that all the time.
Many times, yes.
And they should
They'd
be
come
able to,
down there
'cause
and sew something up. They didn't necessarily go to OR.
Yeah, because the defense has now opened the door for all this, for the prosecution to be able to get a hold of those records and be like, what the medical expert said doesn't quite match up with what you
grabs me by
said.
my hair a lot of the times.
Yeah.
And from here, he scratched me from trying to grab me, and then grabbed my hair and pulled me off of the bed, and then raked my face across the carpet. These are carpet burns.
To your lips?
Yes.
What about to the, looks like the eyebrow area?
That's from where he, from grabbing me, scratched me, and got a hold of me by my hair.
Why was he mad at you?
So I wasn't downstairs with him
He wanted you to be drinking with him?
all the time.
Because you were.
Introduce identification to your evidence.
What was pre-marked as T will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 7.
Oh, permission vote.
You may, sir.
And she talks about not having two nickels to rub together. They damn sure got enough money to buy all that alcohol.
Between the eyes and the individual.
Uh-huh.
That ain't cheap.
As you described.
Yes, and then the blood going down my eye, yes.
Especially during the pandemic.
Yeah, for real.
Has been marked as exhibit for identification, or defense exhibit. You, for identification.
Yes,
Can you describe that photograph?
I can.
Okay.
This was the first time that I ever called 911. George and I had gone to a bar across the street within walking distance, and at some point, I asked a guy, or he asked me, somehow or another, it was over a cigarette. And he left, and I didn't know where he went, and the bartender said, oh, he left. He took your car and he left. So,
Why would he do that?
well, I found out when I got home, it was because I spoke to another man. And so I paid the tab, and I walked home, and he's sitting on the back porch with the handle of vodka, and I was walking on eggshells and terrified and kind of treaded lightly when I came in, and he acted all natural and fine. So I didn't know the reason why that he had just gotten up and left with my car. So then he calls me a whore, and then he calls me a slut, and then he calls me a cunt, and gets up and pushes me.
Are
and
you?
He pushed me with both of his hands so hard that we have this little area where our washer and dryer is, and there are metal doors that are on it. And he pushed me into the metal door. And then I fell back, and he got his knees on top of me, on my arms here, so I was pinned down, and was starting to strangle me, and hit my head up against the metal closet over and over and over and over and over it again, and calling me a fucking whore, and you're such a slut.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Amber Heard did better acting than that.
No shit. I told you, Amber Heard had acting lessons. This chick hasn't gotten that far.
Yeah, but you can tell. Well, actually, I think Amber Heard may have taken some lessons from Jodi Arias. I think Jodi Arias was the first one. And then Amber Heard did a much better job at the acting.
Yes.
And so I think this gal, and then there's a couple of other recent ones too that I think have tried to take from the playbook of Amber Heard and Jodi Arias as well. Yeah.
Here's the cutscene. Ma'am, are you a whore?
Ma'am, are you a whore?
And fuck you and everything, and my tongue was flopping out of my mouth, and I thought I was going to bite my tongue off, and because of the amount of noise I guess my head was making on the metal door, he slid me down and got back on me, and then started to strangle me again. And it was on, we have carpet, but it's like concrete, and I was able to get my arms out from underneath and grab his throat and get him off of me. So I got him off of me, and I pushed him off, and he came up and he goes, "You fucking bitch," and he stomped my face.
He was so much stronger than her. How in the hell was she able to put her hands around his throat and shove him off?
Uh-huh. But she's so powerful.
That's what she kept saying, that he was so much stronger than her.
Well, and catch this part. What she's saying. He starts stomping her in the face, right?
Right.
Okay. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
And the next thing I know, I woke up. I obviously blacked out. I'm obviously, I guess, yes. And he was passed out on the floor. And I woke up frantic looking for my phone, and I immediately called 911.
Okay. The police arrived on that incident?
Yes, they did.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained as a result of him kicking you?
Stomping, yes.
A stomp?
Stomp.
With his
All I
heel?
saw was his heel.
This is, we ask that this be identification you be admitted.
What was pre-marked as you will be received without objection is defense 8.
Sorry, sweetheart. That's not a stomping of the heel.
No.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And I don't care who you are. I don't care if it's an 80-pound kid or a 60-pound kid. They start stomping on your grape. You're going to have a hell of a lot more injuries than that, number one. Number two, well, anyway. It's
Yeah,
just...
Yeah, that right there is not a stomping. I've been punched in the face before. Sweetheart, that's not a stomping.
No.
Well, and for all I know, her dumb ass fell down and caught the corner of a chair or the corner of the table or some shit like that.
Or got drunk got drunk at the bar and fell on her way home. Yeah, because she was so wasted.
Very well be.
Because obviously the bar was within walking distance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing too. Do you see any marks on her throat where he was choking her?
Nope.
No.
Nope. If he was using that much pressure.
Right.
I mean, I see a shadow, but I don't see any marks on her neck.
Yeah, right. It's not a real good. There could be some, I don't know. I can't really tell. Like those little, where you see down on her neck.
No, it was
kind of
shadow.
what looks like, what kind of looks like petechiae. But that's not uncommon for somebody that would be a heavy smoker and is also an alcoholic. I mean, you can barely rub your arm against something and it'll cause those capillaries to break underneath and give you that red petechiae.
Right.
So it could be, I mean, it doesn't take very much.
There's no damage on the eyeball. Yeah.
Yeah, I found that funny too.
Damage on the orbital.
That the eyeball was not, it was clear and white. You know, there was no, you know, you could see no irritation of the eye.
Right.
It almost looks like makeup.
It does.
And this is her sitting in a car. And I'm having to turn my head sideways. This is her sitting in a car. And there's no swelling.
There's no swelling. You see it as, and it may be the picture. You see it as just black, but you don't see any other kind of coloration to it.
Now you've got that other slight right up there towards the bridge of her nose.
Yes, I see that.
You see that slight discoloration there.
Yes.
But even when people that have been popped directly in there, not seeing anything in and around the eye itself, on the eyeball itself, it would not be uncommon for somebody to fall and smack themselves again, especially being an alcoholic, to smack themselves right above their eyebrow.
Right.
And then to have something like that form.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still going to take the path of least resistance.
Right. Right.
But yeah, I mean, there's no major swelling there at all. I see more, actually, if you look up on the far, her right-hand corner of her eyebrow there, it looks like there might potentially be a little bump there. That could very well be all it's from. Which would explain to me where she could very well have fallen and hit her head on the goddamn table or bumped into the wall as she's trying to go into the crapper. Who knows?
Yep.
But she did not get her ass. She did not get her ass curb stomped.
No, she didn't.
She's full of shit.
No. Yeah.
hide?
Yes.
Now, the police were called, and we'll talk about that in a minute. I want to go to the details.
And she has that same look in her face, on her face too, that Amber Heard would do whenever she was taking those pictures. Like, I've got to get the angle just right, and then snap that picture.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm showing you identification V, defense. Do you recognize that? You have to see it.
Yes.
Can you identify that picture?
Well, she does excel at everything she does.
Yes.
Drinking was one of them.
The injury to your knee?
Yes.
Lying
I'll give
is
her an A+
another one.
on that one.
Is that fair and accurate?
Yeah.
The injury you sustained to your knee?
Yes.
You remember how that happened?
That's what I thought too, Roy.
I was trying to get off of the back porch, and he grabbed me and pushed me, and it was a rock or a really sharp piece of mold from him grabbing me and pushing me onto the ground, and I guess
Where
I
you
just happened to
fell?
hit my knee just right on whatever it
Uh-huh.
was.
Where your drunk ass fell.
Mm-hmm.
Why did he push you?
That's what I think.
Because I wanted to get off
Or ran into the wall.
You wanted to stay out there?
Every one of these injuries is probably from her drinking and falling down.
Security, I guess. I don't know.
That's what I'm willing to
don't know.
bet.
Did you do your best to please him?
And then some, yes.
All right, I'd like
Did you take it in the pooper? Was he
It was
happy?
pre-marked as V, will be received into evidence without objection is defense 9.
Now, was Ben, were you treated for this, or did you?
Why, the binocular boot polish prank? Yeah.
Show the jury now.
No, that was just, I got,
That looks like she fell down from being drunk.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I said I got the first
It's
aid
a
kit that I got
scrape.
for my son, and I just cleaned it up and put a Band-Aid on it.
Exactly
I'm
true.
showing you identification W. Defense identification. You recognize that photograph? What is that photograph of?
This is a photograph of my arm.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the arm with some type of injury?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Multiple times, yes.
Well, we're talking about this isolated event where this photograph was taken, the injury you sustained.
Yep.
Like Amber Heard. I took the picture 2 days later.
Yeah.
Yes.
You tell the jury about it.
This
She
was
fell
one of
down
the
in LP
instances where I would
voice.
try to pull away
Lynette
from him,
Preston voice.
And I don't know how my arm started to do this, but
I can't do this.
from him.
My
him
child
going
just
from
fell
this way,
down.
He would pull. With me trying to struggle to get away from him, it would leave these bloody under the skin splotches.
So he wouldn't hit you sometimes, he would just grab you and pull you.
Yes, from me trying to pull away from him, that's the point of it doing this, from me pulling away from him.
Now, this is one of the many.
So you had
Intoxicated.
I
from
can't say
alcohol.
for sure, but yes.
Yeah.
Can't
So
say
that,
for sure.
that's what she's describing, and that could very well happen if somebody grabbed a hold of him. That very thing, that petechiae that we were talking about, breaking open those
Pre-marked as W
capillaries,
will be
and,
received into evidence without objection is defense exhibit 10.
and it wouldn't even necessarily take that much to do that. And it could have been from maybe her dumb ass was going to fall and he tried to catch her.
Yep.
Yeah, that could be too.
It doesn't look like a wound or anything. Objection to commentary.
Sustained.
Tell me. I'm sorry. Tell me.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. It's petechiae.
Grip. Can you
Yeah,
loosen his grip?
that looks like you're an
Yes,
alcoholic.
It would be from me pulling away from him, and whatever under the skin it was that it was disturbed
Is that
from
her
the amount of
foot?
pressure of him
Yes,
pulling and then
it's her
pulling from
leg.
me would create those on my arms.
No,
that
that's
same
her.
di-
No, that's her arm.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I thought that
Her
was
arm looks
heel
like
at
her
the bottom.
leg. No, that's just her knucklehead. I mean, her fat hand.
Yes.
Or scabies. Well,
What is that picture?
Scabies.
This is a picture of my ear. side of
Could
my
be. Could be.
you have to, well, you'd have to look in places to confirm that I would not want to look into on her to
No,
confirm
no.
whether or not they got scabies.
You drinking?
Because they have a tendency to gather around underwear lines.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm not.
Oh.
earlier. This was another.
I'll just
I
take
might need
your
a
word.
shower after this.
Yeah.
All right.
By myself.
Bye. Luckily, I am.
You wanted to go to
Yes, I was in the.
I'm afraid to go home.
jury what happened.
I believe this was the instant where I was in the bed and he.
Well, that could be
I used to
valid.
barricade the door with our dresser.
Why don't you just lock it?
All of the locks were broken in my home. They were from
All the
locks are
locks are
broken.
broken.
including my son's. At one point, I could seek refuge in my son's room, but he broke that one as well.
Well, tell me, explain how that happens. Tell the jury.
Well, I spent all the money on alcohol and I can't afford to fix the locks.
George wants me, which he has told me numerous times, that I am to be with him at all times and doesn't like to be apart from me or away from me. So whenever it was, even just to go to the bathroom sometimes,
That makes no goddamn sense. Because she's always coddling him, treating him like a child, and here's an art project. I keep you occupied.
Sounds like projection.
Yeah. It sounds like she needed to be around him all the time.
Well, see, and that's where part of this whole thing that really annoys me. Who knows? Who knows what was said and what was going on? Maybe he, in his drunken stupor or whatever, and her being in her frame of mind, said, "You know what?
I'm much, baby.
No, I'm done with this shit. I'm gonna leave."
Yeah.
Don't go. You can't leave me. We're
Well, if
two
you're gonna leave, I'll
souls.
help you back.
So yeah. Who
Didn't
knows?
Didn't she just say she felt like they were two souls in one body?
Yes.
Or two bodies in one soul, or some crap
two
like
bodies
that.
in one soul, some bullshit.
Just like not even 30 minutes before this, an hour before this. That's exactly what she said.
And then she goes into the history of abuse.
Yeah. I got another one. Damn. There we go. Got a new one. Yep, that's a good one. Damn, that one's gonna last. I love it.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that was
raid.
and you have to understand, I have a
Take a
two-story,
breath. It's gonna pinch.
900 square foot townhome, so there's not many places to go.
Wait, you have a 900 square foot home. That means that because you basically have to cut that in half, minus a few 100 feet because you got a staircase.
Right.
So you've only got about 500 on the bottom floor, maybe 400 on the bottom floor, 400 on the top floor, and 20 minutes of cleaning.
Oh, it took them hours.
Hours.
3 hours to clean that.
God.
The only cleaning they did what was left in the bottles. That's it. That's the only cleaning those two ever fucking did.
Look, it's cleaned out. Look at it.
Guaranteed.
Cleaning supplies. Cleaning supplies. Look, all I have to do is breathe on it, and the paint comes right off.
We need more alcohol for the cleaning supply.
Look, we're cleaned out. We need more.
It just happened to be that it would be upstairs or downstairs, or I'd be in a particular room or not. So inevitably.
Did you want some time away?
Yes, I did. Even if it were just him upstairs or me downstairs or vice versa. So I rarely got to
Exactly,
sleep.
Heidi.
This was one of the instances because I had barricaded the door with our, 200-pound dresser that we had. And then I had my nightstand barricaded.
A 200-pound dresser? Sweetheart, you're not moving that thing.
It weighs twice as much as you.
You can't even get a 100-pound man off of you. I doubt you can move a 100-pound dresser.
Or a 200-pound dresser.
Up against the bed, to where it was even more difficult from the prior times of him breaking in. And he would, I don't know how he would ever do it, but he would get himself in through the crack of the door that he would be able to wedge the dresser in the nightstand. And he pulled me out of the bed and told me I was going to die. And
No, she keeps flipping the picture and showing it to him.
Uh-huh.
To the jury.
Side of the head?
yes, and
Was
my
it
temple and everything.
All planned.
Open fist or a closed fist, or do you know?
It was fully closed.
Like identification X introduced in that.
It was pre-marked as X will be received without objection as Defense Exhibit
It
11.
was on wheels. Sort of defeats the purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she got a 100-pound George zipped up in a suitcase. What are we looking at?
Something that looks like blood on the inside of your
Ear wax.
He takes it down real quick. See, so you don't get the
the full picture of it.
Yeah.
Well, here.
It's like, oh,
so you
here's
don't
the
really
picture.
get to
Oh, take it away.
scrutinize it It's like, oh, because he just wants to, he just wants them to see the blood. See, he's doing like a flash thing. So I have no idea.
It's like, oh, see, hell, that's a scratch.
Where that? Yeah. That's
Wait a second. Wait a second. Do you see this right back here?
Where?
Right there. That's Orange County. That's safety tape.
Yeah. Right.
Police.
Yeah, it's police tape. Why would there be police tape there?
Or is it on the side of a cruiser?
It could be on the side of the cruiser.
Yeah.
That actually looks like the cruiser, because even in that low light, you'd still be able to see, because that part would be written in,
Right.
unless it was, what's the word I'm looking for? Where you can see in the dark. I'm having a total brain fart.
Reflective.
Reflective, there you go.
Reflective,
But the rest of that, you'd still be able to see, and it would have that yellowish tinge to it. So I'm thinking that's on the side of a cruiser.
That could be.
But nonetheless, this right here, I'm not seeing.
Exactly, Rosalind. Drunks fall down and go
I guess
boom.
Anywhere else.
Here,
Who knows? Maybe she just tried to shove a fucking pencil in her ear. I have no idea.
Maybe she scratched too hard.
All I'm seeing is in here. I'll sort of circle it. There's a little bit of blood right here.
Right.
Maybe.
Right.
But
Yeah.
that could just be earwax, or that could be where her drunk ass fell down.
Right.
Or like I said,
I'm not really
she may have just
seeing-
scratched it, and because her blood's so damn thin, it just dripped down. I mean, it could be like it could be like a zit.
And who knows what else is going on, because her hair looks wet.
Yeah. Looks greasy.
Yeah.
I mean, she could have fallen down in the shower.
She could have fallen in the shower for all I know.
Right.
I mean, they could have been having sex, and he's, went inside her ear. He was like, I need a new hole, because the rest of them are just loose and sloppy.
Well, he was pretty tiny.
He found the hole.
I know the police came, but I don't remember. I remember it hurt for a good solid 2 weeks after that.
I remember the police came, but I don't remember. I remember it hurt a couple of solid 2 weeks after that. No, you called the cops on him. You guys were constantly calling the cops on each other because you were constantly yelling at each other and screaming.
They were a typical drunk couple. Who both of them would get drunk, and both of them would fight.
Mm-hmm.
And do stupid shit.
Now, do you recognize this photograph, which is identification one? Was that the date of the incident? The date of this event?
No,
She said I got him arrested.
This picture that was
Yeah,
taken
of course.
This picture would have been taken February 20th,
Hey, Rosalind.
2020. And you recognize that as your close-up facial?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how your face looked on February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
What's the significance of this picture?
Again, because I was sleeping, George was upset with me and came in with a metal curtain rod and bent it and snapped it in half and then crunched me in the forehead with it.
Now,
you in the forehead.
Now, what's
with it.
more likely, that scenario happened, or that she once again overslept her drunk ass, and he came in to wake her up, and it pissed her off?
Yeah.
Which is more
Or maybe-
likely?
No, I would say more than likely they were getting ready to go to bed that night. He got her from behind, and her head hit the headboard.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. Let's see which one it
things
was.
happen.
We'll see the picture.
And it started to beat the furniture that was in the bedroom. This is probably a good month before or after it had happened, before I really do believe that I should have gotten stitches, but I was not allowed to go to the hospital.
Judge, I'd like identification.
You have pictures of the furniture that he supposedly destroyed?
Pre-marked
Yeah.
testify will be received into
She's
evidence
going to
without
show a
objection
picture
at the
of her
defense trial.
gash. So give it a second.
Gross.
Hey, I don't want to see that. Oh, you mean the cut?
Yes.
Oh,
What's
all
that?
right.
She called it a gash.
Okay. I'm
Yamaha,
not doing
now
any
we're on the same
OnlyFans
page.
stuff on here.
Yeah.
Wait. What gash?
We're not on your OnlyFans, Shizzy.
That pimple?
We're not on your OnlyFans.
Not yet.
Okay, I'm looking. All I see is evil.
I see
I
her.
don't see a gash.
I see her
Is she
pissed
saying
off,
that
and I
little-
see a pimple in the middle of her fucking head.
Yeah,
And she's saying she
got-
should have got stitches for that.
She's got a pimple right there. She's got a pimple right there.
Exactly.
She got pimples that you can't see on her chin. She's got zits right here. She's got pimple here. She's bloated looking.
And she looks madder than a wet hen.
Yeah, I mean, and all you have to do is, and I'll do this because I want you to really see what I'm seeing here. All right. Now, you know, it'll all start to come to light here.
Oh my God, I see it now. No,
What?
it's the Jodi Arias ninja. She's the one that fucking did it.
No, Shizzy has a burqa fetish, evidently.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, whenever you see it and you see the look,
you round eye.
but you see the look in her eyes. I mean, you're watching the black, but don't look at the black face. It's
God.
No,
it's a burqa. Please don't excommunicate us.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine now? If you look at all of this and I color all this in, and if you didn't know which way her head was facing, would you think her head was upside down on the picture?
If I'm trying to look at it like a balaclava.
Yeah, exactly. Like a balaclava. But I mean, the look in her eyes.
So I'm gonna say no.
That's pure evil.
Like if I eliminate the eyebrows and do this, you know, and get it like that.
You might as well just color her face in. Otherwise, she's got some jacked up eyelids if she's upside down.
No, just look. Just look.
Shizzy, hey, you're just doing arts and crafts. It's just arts and crafts.
If you notice it though, if you look at it right and you look at it where you turn it upside down, that would be like the top of her face. It looks pretty damn funny. It sort of looks like she's got this shocked look in her eyes, doesn't it? Like here, let me finish drawing.
Yeah,
so
okay,
you
I
can
could
see
see
it.
that. I could see that.
See now if you picture that she's got a smile here and a nose.
Yeah, it had to be like a round mouth, like
oh.
Dude, that is jacked up.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
That is one messed up chick. If I saw that, yeah, I'd run the other way.
Mr. Bill. That's good.
Oh, the
God.
monkey.
Oh,
my God.
Oh, God.
Oh, I'm going to save that picture.
It's 12:15 on the East Coast.
I'm saving that picture because that's awesome. Oh God, I'm saving that picture. Oh God, that's beautiful. Thank you.
Right?
Boily rabbit eyes.
That's what I'm saying. Sock
Yeah.
monkey. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Sock monkey.
All right,
yeah.
so I don't see anything that would require stitches.
No.
And like
Other
I
than
said,
her
it looks
mouth
like
at this point.
Oh yeah, that big old gash underneath her nose.
Yeah.
Needs to be sewn up.
Something like that.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh God, now she's more creepy.
Yeah, a little tear. You got a little teardrop. I can't draw worth a damn. So she's got a little
gangster.
teardrop.
I was just gonna say, how long you think it'd take her before she gets a teardrop?
Oh, she probably already has one.
All right, she might.
It's probably red too. Down low. The other
If
lips.
it's not plainly evident, I don't want to see it.
Send that picture to Broken Baker.
There you go.
Yes.
Investigator that came out and took photographs.
I don't remember who it was, but yes, someone
Looks like this is it.
Was it different from?
It's exactly what it looks like.
Yeah, she's full of shit. Even if that was, you shouldn't get stitches for that.
No.
I needed stitches.
Well, a woman, it could potentially be, all right, they could potentially call in plastics to protect, especially if it's on a face. I've seen him do some stuff with faces like that, especially for females. But
Looked like she healed up pretty well, though.
Yeah.
Just saying.
but if she just got carried away popping a zit, no.
It's from holding
Right.
baseball bat.
Right.
And
Is that an injury to your hand?
it's a bruise.
Was that taken,
You know, she never answers the question.
2020, when the
Nope.
investigators came out?
Is that an injury to your hand? It's a bruise.
February 24? I'd like to introduce identification on the evidence.
I want you to answer the specific question I ask you.
What was pre-marked as defense R will be received into evidence without
The
objection.
prosecution's got to be like, this has nothing to do with the fact that in the heat of the moment, she locked him up in a suitcase and left him to die.
Well, this comes back to the whole thing about the judge. I like this judge at first.
Oh, yeah.
To be honest with you. And it doesn't matter. They're still going to appeal this, right?
Oh, of course.
So in his ruling
God,
that
yeah.
he had made in allowing them to go to this extent and bring this shit, he should have just said no. He had already stated case law against it. He shouldn't have allowed it and had a pair of balls and said no, because they're going to appeal it anyway. And they're still not going to win.
No, they're not.
This is just a waste of fucking time.
They're stalling.
It's
Yeah.
good humor for me. Like I said, this is all stall shit.
It's
So we're gonna
exactly.
skip over all this bullshit.
Because my thought initially was when they were going down this road after, because I think I caught it around about the time, just shortly before or after the judge's decision on that, was that the defense is going to get up there, because this was later in the day, that the defense was going to get up there and just waste time, just try and block out the day, and then have the prosecution come tomorrow.
That's what they were doing. That's what they were doing. Because but they weren't expecting him to say, "Hell, we'll go until 6."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the
Right.
judge is done with this shit.
Yeah.
Give me just a second. I'm doing something really quick on the background. You guys talk amongst
No,
yourselves.
you're fine. No, because they finally did get in there, but the defense keeps talking about, well, we have this witness that's coming in, but it's not going to be till Thursday.
Yeah.
And the prosecutor's like, Your Honor, we need to wrap this up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and like I said, I'm not sure how many out there that are watching now, so I don't really want to say anything or ruin anything, but
Hold on.
Yeah,
I was sorely disappointed.
I was too. You're
All right.
you're not the only one that feels that way.
All right. So I've got the updated audio here. I can do this. And we're gonna. All right. Give me a second. All right. This way I can.
Is this guy going to give us a copyright claim?
No.
He looks like a
No.
loser.
We don't have to worry about that.
Okay.
Let's see. Here we go. Nope, that's not it. There we go. That's what I was looking for.
Hey, we're back to normal.
All right. Whew, jeez.
Sorry,
Now-
Quad. Yeah, that sucks. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Yeah, that does suck, Aliquad. Wow. So this is
Rosalind, be careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
so this is all demonstrative bullshit. And he has all the pictures that he showed just blown up.
You recall
Garbage.
asking the officer when you were arrested, why am I being arrested?
Many times, yes.
You recall asking the officer, why am I being arrested?
Yes.
Because you're drunk, disorderly.
Do you recall making any other statements to law enforcement as to why you did what you did to George?
That was the first time ever that I actually officially fought back.
Did you tell the officer that you were fighting back?
Yes, because I was quite shocked that I was getting arrested because of it.
What? No, she didn't. We heard the interview.
Yeah, she was not shocked at all.
Nope. I knew this was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
You guys tricked me.
Full of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Now on the
Blinking.
the 2-minute video, the Suitcase video. You mentioned to him, I think you said something, I can't breathe. He said, I can't breathe, and you said, that's how I feel when you're choking me. Were you referring to an isolated incident of the night before, 2 nights before, or whatever, or were you referring to in general?
In general, more than 2 or 3, 4 times that he had done it.
Okay. And then,
holy shit. I was curious because I'm just like, I was like, why is she blinking so much? Because you guys pointed it out.
Right.
And I just, the first thing I put in there was like, would anger cause you to blink more? And it says like blinking as a response to emotions. Blink is more frequently a subconscious sign of discomfort and can be a response to anger, anxiety, or stress.
Yes. Because she's lying out her ass.
She is pissed too.
Yeah.
She's pissed. Like you were right though when you're saying she doesn't think she should even be here.
No.
Like she
not at all.
No. She is.
She's totally warped. Yeah.
She is
totally
constantly
warped.
giving off the vibe that this is an inconvenience. I shouldn't even be up here. I didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah. And this goes back, in my opinion, to that one statement that was brought up earlier that she had made to his brother, I believe, something to that effect, on that one phone call. And I can't remember exactly how it was said, but something to the effect of, it's okay, I'll take care of him, or it'll be taken care of, or something to that effect.
Right. Well,
I believe she already had this shit in her mind. Something along these lines. Not necessarily stuffing him in the, but I don't think it was hyperbole.
Itself.
Yeah.
And let's go back to before the trial. All the shit that she asked for, all the special accommodations.
Oh, yeah.
Because she felt like she was entitled to it.
You're right. Right.
It had nothing to do with trying to prepare a defense.
No, and all of the people that were talking about her too also had that same thing to say about her, that she would always act like this entitled white girl. Like she was entitled to, that everybody was beneath her, that they should bow down and kiss her ass.
Mm-hmm.
That was the attitude.
Wait till you lose and you get locked up and pop gin.
Mm-hmm.
and just, I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but what are you referring to?
George was, I believe, addicted to pornography, and a lot of that would be found on my phone from him supposedly wanting to call up job interviews. And as a solution, I sat him down and I explained.
You notice he's standing right in front of the camera.
Yeah.
To him, to me, that's visualizing yourself with someone else, or at least having
she said,
a pleasurable
sat
moment
him
with
down
someone
and
else
had a
or
talk with
watching
him.
other people.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, I told him that I considered that cheating on me.
Okay. And so he would download that on your phone?
Yes.
That was intentional.
So wait.
How did you say this?
So she talks about him constantly being jealous.
Mm-hmm.
And then she sits him down and explains that by you watching porn, that this is the same thing as you cheating on me.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
And
You got to tell the jury.
as anyone who has ever been in love, or when you love someone, or primarily someone or something, you go above and beyond, and you tolerate and you endure and you persevere, and you try to make that person as spectacular as you possibly can, no matter the sacrifice that you may have to go through.
Again,
to
the motherly
serve
thing.
someone else in a positive light, so they can be better people for themselves, and to just make them a happier person. And love is very strong, and love is very deep, and love, I believe, is not fully understood in a lot of ways for how different people react to it. And I very much, deeply, and passionately love George. I love him to this day.
Did you
him to death.
not want to be alone?
Beginning through my divorce, it was very nice to have him around. And he was a man to me, and I felt protected. And he's very nice. And as lame as it sounds, he used to compliment me, and it made my day. So
was the ex a cuck?
Yes.
That's kind of what I'm
ex is
thinking.
a total. The ex
He's
is the
special.
ex seemed a little light in the loafers.
Is it like Tim
Like
Hall?
really light in the loafers.
Mhm. As in, like, it was more or less out of convenience at one time.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Whether to get a kid or whatever. But,
Right. Right.
Because I don't know why the hell else is that idiot still footing the bill for her? Why is he giving her money and stuff? Oh, we
Right.
can't
Well, if you
afford
listen-
groceries. We can't.
And when you and when you listen to him talk, he's very
Right.
like, well, Sarah is so special, and she just means so much to me. She is just, I mean, but at some point in time, she would be so angry all the time. I'm just like, yeah, you're a little light.
She got tired of that and wanted a quote unquote man's man.
100-pound man's man. Someone that she could control. Because as much as her ex might have been a little light in the loafers, she probably couldn't control him.
Yeah.
Because he would just brush her off.
Well, any type of man that's that way, a woman, especially a domineering woman like this, can't stand that shit.
Yeah.
No.
They get tired of it so quick.
Yep.
When you first started seeing George, would it be fair to say that you had low self-esteem?
yes.
Heidi,
Sweetheart.
you and your clinical words.
Now, we talked about this previous arrest where you told the officer you were fighting back and you got arrested. Now, I want to talk about your conversations with law enforcement. But first, I want to ask you, why did you go to the police station that day when you were interrogated there and saw the 2-hour video?
You'd almost hear
Tell the jury.
the gears churning.
The day of the incident, the detective Koepsell gave me her business card with her personal cell phone number on it and said if I happened to remember anything or anything that I would like to add to the day for me to not hesitate to give her a call. So throughout the rest of the evening, something was off. I didn't feel comfortable with what she told me and how she told it to me.
How long were you at the scene?
Gosh, all day from the moment that they were there to the moment that the coroner's van drove off.
All right, when it ended, did you stay in your home?
No, I raced inside and collected some pajamas and a toothbrush, and I went over to where my son was at my ex-husband's house.
Did you take the
To the
dogs?
cuck's house.
I didn't even feed them. It was so fast.
All right, and then once you got over to your ex-husband's, what happened? As it relates to Detective Koepsell.
Something just wasn't sitting right with me, and I had a suspicion that she just wasn't being honest with me, so I took it upon myself.
I took it upon myself.
So you called her. Tell us about that.
I called her and I told her that I felt that she was being dishonest with me. She originally had told me that due to her being pregnant, it would just be a lot easier for her to have me come down to the station to pick up my phone. The original plan was for she and Detective Aloma to return the phone to my apartment. But she said that it would be a lot easier for me to just come down and pick it up because I remember when I was pregnant. That's what she said. You remember when you were pregnant. So I said, I feel that you're tricking me and I feel that you're being very sneaky about something and I don't believe that you're being honest with me. And I said, regardless, I'm still going to come.
Sustain it.
Hello, Kettle.
So you
My
agreed to
name's
come, but you
Pot.
understood
They
it
can
was to get your
fucking
phone?
lie to you.
Correct.
For
All right,
real.
you came that afternoon to the station?
I did.
And the original agreement was they were
You're
coming.
worried about somebody lying to
When you
you.
got to the station, what happened?
I thought I was just going to be picking up my phone. My car was there. I had everything in my car. It was just regular. I was just going to go in, maybe sign something and pick up my phone. And there's people that are over here at the windows, and I thought that I was supposed to go over there to get my phone. And Detective Lowen came down, and
all these things I do for you, all that I
told
do
you.
for you.
I told you.
Everything I do
told
for you.
you.
It's
like,
all for.
I do so much for you, and you just don't appreciate it.
You don't appreciate anything that I do for
Narcissistic
you.
bitch.
Yeah.
Said that my phone was upstairs. So if I would just follow him upstairs, that's where my phone was. And then I was taken into I guess it was an interrogation room, and they told me to sit down, and
That's not what
and
happened.
I guess the interview or interrogation began, and I just ended up getting my phone.
You thought you were just getting
Sarah,
you're getting your phone.
Tell the jury why.
Yes.
She's acting as though she's never been arrested. Uh-huh. Fuller herself doesn't even.
Yeah.
Oh,
And Heidi, you spit out all the fancy
You may proceed.
medical terms you want.
Ms. Boone,
that's right, girl. You do
Ms.
it.
Boone, tell the jury why you lied to the police.
I lied to the police. Basically everyone, because I was extremely fearful of being arrested. I made the first attempt
How'd that
of
work
me
out
calling
for you?
911 by telling them what happened. And I thought that they were going to help me, but instead I was arrested for calling 911.
No, you're arrested
No,
because of the
that
dead
ain't
dude in
why.
the fucking
Decision to lie.
suitcase, you dumb broad.
Did you stay
That
with that
ain't
lie?
I
why.
did.
Are you telling the truth?
Because
today?
you were playing
I am.
fucking home run with this grape.
Now, let me take you back to the, to this incident.
Is that Rosalind reaching through the
Is it fair to
screen?
say
I think it's like half the
that when
chat.
George Torres is sober, he commits no violence against you?
See?
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that every time that he's intoxicated or every time that you're hit by him or harmed by him, it's when he's intoxicated?
Yes.
As a result, when he's drinking, does it change your outlook?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
I'm always fearful. Paranoia.
Why?
Because I try to protect and defend myself for fear something happens at the last ultimate second.
But you're always that way, fearful. Is it because of these prior incidences?
Absolutely.
Why are you still there?
Do you try to placate him?
All the time.
What do you mean?
With the puzzles and the painting and feeding the ducks across the way at the pond, listening to music, trying to
Feeding
go
the
for a walk
ducks.
on the trail, anything that I possibly can. I told you I was running out of
Everything I
things
did for him.
to entertain him with.
Why do you think George? What bothers him?
Sustained.
Does he tell you?
Sustained.
Jesus.
As a result of how he behaves towards you in that intoxicated state,
Fear of being caught.
how were you feeling the night of this event?
Overruled.
Extremely nervous, anxiety
Could've been the
galore.
DTs.
Just, I can never relax.
When he's drinking.
Yes.
Yeah, guilt's a bitch.
And the state of intoxication that he was at the time of this event, is that the state
Here we go.
that scares you the most?
Look at the person's picture.
It's the tone, yes. There's a lot of alarms and red flags that go on throughout the day or night or whenever it is that we are drinking.
Sustained.
Tell us about that. How that does that heighten your sense of
Are they trying to get into prison life?
safety,
At all times.
Jesus.
but especially when he's drinking
Oh, yes, all the time.
and then his mood?
Yes, it depends
Well,
on what
he's
mood
trying to
in.
beat around the bush about something similar to like
Well, you have-
PTSD
you have
or
like a
battered
sixth sense of-
spouse, which
How he's doing?
that's what he's
Yes,
trying to
I
do.
knew George very well.
Sustained.
Can you tell us what you mean by that? Sixth sense, or knew him very well?
I guess you could say that I was trained by fear with him. Just, it wasn't fun anymore when we would drink and we would hang out on the back porch. It wasn't fun anymore because I knew inevitably that
Why'd you keep doing
something
it?
was going to happen to me one way or another.
Yeah, either she was going to get too drunk to walk home and fall down and hurt herself, or walk out into traffic trying to play catch with a ball by herself.
Did Detective Hottie threaten you or physically attack you in any way, shape, or form? Unfortunately, sir, no, she did not.
That we saw of him, they look pretty deep.
Unfortunately.
And I'm filing a
Tell me, Jordan, what
complaint,
you was
damn
thinking.
it.
I have a grievance.
From the back,
Yes.
I didn't want to die that night.
Yeah, you'd
I
rather
can't
be
describe
the
it to you.
killer.
It's terrifying love to a certain degree where
You know why she can't describe it to you? Because she didn't feel any fear that night.
Bullshit.
Right. Exactly.
Because I can tell you times that I've felt scared to death. Shit.
Yeah, I can describe it pretty well.
Pretty damn well.
my plan was to show him the next day and just, I wanted him to be better and treat me nicer and be the person that he was when I originally met him. And I knew that was in him still. I knew that it could be found, and I just couldn't figure out what it was that I was doing wrong in order for it to not be back to where that was. And I was tired of living in fear and just sick all the time of figuring out how I can entertain him so I don't die and continue a relationship with my son and try to live a normal life.
So you tried to entertain him with a game of baseball on his head?
Mm-hmm.
It's called, here's a puzzle, work that,
Louisville
I'll be right back,
tattoo.
and then you don't come back.
Yeah. Or go, I'm going to go grab us some more to drink.
What is she stored in those jowls? She does look like a chipmunk.
Oh, another one. Ah, God damn it. You guys are so bad. Ooh. Save, damn it. I've got a whole, I'll have to show you all these whenever I'm
That
done.
wasn't a normal life for me. And just, bottom line is I didn't want to die. I would have died, or I would have been disfigured or maimed, or if it weren't me with the bat, it would have been him if he were to have gotten out.
Well, it was him with a bat. You took it to him a few times.
And you call the cops and have him escorted out of your town home.
A cross-examination.
Here we go.
Yes.
Oh, tomorrow's is better. Right?
Oh, yeah.
George know somebody named Crystal? Did you ever mention Crystal in your text messages about being one of his bitches?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Don't
How about
remember.
Christine? Did George know a Christine?
I don't know.
How about a Pamela Erickson?
These may have been people that he was communicating with on whatever the platform was.
On your phone?
I believe so.
But guess what? We reached out to them and they all know you.
Yes.
And did you find these communications?
I believe I found one or two of them from some of them.
And did you send a long letter to his family to relate to him about George and his girls that he was cheating on?
Controlling.
I believe so.
So you do know those names, right?
I don't remember them. It's been however long.
Okay.
Don't remember them.
Now, on February 24th, 2020, you called 911 at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you were still feeling a little intoxicated, were you not?
It was more shock, but yes.
So you agree that you previously stated, I was still, I believe, intoxicated to a degree?
To a degree, yes.
So 1 p.m., it's about 14 hours after 11 p.m. the night before, correct?
I'm guessing so.
Well, 12 hours prior would be 1 a.m., and then 12 a.m. is 13 hours, 11 p.m. is 14 hours, correct?
Okay.
And you were present here for the medical examiner, Dr. Zadovich, to testify, correct?
Yes.
And you heard her talk about all the effects of ethanol that it has on the human body, correct?
Yes.
And she also mentioned something that it, on average, dissipates at about 0.015 an hour. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Okay. So,
And I missed the part with the ME.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah.
I'd have to go back and watch that.
Yeah, I've got them
Would it
all
be fair to
recorded.
say that if you're still feeling the effects of the alcohol at 1 p.m., so that's 14 hours, 0.015, you were at approximately about a 0.21 at 11 p.m. the night before. Do you feel like you were 2.5 times the legal limit at that time?
I don't know how you came to that number.
Judge, I'm rejecting.
He just explained it to you, sweetheart.
And
He
then the
just
attorney
explained
goes,
it to-
I'm gonna object.
Yeah, he was like, well, you agree that the alcohol dissipates at, what was it, 0.5 or something like that per hour?
0.15.
0.15 per hour, and this is what your alcohol level was at that time. So you were legally drunk.
You may proceed.
So you testified earlier that you all had about half of one of these bottles left from the night before, correct?
Yes.
Sets it down for the jury to see.
Good Lord.
Yes.
It's even bigger than what I thought.
I was just gonna say, when I go hard, I go Magnum.
That was purchased between February 22nd and the two that were purchased on February.
Right now, she starts just shaking. Like,
Let me smell it. Let me smell it.
I'm so close. I'm so close.
so close.
Just give me the cork.
Just give me the lid. It's probably a screw top.
Or the lid. Yeah, it's probably just screwed up. Yeah, when she fucked up her finger, it could have very well been from either the lid on that damn thing or the fucking or the corkscrew.
Yep.
Rosalind, did somebody steal her shampoo?
Yeah.
And when you say half, are we talking about the top of the label was left from the day before?
I put this down.
All right, a little less, halfway through the label?
Right about.
Okay,
That's about
That's
three
less
quarters.
than half.
So in addition to half
about a
label
Gone.
through the
That's
label,
about a quarter.
Yeah.
which began consuming after going to public at about 12:15, correct?
Yeah.
So you all would have began consuming around 12:30, is it fair to say, when you got back?
I can't call exactly.
In the afternoon.
And after finishing what you all had left over from Saturday, the two of you consumed two 1.5 liter bottles, correct?
I'm not sure about the second bottle that he purchased, if it was empty or not at the time.
Well, you did mention that the police would find two empty bottles in the top of your trash, correct?
Yes.
And we did all see that in the photographs, correct?
See, that
Two.
empty in the garbage, yes.
All right, and you say you were about 100 pounds at the time?
Define C.
And we all know Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at the time of his death, correct?
That's what I said.
All right.
Yes.
So that's
Much
3 liters of
larger.
wine between 200 pounds split between two people over the course of a day, correct?
Yes.
And you testified today that you were intoxicated at the time that this occurred, the videos between 11 and 11:30 at night, correct?
Yes, at some level, yes.
Now, what does that mean to you? Previously, have you indicated that that means the room is spinning? Do you ever recall saying that?
I do.
So what was your level of intoxication at this point in time when the first video was filmed at 11:12 p.m.?
Do you mean from lack of sleep or alcohol?
From the alcohol.
What was my level?
What were you feeling? Did you have trouble with your balance?
I was more tired than anything.
Did you have trouble with your balance?
Have you seen the
I believe
pictures?
so.
So you were able to flip a suitcase over with a 100-pound man in it, right?
I mean, yes, it happened.
Okay. How about your
Hold
speech?
up,
Do you feel like your
hold up,
speech was
hold
slurred?
up.
Clearly.
Hold up. Rosalind, how big are your glasses? Because
Yeah.
those are the equivalent of 2 regular wine bottles.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those are exactly the equivalent of 2
Yeah.
normal wine bottles.
Yeah, those are Magnums aliquot. Yeah, so like ball. Yeah. Sitting there twice the normal.
But she didn't go for the bigger box one. One bottle at a time.
Hey man,
One bottle at a
don't
time.
knock box wine until you try it, brother.
How about your inhibitions? Do you feel like you were doing things that you wouldn't do when you were sober?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, on reflection, do you feel like this is something you would have done when you were sober?
I didn't know me and George.
What you understand the question he's asking, right?
What?
Do you think you would have zipped him up in a suitcase whenever you were sober? You think you would have had that conversation calling him an asshole when you were sober? Do you think you would have done this if you were sober?
32.
I'm just asking you, looking back on this, when he's in the suitcase and you're telling him how you feel, and then you wait 11 minutes and you film another 22 seconds, and then you go upstairs, upon reflection, is that something you would have done and left him in there had you not been drinking?
I don't know. I can't say. If I was scared, then it would be something.
Now, see, at this point, I
today you
have seen some
testified
other
about the
comments
time-
and some personal perspective saying, well, they don't want to go too hard on her because
Why?
whatever fucking, why not? They should have started at the very fucking beginning and just started tattooing her ass to the fucking wall over every fucking little thing.
Yep, because
it's very clear at this point in time that she's by no means this innocent little angel.
my
and that this was not
tactic
an
would
accident.
be to hammer her to the point to where she loses her shit on the
That's what I was saying. Yeah, fucking taser.
Yes,
Just
exactly.
You know
watch her lose her mind, and then
I want her to get so off the script and so upset that she can't recall the bullshit she's spilling.
Yeah, exactly.
No. Here's what I want to see. I want to see him doing just this way. Just calm, easy, and then tomorrow question her some more.
Yeah,
and then
hammer
lay
her.
into her whenever she's slept all night and she's been thinking about all the lies and the shit that she made up and trying to get them all straightened out in her head. She's like, I've got my story down, and then come at her from fucking left field and just fucking rail
Wreck her. Rosalind, I'm not shaming you. Come on.
Right.
I'm not shaming you. It's all good.
How am I supposed to refill your glasses? That's too much effort.
Too much effort. I agree.
Yeah. That's why you have one in each hand.
Just drink out of the
So, yeah.
bottle. It's faster.
True.
One.
With a straw. Just suck it right out.
Time frame
one of those
between the
pixie
two videos,
stick
correct?
straws.
So you came down from the shower where you were hiding, correct?
Yes.
And as you're coming down the stairs, before you even get to the bottom of the stairs, you can kind of see over your shoulder or towards your right that he's trying to hide in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
And the
How
lid
do you
is
see over the
down,
railing?
but it's not closed, and you can tell he's hiding in there. It's not a great hiding spot just yet, right?
Right.
And so you come over to him, and you're laughing, right? And you move the suitcase around some before zipping it shut, right?
No.
No? You immediately zip it shut?
Yes.
Okay. And you're both still laughing about it, correct?
Night, Tracy.
All right. And then it's
This is
during
where
this
I came
course of time, how quickly is it after you zip it shut that you begin filming the first video?
I don't know without watching it. I don't know.
Okay, I mean, the video's not going to catch you zipping him up because you're like 10 feet away, right? How quickly after you zip him up is it before the video starts? My question.
I don't know.
Okay. And then during that 9 minutes and 14 seconds is when he begins to get angry, correct?
What 9 minutes?
Between the two videos, there's 9 minutes and 14 seconds between the end of 1061 and the beginning of 1062 and 1063. So you got the 2 minute, 3 second video that starts at 11:12:45, correct?
I guess.
Permission to use state 17?
You may.
I'll never tell, Rosalind. I'll never tell.
Yes. Why do you think we like having you in the back room?
Yeah.
So we can hack your computer.
Yeah. We already have access.
I mean, come on. You're fine. I won't. I don't take pictures.
That
It's
that
for my
red
viewing
light
pleasure
means
only.
it's off.
Yeah.
there you go.
It's for my viewing pleasure only, nobody else's. And Rosalind, they're pink, okay? Shh, won't tell anybody.
All right, so we're looking at entry 31107. That indicates, according to the phone extraction, 2/23/2020, 11:12:45 p.m., image underscore 1062 movie begins being captured. And we have seen that that is about 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Entry 31113 indicates that image underscore 1063.move. I was disconnected.
Hard drive dumping in the background.
That was an even better answer than we could have hoped for.
Rosalind, what made you think I was talking about
movie is captured at
you wearing
11:23:03
anything?
p.m. Your testimony was that after
I
that
did say
first video
pink,
was
remember?
captured by your phone and you, Mr. Torres began getting angry and trying to push his way out, correct?
Say it one more time, please.
Between these two movies, of which there's about 9 minutes and 14 seconds, Mr. Torres begins to get angry and try and push his way out and get out of the suitcase, correct?
He had been angry on and off throughout the entire day.
Okay. You didn't tell us that earlier. You said it was a wonderful, fun day all day, correct?
That's because I live.
Okay. But you did not tell us earlier today that he had been angry throughout the day.
When did I say that?
You
just
described your
said
entire
it.
day of doing puzzles, arts and crafts, and outside by the dartboard, and you said it was a wonderful day and everything was fun until he was in the suitcase. Did you not testify to that earlier today?
I did.
My specific question between these two movies is, this is when he begins to get angry and trying to push his way out and to get out of the suitcase, correct?
Angry again, yes.
And he was expressing his anger in what manner? How did he say this?
At which point throughout the day?
Ma'am, you know very well that I'm talking about between these movies. Please answer my question. Between these two movies, how did he express his anger with you?
Told me that I was going to fucking die.
Okay. Now this is happening after he's already told you several times he cannot breathe in the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
And he's been in there for whatever brief amount of time it took you to zip him up, and it's the laughter stops, and then you go over and begin to film, correct? And you're filming. Your purpose of filming is to kind of teach him a lesson. This is your chance to say something to him when he can't say anything back to you, correct?
No.
Then correct me.
Watch this.
There was no lesson to be learned. It was just I wanted him to try to understand how I felt so maybe he could progress in being a better person the next day.
Oh, Jesus.
So you wanted him to understand how you felt in the past, and that's
No,
not
stop,
teaching a
stop,
lesson?
stop it, stop it. I want you to be able to progress to be a better person by me locking you in a suitcase.
Yes. But I wasn't trying to teach.
Hey, Shizzy, whenever you're trying to have a teaching moment with somebody, let's just use a liberal word. Is it best to do it when they're drunk?
No. You usually make sure that they're in a really good mood and they're happy,
Yeah.
and whenever they're happy, you make sure that they're in a very once they're happy, they're content. You've taught them how to play puzzles and you're teaching them how to draw because you want them to be artistic like you are. That's whenever you sit down with them and
The ducks are fat
you
and
handcuff them, you put a ball gag on them, and then you hit them a couple of times with a baseball bat and go, "Now listen to me." That makes them really want to pay attention.
Right.
Yeah.
You were trying to make him a better person while he's drunk in a suitcase. Uh-huh.
Yeah. She picked that up from the psychologist. I bet she
Probably.
did. You know, that's
Don't get
whenever,
me wrong. She's smart. She's just not smart enough to be able to use the information that she's taking in.
Right. I mean, there's
her
nothing
bullshit.
There's nothing I like more than being waterboarded for a teaching moment.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, makes me happy. Especially after dinner.
Okay. All right, and so immediately prior to zipping him up and putting him into the movie, you had been upstairs, correct?
I'm sorry.
Roy, I
Immediately
can't
to
fit
come,
in a
before coming
suitcase.
down and zipping him up and then filming the first of the two movies, you had been upstairs in the shower, correct?
Did you leave a snail trail in there?
Ew.
I'm going to publish what has been labeled as image_1061, which according to the timeline was captured at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds with her device.
Yeah, I bet she used a lot of devices. Come on, get with it, Bubba.
The two movies.
But see, this is where this part bugs me, is when they're not actually playing the video.
So are they
Yeah.
just trying to show
They
the
missed it.
timeline?
106.1
videos
taken
they
at
have?
11:03 p.m. 31 seconds. Does this
Yeah,
appear to
they
be
were
the
trying to play the
Suitcase
image.
that's in the two videos that were captured at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.?
Correct.
Did you take this image at 11:03 p.m.?
I don't remember if I did or
Look at
not.
that nasty floor.
And again, we had, and by we I mean you and Mr. Torres,
Stains.
two
That's a
1.5
soft
liters
suitcase.
bottles of
Yeah, it's got stains all over the floor, but it is a soft
Yeah.
suitcase.
This look like cigarette ad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 28 by 20. So it's 28 inches tall, 28 inches wide by 8 inches deep.
Right. That's like your normal, because you have like the carry-on size, and then you would have this size, and then you have the large size.
Yeah,
Normally.
this isn't even the largest one.
No, it's not even close.
Yeah.
the wine and plus whatever was left over from the day before, correct?
Correct.
Right.
So you don't remember taking this photograph?
I don't.
Do you remember whether or not Mr. Torres was in here?
I don't remember taking the photo.
Okay. So what is your memory of what happens between 11:03 p.m. and 31 seconds when that image is captured, and then when the movie starts at 11:12:45? What do you remember?
I don't.
Of course she doesn't. She's blackout drunk.
Wait. No, she said that
Bullshit.
she
Yeah,
said
she
that
wasn't.
she said that she zipped him up.
Mm-hmm.
She started filming. While she was filming, she set the camera down, and then he started pushing his way out, and that's whenever she was pushing it, hitting him with the baseball bat, and then she zipped him back up and took the second video.
Yeah, because if I'm recalling the timeline, she zips him up. She's dragging him around the room. They're laughing. They're having a good time. Whatever.
Up the
Then
stairs, down the
thing,
stairs.
The damn thing flips over, and she sits on the couch, and that's when she starts the video, the first one.
Right. And while that's and then after that happens, then she has a conversation with him.
Right.
And that conversation lasts until she hits him with the baseball bat because he's trying to get out. He's almost out, and she's in fear for her life. So she zipped him back up again and flipped it back over the other way, and then went to bed. Like her time, she's got like 10 different timelines.
Her timeline's way off. Yeah.
And all of her timelines are off.
Yeah.
And he's calling her out on it right now.
Like Roy's got it. Roy's
Do you remember anything from that night?
Yeah.
She's full of
Yeah.
shit. She's only remembering what she wants
You told
to.
the police on February 25th, 2020, when they first showed you the video, that you didn't remember taking that. Remember that?
I do.
And your testimony is you do remember taking that video,
I do.
but you don't remember taking that photograph 9 minutes prior.
Correct.
Is there something? Did you have more to drink in those 9 minutes?
I did not.
So 9 minutes prior is whenever she took that picture that he showed her. So she took the picture. He was in there 9 minutes before the 11-minute video.
Right.
Dude. That he hung on that long? Amazing.
Was Mr. Torres in that suitcase the entire time between 11:03 when that image was taken And then when the second video was taken at 11:23 p.m.?
Well, and then here's the thing too, that
So for 20 minutes?
I don't know if I've heard anybody else touch on this. Okay. So it's a soft-sided suitcase.
Right.
There's a zipper shut up on there.
Mm-hmm.
He's already plastered, so his respiratory depression is already at a very high threshold.
Right.
Or at a very high limit, I should say.
Right.
He's in this position. Just because it's a permeable mesh type material, he's still not oxygenating properly.
No.
So all it's doing is furthering degrading his respiratory depression, and he's sucking in CO2 on top of it.
You got
That's why he turned purple.
Right.
Well, but that's not until
Hell, by
12,
then,
which
he
is
was
why I
gone.
don't buy that part. That's 12 hours after she has woke her dumb ass up. He's long dead by then. So
doesn't carbon monoxide poisoning?
Well,
cause
carbon
skin to
monoxide
turn
will
purple?
actually turn red, but this isn't carbon monoxide. This is CO2, carbon dioxide. You're off-gassing from breathing, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's how normal people function. We don't function like somebody with COPD, emphysema, where they are driven by a need to breathe oxygen.
Right.
We, as a normal person, are driven by our CO2 drive.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I'm following you.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yes?
However long the time frame is.
Did he begin telling you that he couldn't breathe before the video, or do you not remember?
I don't remember.
Of course you don't.
Now, you testified moments ago that your two neighbors must have misremembered which night the loud noise was, correct?
Yes.
And now you're telling us that you don't remember taking the photograph at 11:03 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Did the police come out to your townhouse on Sunday, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
Her mouth's
I'm talking about Sunday. This is the Sunday fun day when we're going to Publix twice. Were the police out of your residence?
No.
It was the day after, Monday the 24th, correct?
Yes.
And that Monday morning,
Answer.
you called 911, well, Monday afternoon at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And between that time frame, you were the only person in your apartment plus Mr. Torres in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
So if anything had been
I'm
disturbed
sorry,
in your
that's
apartment,
funny.
you had all
It
the time
is.
that you wanted to undisturb them before calling 911, correct?
Uh-oh.
If I wanted to.
Okay. And your testimony is there was no loud boom that shook the walls of your townhouse at about 11 p.m. the night of February 23rd, 2020, correct?
Correct.
To the best of your memory, correct?
Correct.
But you don't remember 9 minutes before
Uh-huh.
taking a picture.
Now, that second video is 22 seconds where you just hear him say Sarah and you don't say anything, or you're familiar with that video, correct?
Yes.
It's after that you go upstairs, correct?
Yes.
How quickly does it get you go upstairs after that?
It was pretty quick.
Can you grab the dogs?
But you remember
No,
that.
the dogs were upstairs already.
They were waiting on
Did
their
you
peanut butter.
call 911 and let the police know that you had zipped somebody shut in a suitcase and they had not been able to get out for 20
Here you
minutes?
go.
I did not.
Yep.
Did you go to Brian's house and tell him, I had to zip Mr. Torres up in a suitcase shut? We need to do something about that before he passes.
I believe that's what the phone call was.
Okay. Well, what do you remember now about the phone call with Brian?
I know that I called him. I don't know specifically what it was about.
Now, your testimony, it seems like you spend
Drunk
day after day
rambling.
finding things to entertain Mr. Torres to do, correct?
Yes,
Almost like having a child. You have your own child, correct?
I do.
What you described sounded like having a small child. Would you agree?
That's your interpretation.
Well, you take him from doing arts and crafts to doing puzzles, so on and so forth, correct?
When he's been drinking, yes.
So treating him like a child.
And Mr. Torres was notorious for doing some of these things, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, you described Mr. Torres as being notoriously known for doing things. You described your ex-husband, Brian Boone, notorious for doing things like nagging and calling all the time. You remember your testimony calling people notorious for doing things?
Yes.
What would you say
Oh,
people would
yeah.
say you're notorious for?
Ross. Are you laughing at hers?
And you would not answer Brian Boone, your ex-husband's phone
how often
calls,
do you get trapped
just so that
in
you
your
could let him
sweater?
know that you're busy and you have things going on, correct?
I think we need to
I
write
knew
it down.
that at whatever time it was that he was
Yeah.
calling me, that
We'll make sure
he
you
could
never are
wait
trapped
for
in your
the
sweater
few moments
again.
of me getting up to where Lucas gets out of school at 3 o'clock.
Okay. But you wouldn't
Wait,
return his call.
wait.
You'd let him
Go
call
back and
several
play
times,
that again.
correct?
Go back and play that again. That's funny.
I don't
That's
mind.
funny.
I don't mind Rosalind getting trapped in her sweater. We'll make sure she doesn't stay trapped in her sweater. Is that what you want
She
to hear?
gets scared though. She gets scared.
Don't worry. We've got you. We got you covered. All hands on deck. Or should I say it in Australian accent? All hands on deck.
My dick.
All hands on my dick.
What would you say you are notorious for?
I don't know.
And you would not answer Brian Boone, your ex-husband's phone calls, just so that you could let him know that you're busy and you have things going on, correct?
I knew that at whatever time it was that he was calling me, that he could wait for the few moments of me getting up to where Lucas gets out of school at 3 o'clock.
Okay. But you would return his call. You would let him
Bingo.
call several times, correct?
Yep.
That day, yes.
Okay. How about other days? Would he have to call to remind you to get Lucas on other days?
He wasn't reminding me. He was just making sure that Lucas was covered for a pickup or drop off.
All right. You didn't mention to the sheriff's office on either February 24th or February 25th about going to Publix with Mr. Torres at noon or 12:17, did you?
I don't recall.
So the best evidence of that would be the recording of those interviews?
Correct.
Did you not remember going to Publix with Mr. Torres that day?
At what point?
At any point?
No, I didn't.
You
She didn't remember.
had indicated to the police that it was about 4 p.m. that you all had started drinking after doing chores. You recall that?
I do.
And your testimony today was that it was really more after you guys went to Publix at about 12:17 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you did not tell the truth to the police, correct? I'm sorry. You did not tell the truth to the police about that, correct?
I did not.
And when they were asking you about Mr. Torres's injuries, you told them that you had nothing to do with it, correct?
Yes.
And that was not the truth.
Correct.
I'm just all of a sudden between Heidi and
I know,
Rosalind.
I know, I'm
Picturing
the
the
same
scene
way.
in my head from Friends where Phoebe gets stuck in her sweater and she starts freaking out. Help, get me out of here.
I was too. I was just sitting there going, I'm trying not to laugh. I could hear you just building. Oh, I was like, he's building. He's about to pop. He's about to pop. It's coming. Oh God.
Meanwhile, she admits she lied to the cops.
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Multiple times.
What did y'all have for breakfast on the 23rd?
MC.
I don't remember.
Did y'all have lunch?
I believe we
Have a
had
good night,
leftovers from, I think, something that we had in the fridge.
And do you recall what those were?
Okay.
Not at this point, no.
And then I believe you mentioned having a sandwich of some sort for dinner.
No, I believe it was, or I'm guessing he and I ate at the same time.
God.
And at one point, Mr. Torres called his brother Juan, correct? And do you admit that you were yelling in the background, telling Mr. Torres to tell his brother that he had been choking you?
I don't know if I was yelling. I know that he could hear me through the phone.
So how long had that been going on that day? When did you start getting on Mr. Torres about choking you in the past?
He and I had conversations about it because he didn't remember doing it to me. And the next day and the day of.
Is it fair to say that there are just points in time where you don't remember what you do either, correct?
Are you talking about almost 5 years ago?
I'm talking about from drinking. Is it fair to say that you don't often remember things that you did while you were drinking?
I would not say often.
Okay. In the course of your
Say
relationship with
often.
Mr. Torres, are there things you don't remember happening that happened the night before between you and him?
Often
I
enough.
can't say that at this point.
Yeah, because it
But you
was
said that
5
you
years
don't
ago.
remember taking that photograph at 11:03 p.m. on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else that you were telling Mr. Torres that he needed to tell his brother?
Not that I can recall.
Was there anything you were telling him that he needed to tell his daughters?
Not that I can recall.
Now, you indicated that Mr. Torres would use your phone to look at pornography.
Correct.
Were there ever any points in times when it was you that was used looking at pornography?
If I was, it was to go back and look to see.
She was looking at pornography.
Uh-huh.
Did you ever threaten to get Mr. Torres arrested if he did not do what you wanted him to do?
I wouldn't say threatened.
Okay. Well, were there ever points in times where you would like him to call you or return a call? And if he didn't do that, you would threaten to get him arrested?
It depends on if he had my keys or something that I needed from him.
And it was your townhouse, correct?
Mine, yes. Plus ours.
Well, when did you get him off the lease?
Cars.
I'm not sure what year it was, but I don't think he was actually removed from the lease.
Okay.
He was made a different type of tenant.
Different
And
type of tenant.
did you change locks so that he couldn't get back in at the points in times when you picked him out?
I did sometimes.
And then would you leave the key in the hiding spot that he was aware of?
There were multiple hiding places.
On any of the
I'm sure
911
there
calls,
were.
did you ever mention that Mr. Torres was aware
Apparently, Suitcase was one of them.
of where you kept the keys and that's how you got back into the house?
I didn't know I needed to.
Yeah.
He would never break into my home.
All right, and it's your testimony that you did not push him down the stairs, correct?
You sell the locks. were
And
busted.
in fact, it was him that dragged you down the stairs the night before, correct?
Yes.
Now, by dragged, did you leave your feet?
Yes.
And did you get scrapes on your knees or anywhere from the carpet?
I'm not sure.
Did you get any injuries, like bruises or abrasions or scrapes?
I was missing a lot of my hair. Yes, that was on the stairwell.
And
Have you ever been drugged downstairs, sweetheart? Because it leaves rug burns.
I see what he's
Oh.
doing now.
Mm-hmm.
I see what the prosecutor's doing now.
Oh yeah,
It makes a little more sense.
yeah. He's going
He's
going
setting her
around
up.
because he's been doing it
Uh-huh.
the whole time.
Yep.
you agree that you were photographed on February 24th when the police came out, correct?
The day of the incident?
Well, the afternoon after the incident. We're not sure when he passed.
Yes.
Some of those photographs showed ashtrays inside your house. I thought you said you guys couldn't smoke inside your house,
You
Oh.
couldn't.
but you did, right?
Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes it looked pretty damn
And you
She's
agreed
not
to
worried
go to
about
the
that.
hospital and tell them things that were not true, correct?
She's not worried about that security deposit.
No. Well,
She's-
it's a townhome. She shouldn't have to worry about that, Shizzy.
yeah, it's a townhome. You own it. Oh, but
townhome.
townhomes. No, she has a lease on a townhome.
With an apartment number.
Yeah. That's not how that works. All right, townhomes
Yeah.
are sort of like a condo. You own them.
Yes.
You don't lease them. Details.
Yes.
There were times where you would go to the hospital and leave without getting treatment, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you often had alcohol in your system when you were going to the hospital, correct?
Sometimes.
Damn
All
it,
right,
Roy.
so-
Now it's in my head.
Just to summarize the day to
Yep.
make sure we understand it.
You
You
still
all
find
wake
your
up
clippers.
sometime in the morning, but it's an unknown time, correct? On February 23rd.
or early afternoon. Yes, I had a problem with the detectives and them having me guesstimate times.
Okay. Are you the kind of person like most of us that use?
I'm sure she showered regularly, Rosalind. So I don't even want to imagine how stinky it would be.
Ew.
Use your phone when you wake up?
No.
The first activity on your phone may have nothing to do with when you woke up. Is that fair for you?
Yes, so they've been looking at the time.
Okay.
But
I like
no,
a Berber cut.
But it would still be an apartment. It would be. They might call it a townhome apartment, but it's still an apartment. That's why it has an apartment number. That's why you rent it. That's why you have a lease.
It's
a townhome.
Apartment.
It's not an apartment. A townhome is a townhome.
No, that's what I mean. You can call it a townhome all you want to. It's an apartment.
Yeah.
So at some point you wake up. It doesn't sound like you have breakfast, correct? You do some chores, correct?
Yes.
So that is true. That part of it is true. You did do chores before going to Publix at 12:17?
Yes.
All right. After chores.
All right. So, not always, Shizzy. Your daughter and husband rented a townhouse. Okay. Did it have an apartment number or did it have a house number? If it had an apartment number, they rented an apartment.
You go to Publix and you get that 1.5 liter Magnum bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay, correct?
I'm not sure what time it is.
1.5 liters. Instead of the 750s, it's the double size. It's like 2 bottles of wine.
Okay, yes.
So you got a 1.5 liter, right?
Yes, it was the larger bottle.
And you got home and you at 100 pounds and Mr. Torres at 103 pounds began drinking this wine, correct?
I'm guessing so. I'm not going to guess times.
Well, don't guess. I mean, you got home from Publix. When was your first drink?
I'm not sure. I mean, we could have continued to do whatever was left over from what we didn't do before we went to Publix.
Okay. So you may have started drinking even later, correct?
And
12:30 when you get back from Publix?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it 1:30 or 2:30 when you began drinking?
I don't know.
All right. Was it before any of the phone calls to the brothers and his daughters?
Yes.
And so you drink what's left in the bottle of wine from the day before that's halfway labeled, correct?
At some point.
And then you drink 1.5 liters of wine, and he goes out and gets another one on his own without your permission or suggestion about 5:30, correct?
Correct.
And then you all consume that one as
Here it
well, and it
comes.
ends up in the trash can at the end of the night, correct?
Apparently.
At what point in the night does your memory tape
Shane?
stop? You described that it wasn't on at 11:03 p.m. when that photograph was taken. What's the last thing you actually do remember?
You can
prior
kiss
to
my
this
ass.
Video being made.
I don't recall at this point.
You're not getting it. I don't care how much you.
Well,
beg.
hold on. You got to back it up here.
All right.
This is hilarious.
Yes, it is. I'm sorry.
Shane, quit picking fights with Yamaha.
Damn it.
At what point in the night
You're not
does your
good.
memory tape stop? You described that it wasn't on at 11:03 p.m. when that photograph was taken. What's the last thing you actually do remember prior to these videos being made?
I don't recall it at this point. I don't remember.
All right, and
What's the last thing you do remember? I don't recall.
Yeah. Right.
But yet you were saying that you felt threatened and you were being abused and you were being beat and you were being tortured and he was threatening you and he was going to kill you. But you don't remember the last thing that you remember.
Before the videos.
But yet she was saying we were having such a great time. We were wonderful. We were playing. We were dancing with the dogs. We were doing all of these things.
But he was mad.
Oh, but wait.
Several times.
Wait. It gets worse because dancing with the dogs.
so it ends in hide and seek after arts and puzzles, correct? He says, tag, you're it, but you run and go upstairs and hide, right? So does that mean he's it and he's supposed to come find you?
No.
Okay. So you both hide.
No.
Okay.
I love this
How does this work?
I don't know how to tell you.
Okay.
I was it, and I went and hid.
I mean, my understanding of the rules of hide and seek is one person will be it cover his or her eyes and count to like 20 and then go find the person that's hiding. Is that your familiarity with the rules too, or you guys have house rules?
I understand how the
Okay.
game of hide and seek works.
So explain to me what was your
I understand how the rules are. Yes, I'm asking you what your rules are.
Because you're saying that he tagged you, said you're it, then you ran and hid, and then he ran and hid.
Normally, whoever is it is the one that has to count before you go find the person who hid. The person who hides is not it.
So if you think about this, then he went tag, you're it. She covered her eyes. She counted. He crawls into the suitcase, and that's when she zipped him up in it. Interesting. The person who is it is not the one that hides.
Bingo.
I don't know. I guarantee you it's probably been close to 40 plus years since I've played tag or hide and seek. So I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't, if somebody went tag, you're it, I'd go, what am I?
What am I? What happened?
I don't know. I don't know what happened. What are we talking about?
I
Yeah,
don't
he has
recall.
2 small kids. I understand that you have 2 small kids. I don't. Like I said, it's been that long since I played hide and seek.
You have nieces
Even the
and
nieces and nephews. Yeah, even the nieces and nephews I haven't played hide and seek with. I just
Who hurt you, Shizzy?
Shizzy's that weird
Show me on
uncle
the
that
doll
sits in
where
the
you were
corner and
hurt.
talks to himself.
I do that too. Usually with a drink in hand. Go, oh, look at those kids. They have so much energy.
Look at them run around.
He's
Hey,
always
can you-
mumbling something, but I have no
Hey.
idea what he says.
Could you guys go find me a 4-leaf clover? That's hours of entertainment right there.
Uh-huh.
And they bring half the grass back into the house. And they're like, sis, what? You're just like, no.
Uncle Shizzy's the buzzkill.
No, man, I'm the cool uncle. I'm the one that, right before we leave, I give them train whistles.
Go find me a snipe.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
your expectation? You go up to the shower. Were you expecting him to come find you?
I was.
Okay. And after a while, he did not come find you.
Yes.
And that's when you
You were
return
in.
downstairs.
Correct.
And because of the way your townhouse is set up, you can kind of see over where the suitcase is and that he's trying to hide in there, but it's not successfully hidden just yet.
I mean, yes, you have to come down a good ways in order to be able to
Right.
do that.
But you testified those before you got to the bottom.
Yes.
All right. And then you come over there and thinking that it's funny, you zip him shut, correct?
Yes, we got that.
Okay.
You said it was funny.
Entered into the well?
Yes.
Yes.
Go down.
Deputy, could we release her into the well, please?
Oh, here it comes. This is going to be funny. He's breaking out the suitcase. Either that or he's getting ready to do an exam we don't want to watch.
We don't?
Nope, I don't want to see that.
All right. That's a pretty good size.
No, it's still only 28 inches tall.
Still, God, I mean,
Can't seem to get the zipper open.
Well, it's hard with rubber gloves.
All right. Ms. Boone, can you demonstrate for the jury where Mr. Torres' head was and how his body was positioned in the suitcase, if you don't mind?
Oh, this is interesting.
His back was this way and his head was here.
All right, and then is it fair to say his feet are kind of down here, which would be the front left corner from their perspective in the jury box?
Yes.
And then his knees are kind of tucked up towards his face.
If I
pretty much almost in his nose.
Okay. All right. Can you help me understand how it was that your zip is shut? Can you show us where you say you left an opening that his hand got out of?
Would it be easier to put it down here?
I didn't want to make you go down there. If you're happy doing that, I'll let you. Hold on.
Does she need to be wearing gloves?
Yes.
Agreed. She's going to be manipulating it.
Who cares at this point? I mean, I get the point, but I don't get the point. I'm
I
like,
do
you've
get
already
the
got
point.
it in evidence.
No, they're trying to demonstrate.
No. I know what the purpose of this is. I'm talking about whether or not she's got on gloves.
What do you want her to do? Just demonstrate how she zipped it shut.
Okay, so where's the paperclip? And do you remember which one it was in?
This side.
About to find out something really interesting here.
Uh-huh.
Just the paperclip was on when this event occurred. When we pulled the suitcase out earlier, the paperclip was not attached. So
No
now the
shit.
prosecutor's attached the paperclip. We don't know if that's the way it was attached.
It's not even a paperclip.
We don't
Okay.
know if that's the proper way that it was attached. But he's asking her now to pull.
Is there an objection?
Yes?
Approach.
What's the objection?
That
The
it's
beauty
not.
is-
We don't know if that's the exact way
Objections
that it
overruled.
was at the
Right.
time.
All right.
Because it's being a
Now
douche.
imagine this. Imagine this. She stood there the whole time right next to that suitcase
Uh-huh.
and did not even shed a tear.
She couldn't
Not
give
even a
shit less.
thought about it.
No.
Did not care.
Nope.
Madam Clerk, are you ready? Can we see how it was that the two zipper parts were positioned when you say that Mr. Torres was able to get his hand out? If you want me to do it, I'm fine to take your direction.
From what I remember, this is how the suitcase was. This was up here.
Then how did he get in?
Where his head was.
This is
This was like
This is why, as she, I don't think she got to touch the suitcase before then. She didn't get to view the suitcase before then.
Uh-huh.
But that zipper was not there. Because she's saying, well, the zipper was here. What, was there a paper clip on that up end also? Because this is what was on there. This is
Right.
exactly how the suitcase was. Here's the paper clip for it.
Right.
So just demonstrate where the zipper is located at.
right here.
Okay.
Right here.
Oh, right there, ma'am?
And this damn defense attorney,
Sure.
he just looks like a goober.
I
Sure.
assume this one was much closer. It's not over there? Where do you,
You asked me where I zipped it.
when you say that it was zipped shut, show us.
Are you talking about how I zipped it or?
When you're done zipping it shut and he's inside of it, where are the zippers?
Yeah, you're seeing it too, huh?
Oh yeah, no, yeah, just her.
She zipped it closed, huh?
Just tell me what's that.
Having a lot of trouble with that, aren't they?
I mean, it's not,
It's been sitting in evidence.
Yeah, sure.
yes, this one was on pretty much, yes,
Oh, see now,
from what I can remember.
see where the defense attorney's trying to zip it
Yeah.
to where he thinks it'll be easy for him to get out.
He's giving her direction. Yep.
Uh-huh.
That's how he was coming with his hand out. It was like this from the corner part.
Okay.
What are
Thank
you
you.
doing?
Return your key.
took 3 people to get it zipped there. Which makes me think that the zipper was all the way to the back or all the way to the bottom, and he was unconscious whenever she zipped it up.
Yep.
And probably, and he was, and I would almost bet that suitcase was upstairs.
Yeah.
And she tried dragging it down, thinking she'd be able to get it down, and it went down the stairs.
That's what I was saying when we were back, a week or two ago. That's what my thought was, is that's where this had started, and she ended up losing his ass down the fucking stairs because she wouldn't be able to carry him down there.
Because when she took we've got the picture that she doesn't remember taking. Is that upstairs or downstairs?
Oh. Exactly.
Upstairs or downstairs. All of those are downstairs.
Okay.
Yeah, all in the same same area, because you could see the little rug that was in front of the door or whatever.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Did you ever change the position of those zippers once you put it in that position?
I did not.
Then how did you get his hand back in?
Well, she smacked.
So you're
So you're beating him with the bat.
She said she pushed it in with the bat.
Yeah,
she smacked it when it was first out, and then she used the bat to push him back in.
So she's saying that his hand was coming out, and she smacked it back in. I'm sure she had that hard of a time zipping it up, but the picture that we saw, it was laying face up, and it was unzipped. I mean, it was zipped completely shut.
Zipped completely shut. Yeah.
But she went to bed and left it like that.
And so once he was zipped into there's some amount of time, but you don't remember specifically before you start taking the 2-minute video, correct?
Yes.
And then that's when you say what you say, and that's when he says what he says. We've all heard it, correct? And then between there, in that second video of the 22 seconds length, it's at this point where he's beginning to get angry. And then that's when you take the baseball bat that's in evidence, and your testimony is start poking him at the end of it.
Did you say this was the second video?
Between the 2 videos, that's when you started hitting with the bat because he was getting angry and trying to escape, correct?
Right, I was not hitting him. Yes.
Okay. Did you ever hit him with the bat while he was outside of the suitcase?
No.
So each time that he is hit with the bat, it's through this suitcase. And that's what leaves the marks on him, because you didn't hit him with the bat outside the suitcase, correct?
Yes, but can I get it straight?
No, that's okay. The suitcase will speak for itself. And then you take the second video.
What did he say?
He said the evidence speaks for itself.
The suitcase speaks for itself.
Oh, okay.
Apparently went upstairs and I used the phone to make a phone call.
Okay.
And then I fell asleep.
All right. And at the point in time when you left and went upstairs, he was still inside the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
Was he still asking for you and calling your name?
Not that I can recall.
Did you say shh to him again?
I don't remember.
Did you tell him that this was his problem, it's on you again?
I don't remember.
Did you do anything to help him escape from the predicament that you zipped him up in?
No.
No other questions.
Any redirect examination?
Further questions? That was it.
That was it. Huh.
Ms. Boone, he just asked you the question that you poked him, and you didn't poke it. You poked every time you poked him hard with the bat. He was inside the briefcase.
The suitcase, yes.
The suitcase. But you remember when he put his hand out? Did you not hit him in the hand outside the suitcase?
Yes.
Okay. So that was the only time the bat touched Mr. Torres's body outside the suitcase.
Yes.
So what about all the other bruises on him?
So she kept poking him while he was in the suitcase.
Yeah.
I mean, she was shoving the bat in the hole.
Uh-huh.
Because he had bruises on his back, neck, shoulders.
Yeah, she was abusing that was probably from dragging the damn suitcase down the stairs.
Well, she
that's
didn't
why I
drag
was
the
thinking like
suitcase
the
down
ones on.
stairs.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that the ones on his back where she just fucking louged his ass because she wasn't carrying him down the stairs. and he went for a ride.
I bet it was a fun game. She jumped on the suitcase and, like, whenever you were a kid, and ride like a box down the stairs.
Because that's what makes sense to me as to why he, in that one, that we see the suitcase upside down. Because if she went with this top up and it goes down the first flight and then goes to make that turn.
Yep.
And she flipped
would
it
have
over.
to twist. Yep.
Yeah. Flipped it over and then it came down that way, and that's why it was on the lid.
And that's why he had bruises on both sides of his face.
And that's why she made up
And
the
on his
story about how, he got in a suitcase and I twirled him around the living room and it kind of flipped over. No, it flipped down the damn stairs.
Yeah.
And
that's why my original thought, a week or two ago, whatever it was, is that I personally believe that this started upstairs.
Yeah.
I mean, because who, and I don't know, everybody's different. Who keeps luggage downstairs?
I do. I mean, mine's in the basement here.
Well, but I mean, okay, so it's in the basement. Okay, that makes sense. But they don't have a basement. This is the first floor.
Wait a minute. She specifically talked about that suitcase being in the back of the closet upstairs.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
This, in my opinion, started upstairs. Most people, if you don't have a basement or you're not keeping it up in the attic, where do most people keep them? If you have enough room.
Right.
In upstairs or in your master bedroom closet, if you have the room.
It's the biggest
for it.
closet.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's what makes
Was
sense.
when you hit him with a hand. But all the other injuries were with you poking him pretty hard. I mean, you bruised your hand, correct? Doing that. Thank you.
Well, that's not really true. It can be.
Who cares?
Blinks can be deception, anxiousness, worry, stress, anger. They can be a lot of things.
Dude, she's been blinking 100 miles an hour the whole time she's been up there.
Yeah.
Even,
of
course, it looks exaggerated at 1.25 speed, but it's still more than the average.
Yeah. Well, I don't trust the body language experts. Sorry. I
don't blame you.
Because you have no baseline. It could be that she hasn't worn makeup in a while. It could be that the air is dry there. I don't know. Could be that she's tired. Could be that she got some semen in her eye right before she came in.
Could be that she's on the stand for murder.
Yeah. Who knows?
Yeah. Ma'am, you can return to counsel's table.
Judge.
Other words.
Just a moment. Let me get her situated at table, and then we can approach.
Your time is over. Those are some pasty ass white legs.
So my thing is, after they get some of this other stuff,
Come on up, y'all.
is I want to see them call her back.
I don't think they will. I don't think they will.
You think they've proven their point that she's full of shit?
Yes.
All right, members of the jury, thank you so much.
There's your cutie right there.
Yeah, paralegal.
Oh, yeah.
Much. It is 5:42. At this point in time, the court's going to go into recess for the evening. I thank you again for your continued service and your.
That's it.
So where are we
no,
in
it's
figuring
not.
that out?
Oh.
Yes, sir. Just whether or not you've had them. You recall. Understood. All right, so ma'am, I just got a couple follow-up questions, similar to other conversations we've had over the last couple of days. I don't want to know about the specifics of any questions specified. It was a trial. Do you recall that? And do you recall that you said you understood that?
Yes.
And do you also terminations at trial? Do you recall that? And do you recall that you said you understood that?
Yes.
And do you also recall that I advised you of certain rights that you have? Do you recall that?
I do.
And one of those rights was the right to testify or remain silent. Do you recall that? And did you understand that?
Yes.
So this decision is a trial decision as to whether or not there's certain evidence that your lawyers are going to seek to utilize in your defense. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that they're exercising that trial strategy at this time not to pursue those medical records? Okay. Do you have any questions about that?
I don't.
Are you on board with that strategy?
I am.
Are you still on board with the strategy utilized in your defense?
All of it.
Are you satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. State, anything else we need to address before we retire for the evening?
Sorry.
That's okay.
My understanding is the last civilian witness they intend on calling is arriving at MCO at 9:03 in the morning tomorrow.
It was either 9:03 or 9:05, yes.
Plan will be to depose her in the evening at 5:30.
Okay.
Then, just scheduling purposes, we're trying to figure out when we would need our rebuttal expert, Dr. Werner, to appear.
I know Mr. Owens had said they were endeavoring to finish by Friday, but I don't know if Dr. Harper's availability issues for tomorrow is going to change that anticipated timeframe.
I'll try to reach out to her by text. That's usually how we communicate. But
Well, assuming she testifies on Thursday, are you still in a position to rest on Friday, or would that kick us to the next week, sir?
well, no, I want to finish this week if at all possible. If I'm hoping that Dr. Harper could be here tomorrow when Dr. Brandon is here, but let's just say she's not a.
Let's do worst case scenario.
She's here Thursday morning. I think we would try to finish our case right then and give the state a chance to rebut. I would say Thursday. I would have.
And my understanding is our expert can't be here in the afternoon on Thursday. I'm going to have to check her availability on Friday.
If you would be so kind, and we can address that tomorrow morning.
Good to see you, Ken.
Okay. Anything else, state? Anything else from the defense? All right, the court will be in recess. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, just to give everybody some scheduling, this might help everyone's schedule. There are going to be 2 officers here in the morning who are going to be ready to testify. There will also be some other witnesses, officers, like the detective who testified, that I need to call back because of some impeachment issues of one of the witnesses. And then we'll get into everybody else's witness and stuff. There's about 3 or 4 that I have in the morning time that we'll be proceeding on, and we'll go from there.
Okay. All right. Appreciate the lay of the land. All right. We will see you all. That's what. One more, Mr. Owens. Yes, sir.
This flying in from New Jersey, I think, is Wednesday at 9 a.m. I think the flight she's scheduled to fly out Thursday at 9 a.m. So if there's any way we could depose her maybe in the morning or at lunch and then have her testify Wednesday afternoon.
That's an unreasonable demand on time, given everything I've been doing to make sure that we can get this pushed through. I need to do things like get ready for expert cross-examinations and other things that get accomplished at lunchtime. Happy to do it in the
We gotta
evening.
take that off
My
of
understanding
there.
that she was supposed to be coming in today, so that
It's
tonight.
admiring the legs.
But I can't be forced to accommodate at lunchtime.
Anything further?
I'm just telling you what the plan is.
See,
Deposition will be,
scuffs on her
5:30
knees yet.
tomorrow,
She's
or at
young.
any other. If we got to have it later, depending on how we go, we'll address it at that time. All right. Thank you both very much. We will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Court's in recess.
I am going to want to view with her the suitcase and that.
Understood. Okay. Anything else, state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you very much.
Get
And
the
that was
out of my courtroom.
that was that.
Whew, Lord.
God, Lord Almighty. I gotta show this now.
Okay.
'Cause it's hilarious. Give me a second.
Oh, the photos.
Yeah. Oh God, it was so awesome. All right, let's pull this up here. All right, and let's see how I think I can zoom in on these a little bit. Here we go. Oh yes, window. This one right here. There we go. There's photo number 1.
My favorite.
Oh God. She's trying. Doesn't have the same technique. Nope, she's trying.
She looks like a gym teacher.
This is my volleyball coach.
I need you girls to run a lap and then go to the showers.
I gotta rotate that now. Let me see.
Got it,
Rotate,
you did.
rotate.
Mommy, what's wrong with my sock, Mommy?
What's wrong with Sock Monkey?
Oh God, that's that. I'm gonna use that picture.
That's gonna be Shizzy's new avatar right there.
What the hell is that? It's just... Okay, I'm closing this thing down. Everybody have a wonderful night. I'll see you in the morning.
Thank y'all for
Thanks,
putting up
everybody.
with us.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, chat. We'll see you again
Have a good
soon.
night.
Night.
Looking tight, I curl and wait. You passed out, hoping you return my fate. And you must stash out. Stupid game has turned to cruel. Are you feeling me? Love is gotta feel the fool. I can breathe. Wasn't meant to be my night. Hiding in the suitcase tight. Sarah's giggles fade away, leaving me as a castaway. Sarah, let me out. I'm begging, begging, please. And please, breathing stuff. I'm almost begging. Please, please, don't leave me here. Lost my air in this gear. In this case, I disappear.